Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, The Kingdom Building System. One Piece World, Year 1520. The world of One Piece is a world where 10% is land while the other 90% is ocean. In this world there are 7 ocean regions separated by a large and long red wall called the Red Line. The 7 ocean regions include the New World, Grand Line, North Blue, South Blue, West Blue, and East Blue. The New World was an ocean area that had the most dangerous conditions. Because not only the climatic conditions are very scary. However, this sea area is an area controlled by pirates. While the weakest ocean area and has the most stable climatic conditions is the East Blue. However, make no mistake. Although East Blue is an ocean area that is said to be the weakest ocean area and has the most stable climatic conditions. Many great people who have or until now stood at the top of this world came from here, such as Pirate King Gul D. Roger, Marine Hero Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, Revolutionary Army Admiral Monkey D. Dragon, 2nd Division Commander Pirate Whitebeard Portgas D. Ace, the world's best sniper the Catcher Yasuke, who currently serves as one of the commanders in the Red-Haired Pirates, the Chief of Staff of the Sabo Revolutionary Army, and there are also many great people currently standing on top of the world were born from East Blue. Currently, the world is in a state of calm. The New World territories controlled by the pirates have now divided the power of their power into the possession of the 4 big pirates. The 4 pirates are the Whitebeard Pirates, Red-Haired Pirates, Beasts Pirates, and Big Mom Pirates. These 4 great pirates are currently earning the nicknames of the Sea Emperors due to having their own domains in the New World territory and possessing such strong fighting power that the Marines and the world government do not dare to take careless actions to attack them. In one of the ocean areas in the New World, a strange mist suddenly appeared there some time ago. Inside the fog there is an island that has a medium size, which is about 191.08 square kilometers, with very good geographical conditions. The island has trees that grow neatly and the land on the island is flat and has no waves. Currently in the central area of the island, there is a man who has the appearance of about 18 years old with black hair, white skin, a slender body, well-defined eyebrows, long eyelashes, very beautiful blood-red eyes, and a handsome face. The man's name is Ars. Ars was currently leaning under a tree to avoid the sun and seemed to be talking to someone through his thoughts. Kingdom building system is a system that will assist you in building an empire according to your wishes. You can choose to be the strongest kingdom or the beautifully kingdom. All decisions are in my hands. I'm just here to facilitate you with everything you need. Does that mean you won't give me a strange mission? How about getting some sort of point or a money that can be exchanged for goods? Immediately in front of Ars, a transparent blue system panel appeared. Kingdom building system. Name, Ars Kingdom. Points, 0, 0 out of 1. System store. Abilities: knowledge, summons items, blueprint, building others. I won't give you a mission to earn points. You will later earn points through the popularity of your kingdom. Every 1 million creatures know the kingdom you build. Later you will get 1 popularity point. 1 popularity point will always increase every 1 second, which means if you have 1 popularity point, you will be able to get 60 popularity points if you wait for 60 seconds or 1 minute. 1 million creatures. Isn't that too difficult for me to do right now? Ars asked while frowning. You don't have to worry about that. You have a starter gift for the first time. One of the beginner prizes is the award of popularity points by naming the kingdom you want to build. After you have succeeded in determining the name of the kingdom you want to build, later you will get 1 point of popularity, which will be your capital in building the empire you have. Ars sighed at the answer. Even if it's only 1. At least it can be used as capital to survive. Besides, I still have quite a few chances to earn popularity points. I hope that woman will look into the future and see about the kingdom that I built. Woman? There was a woman who came from the Fishman sense who had the ability to see the future even if it was only a piece of the picture. However, everything that the woman saw always came true. I wish that this woman had seen the future of the kingdom that was built by me. Because through his influence, it's possible that I can gain quite a lot of popularity in 1 act. In that case, you hope that the kingdom you want to later build is a well-known kingdom. If not, Even though the woman you mentioned earlier has the ability to see into the future. If the kingdom you build is a closed kingdom and isolate yourself, it may be difficult for you to gain popularity points. Stay cool. Although I have no desire to become the strongest kingdom. However, I have a desire to build an empire that can bring laughter, smiles, and a sense of security to the people living in my kingdom. I think there is a possibility that my kingdom will have a considerable influence on this world in the future. Oh? Is that the royal theme you want to build? Yes. I want to build an empire with the theme of the modern world. I want everyone who lives in my kingdom to have a decent life. They can get an education, get a sense of security, and so on. Actually, I'm quite happy myself being transferred to the One Piece world and also getting the kingdom building system. Because I once had the desire to be able to build my kingdom in this world. Besides, I like my new appearance in this world. Almost like the ideal body I want. Have you decided on the name you want to use in your kingdom? Not yet. Ars shook his head. Before that, what are the items in my starter pack? It's definitely more than the points I'll get later, isn't it? Of course. You have 4 rewards in your starter pack. The first prize is 1 popularity point which you will get after giving a name to the kingdom you will build. The second prize is the chance to summon an anime character. The second prize is an electronic map that can help you mark the island. While the last prize is a one-time opportunity to build your royal palace complete with various facilities in it. Oh? Quite a generous gift, Ars exclaimed with quite a surprised face, regarding the matter of the second prize. Will the anime characters retain their life experiences? They will forget all their life experiences. However, they will still retain memories of the conditions in their world, the abilities and skills they possess, knowledge of their world, their powers, as well as memories of the people they are related to by blood within the span of 3 generations, which includes grandchildren and brothers, father and son, cousins and cousins who are still the closest blood ties, and also various other relationships within the scope of 3 generations. Does that mean they will also forget about their partner as well as their best friend? If they are married, they will remember the partner they had. Meanwhile, if only a couple who are tied with the status of dating, the person you are going to call will immediately forget about it. The same applies to friends or companions. They will instantly forget the friends and companions they had in their previous world. What about the matter of information regarding this world? Every character that you will later summon will be given information about this world. However, the information they get is only the basic information they need to know, such as the map of this world's power, the geographical conditions of this world, the development of the empire that you have built, as well as various other things they need to know. What about the case of characters who come from a world that has a higher level of power compared to the One Piece world? For example, I summoned a character from the world of Tower of God to came to this world. For the characters you summoned from a world with a higher level of power compared to this world, their strength would be instantly suppressed to the limit of the power that a person in this world could attain. As for the rules of the power they have, they will also be adjusted later. However, this case itself is only carried out on characters who use external energy as their main strength. For example, characters from the Tower of God world. The level of power that exists in that world is very far compared to the One Piece world. The strength of every character present there will also be directly suppressed to the limit of the power that can be achieved by this world. In addition, they can still use the abilities they have. However, that ability will use up the stamina they have. This case you gave me is the case for a character that uses external energy. What about characters who have internal energy at the core of their strength? They will retain the energy they have when they come to this world. They can also teach this ability to the people of this world. Do the weaknesses possessed by devil fruits apply to them? Not. They will not get the same weakness as a devil fruit, even though their power was set using the rules of this world. However, that only applies to their strength level. While their own strength has no weaknesses like a devil fruit user who is afraid of seawater. Good news. Are aside with pleasure hearing this. Back to our previous topic of conversation. Have you decided on the name of the kingdom you want to build? Surely you have already determined that, right? Chapter 2. Fortis Kingdom. I did decide. R's face showed a nostalgic smile, remembering his life experience in the previous world. I will use Fortis as the name of my kingdom. Fortis Kingdom? Are you really going to use this name? Of course, R said. Use this name as my working name. Because I like this name. Ding. Fortis has been confirmed as the royal name. Ding. The royal name has been confirmed. Congratulations on getting 1 popularity point. Your current points will start to increase every second, and you can use these points to buy various things in the system shop or use them in other forms. Kingdom building system. Name, Ars Kingdom, Fortis points, 1 out of 1, system store, abilities, knowledge, summons items, blueprint, building others. Simultaneously, a notification sound is heard again from the system. Ding, happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 1 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding. Happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 2 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding. Happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 3 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding. Happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 4 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding. Happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 5 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding. Happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 6 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding. Happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 7 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding. Happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 8 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding. Happy. Currently your kingdom has been recognized by 9 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. There were 9 notification sounds informing Ars that his kingdom had been recognized by many people. Ars' face showed a faint smile and his gaze looked at his system panel, which was currently undergoing changes. Kingdom building system. Name, Ars Kingdom, Fortis points, 12, 10 out of 1, system store, abilities knowledge summons items blueprint building others. It seems that the kingdom you are going to build later has quite a bit of influence on the abode of the Fishman race, Ars. There are more than 9 million living beings living there knowing about your current kingdom. 9 million, eh? This number has increased considerably compared to 1512, which only numbered about 5 million inhabitants. Ars paused and muttered, I wonder, is it possible that there has been a significant change in Fishman Island because of my arrival? Change? The woman who has the ability to see into the future is called Shirley. There are currently 9 million living beings living on Fishman Island who know this kingdom of mine. That means he told them about this kingdom. I wonder when Shirley told me this. If it happened in 1512 to 1514, there is a possibility that Toheim is still alive today. However, it could also be the other way around. Is there anything interesting if this woman named Toheim is still alive? Not anything interesting. However, it will be easier to establish a cooperative relationship with Fishman Island with our kingdom later. A Toheim is someone who has the desire to create a relationship of equality between the fish-human and human races. However, her wish is difficult to achieve because of the attitude possessed by humans and also because of the existence of the World Government Organization. They certainly won't let a Toheim's wish come true since the trash of this world, the Tenri Albedo, really wants the Fishman race to become their slaves. It's the same with the trash of this world. Humans are creatures of submission. The selling price of the Fishman race is very high because of its physical endurance and also its beauty. They will definitely reject the equality between these two races. What do you think? Do you also have the same opinion as them? Not. I'm not that kind of person. After all, what's so interesting about torturing someone? It just wastes my energy and time. I want Toheim still alive because I want to establish a cooperative relationship with Fishman Island in terms of trade for my kingdom. I want them to be able to supply seafood ingredients such as fish, and so on. The ocean is also rich with natural potential such as pearls, metals and various other things. If we can build partnerships with them and teach them how to get those resources, we can get a steady supply. Why don't you do it yourself instead of having to ask other kingdoms to do it? That would be quite troublesome. There will be a lot of costs involved. Rather than letting my people do it, it's better to let them do it. The ability they have in the water can help in getting these resources easily. While in the case of humans, we cannot do fast movements in the water and there needs to be a tool that helps us. Unlike the fishman race that can move freely in the water. Besides, the ocean area in this world is bigger and deeper than the ocean area in my previous world. I dare not take action in this ocean region even if there is you to help me. I also don't want the people of my kingdom to be in a difficult situation just because of some meager gain from the lives they have. I prefer to spend large sums of money and earn less profit. The most important thing is that the people of my kingdom can live comfortably and not experience any threats that could harm them. Though currently this kingdom is still not built. You are already a worthy king, Ars. Thank you for your compliment. Ars then began to explore the system owned by him. Ars went into the system shop and started to observe everything that was there. The item information in the system store is very detailed. If there was an item that Ars didn't know its use for, he could directly learn it through the information. Meanwhile, if he still doesn't understand, Ellie will help him understand it. Ellie was the name Ars gave to his system. After looking through all the items in the system store, Ars could conclude that the price of the most expensive item within the system shop was 100 million points while the cheapest was 10 points. Ars immediately exchanged his points for a book and stationery and began to write down the departmental development plan that would later be formed by him along with the characters he would later call on, complete with the positions they would occupy. Some time passed. Ellie, I want to take the electronic map reward, ready to execute. Instantly in front of Ars, an electronic device similar to a tablet appeared that was used by people in his previous world to communicate or get information. Ars immediately took the tablet and pressed the power button on the right side of the tablet. The tablet screen instantly lit up and showed a map of the island currently occupied by Ars with a 3D gaze. On the right side of the screen there are various icons that can help Ars put a mark on the map, and at the top left of the screen there is a column mark, which can be suppressed by Ars when he finishes setting the mark on the island. How long will the mark placed by me last? The mark will last for 2 full days. You can save the tag file that you previously created, so that, if at any time you need it again, you don't have to rearrange it again. I see Ars return to continue his work by making arrangements for the division of territory on this island. The area divided by Ars is that there is a special area for agriculture and animal husbandry, there is a special area for the military, there is a special area for departmental offices, there is a special area where residents live, and there is also a special urban area. Ars divides the territory neatly while also managing the matter of the highways that the kingdom will build later. This work takes a very long time. Ars requires quite a lot of concentration because it needs to calculate the width of each area and road that will later be built. Ars didn't feel that time had gone so fast that it was already 4 p.m. It's finally over, Ars said while stretching his body comfortably. Thanks for the hard work, Ars. You're long enough to finish this one job. Of course, Ars said with a tired face. It's not just the matter of zoning out for the construction of each place. I also need to manage the issue of road construction and also the construction of each warehouse for each department that will later be built. Ars' gaze looked up at the sky. Is it late? Stomach rumbles and, I also haven't eaten anything until now, Ars muttered while touching his stomach. Ars immediately put the electronic map aside along with the book that recorded the kingdom's development plan, then went into the system shop to buy some food and drinks there. Ars immediately ate the dish very voraciously. Ars, who will you call first? Hashirama Senju, Ars replied while eating leisurely. Hashirama Senju is the best candidate to be summoned at his time. His abilities are very flexible. I was able to take advantage of his wood elemental abilities in creating a shed later. Besides, Hashirama's strength is enough for me to feel safe while in this world. Ars paused and continued. How long will the fog surrounding this island protect the island's security? 2 years. You have 2 years before this fog dissipates. 2 years? That's enough time for me to build strength in this world, Ars said. Oh, yes. Ellie. What about the quality of the tree wood on this island? Is the quality good? If it's good, I have a plan to use this wood as the main selling material of our kingdom to get startup funds. The wood that comes from this tree is of very good quality. Although the quality is not comparable to the quality of the wood that comes from the Adam tree. However, the quality is also not worse than him. If in the calculation of the scale to compare the quality of wood between the two, the wood from the Adam tree will have a quality of 12 out of 12. Meanwhile, the wood from the island tree will have a quality of 11 out of 12. That's very good. Ars' eyes filled with joy hearing this. I can carry out my plan to make the wood from this tree the main selling material in order to get the initial funding. Ars paused again and continued. Ellie, you previously said that every character summoned by me would have knowledge of this world. What about knowledge about yourself? Do they also know about it? They will find out. However, they will assume this is part of the power you have. You also don't have to worry about those who betrayed you. They have loyalty to you. They will never betray you. Even though the character you will call later is a character with very large arrogance. They will obey all your orders. Ars sighed. That's good. Because there are some characters who will be called by me have an emo attitude. Ars continued to finish the dish he had. Chapter 3, Hashirama Senju. Ellie, I want to take my character summoning reward. Well, who do you want to call? Hashirama Senju. Simultaneously in front of the current Ars appeared a man with the appearance of 18 years old. The man has the appearance of long black hair, brown skin, and has an upright body shape. The man was wearing a red armor, followed by a large scroll on the back. Is this Hashirama? How could it look like this? Ars asked strangely while looking at Hashirama. The character you summon will have an appearance by the time it is 18 years old. They have the same immortality as you right now, eternity. Ars' eyes widened in surprise. What do you mean by the immortality that belongs to me? Ars' voice rose several times higher than before despite just talking to Ellie in his heart. You have immortality, Ars. You will have this appearance until this world is destroyed. You have been granted immortality for a while now. You will live together with this world, your honor. Instantly the thoughts of Ars immediately woke up hearing a voice that seemed to be calling him. Ars's gaze immediately turned to Hashirama, who was currently staring at him with a confused look. Ars immediately forgot what Ali had said and was currently staring intently at Hashirama. Welcome to this world, Hashirama Senju. You don't need to call me with such formalities. It's just the two of us. You can call me using my name directly if it's just the two of us or with our friends later. Ars then chuckled softly. Besides, it's quite strange to hear you use a tone of formality like that. I almost thought you weren't Hashirama. Ha ha ha. Hashirama laughed embarrassedly while scratching the back of his head. How is your current condition? I'm sure something has changed, right? Hashirama nodded. The state of my body right now is very different from the state of my body back in my previous world. I could feel a tremendous power within me. It's possible that this power is Conqueror's Haki that belongs to me, like the information that was given to me before coming here. Are you able to control this power? Ars asked with great interest. No, Hashirama shook his head. It still can't be done right now. However, I have faith that it will only take some time to be able to control this power. That's great news. Ars nodded and continued. Oh, yes. Hashirama. Chakra energy is an energy that is formed between a combination of physical energy and spiritual energy, right? Armament Haki is an ability based on spiritual energy abilities that can help a person to create an armor around his body that has the benefit of both attack and defense. You should be able to use this ability by now, right? Hashirama nodded while raising his right hand and using the spiritual energy that was within him. Instantly Hashirama's hands immediately turned pitch black, just like when someone had used Haki. Even though I can do this myself. However, not everyone from my world can do it directly as well as me. Why is that? Regarding the matter of chakra control, Hashirama said as he unleashed his armament Haki ability, everyone has different chakra control. I myself can control my chakra perfectly. Meanwhile, if one tries to use Haki abilities for the first time while their chakra control abilities are still in the good category, it will be difficult for him to do so. It relates to the energy control that people in our world are used to. We usually use chakra energy, which is a mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. Meanwhile, to unleash the armament Haki ability was only to use spiritual energy. Only people with perfect chakra control can do the same to me before. Thank you for your explanation. Hashirama Ars smiled, then immediately sat in his place and took his electronic map. We can continue the conversation after this. However, let's finish our work first. It is now time for the night to come. We must immediately build the initial foundation to start building the kingdom. Hashirama nodded and immediately walked to Ars's side and then sat beside him while his gaze stared at the electronic map. You have been given information regarding this item? Ars asked with interest. Already. Not only that, every item in the system shop has been given information on how to use it. You don't need to worry, even though I come from an undeveloped age. However, I have knowledge that should not exist at that time. It was quite helpful. Ars immediately pressed the power button and the electronic map was immediately activated and showed the appearance of the island map along with many signs that had been installed by Ars. Currently I have divided the areas on this island. You see this yellow line? This is the line that will later divide the territory on each island. I want you to be able to build a 6-meter high guardrail on this yellow line. Then on these two blue lines. These two blue lines are signed for the construction of the main road of this kingdom. The width of this line is about 15 meters. I want you to build a guardrail with a height of 3 meters on these two blue lines. Then on the green dot that is on this yellow line. This is the entrance that will connect each region later. You don't need to build a dividing wall in this place. Set the size according to the width of the main road. Then on this purple dot. This is also the entrance. However, this sign represents the entrance to each region. You also don't need to build a dividing wall here. You set the width for the entrance for each area to be 9 meters wide. Finally mark the two dark blue lines that are inside each area. This dark blue 2-line sign is a sign for a small path. You can build a guardrail 50 centimeters high on the blue line. What about this black square mark? Hashirama asked while pointing at the black square mark that was inside the department area. The black box mark is a sign for building a warehouse. We will carry out the task starting tomorrow. Right now, we need to build our foundation first before starting. The current time does not allow you to continue development. ICRs then immediately pressed the mark button. This makes the marks on this electronic map appear immediately in the designated area of the island. You can do it already, Hashirama. You can ask your clone to carry out this task while the two of us can talk. I'm sure you have quite a few questions for me regarding this world, don't you? Hashirama nodded and immediately formed hand seals, wood style, woodman clone. Hashirama immediately created 10 clones of his which lined up neatly in front of the two of them. All of you go and carry out orders from Ars. I want all the orders to be completed in a short time. We understand. All the clones instantly disappeared from the place to carry out the orders that Ars gave earlier. Chapter 4, Talk. What question do you want to ask me, Hashirama? What kind of kingdom do you want to build? Hashirama asked while sitting beside R's. R's face showed a small smile as he used his hands to support his back-leaning body. I have a very big ambition, Hashirama. However, that ambition was not the ambition to build an empire that could conquer the entire world. Because something like that is very complicated to do. Even with the help of my friends, I was able to do it. However, I still don't want it. Ars paused for a moment and continued, the kingdom that I want to build is a kingdom where every citizen living in the kingdom can enjoy a safe and peaceful life. You also know that this world itself is more terrible than your previous world. At least, even if I can't give everyone a decent life in this world, I can give a decent life to the few citizens who live in my kingdom. I will make them proud to be citizens of my kingdom, I will make them happy to be citizens of my kingdom, and I will make them happy to be citizens of my kingdom. Your ambitions are indeed very big and will probably be quite difficult to carry out, Rs. Especially with the existence of the world government even though it is. However, if I'm with you, my ambition will surely come true. You are my friends, you are my confidants. Although I have the ability to plan things, however, I also have weaknesses. The shortcomings that I have are what you will complete. We will work together to build an empire where every citizen who lives in it is full of pride for being a citizen of our kingdom. Of course, Hashirama showed an enthusiastic smile. We will definitely be able to do that. Oh yes. Rs. Can you help me explain the Haki abilities? I only got an introduction to this ability. Haki is an ability possessed by every creature in this world. Haki is divided into three, namely Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a very different type of Haki from the other two types of Haki. Because this Haki cannot be obtained through rigorous training. This Haki is innate from birth. Many say that whoever possesses this Haki has the potential to become a king. Conqueror's Haki itself is divided into two levels. The first tier is the basic level where the user can intimidate his opponent even if your Conqueror's Haki is strong enough. You can impact inanimate objects simply by releasing the energy of this Conqueror's Haki. The second level is an advanced level where the user can cover the ability possessed by the user of Conqueror Haki to attack the opponent. At the moment the attack ability is enveloped by this Haki ability. The attack ability will increase several times stronger than before. In this world, there are many people possessing Conqueror's Haki. However, only a few people can develop Conqueror's Haki to an advanced level. Right now what I know of the people who are alive and able to use the advanced abilities of Conqueror's Haki are Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lillian, Gdu, and Shanks. Oh? The four of them. Aren't they the ones holding the current Emperor title? Yes. There they are. Rs nodded. Next is Observation Haki. Observation Haki is an ability similar to your Senjutsu abilities. However, these two abilities have differences. Haki abilities can only give you better sensory abilities in sensing presence, knowing location, as well as various other sensing abilities. As for your Senjutsu abilities, besides being able to provide sensing abilities, you are also blessed with additional strong physical strength. Observation Haki has two levels as well as Conqueror's Haki. The first level of this ability is where the user of this ability can sense threats, know something even though it can't be seen by the eye, feel the level of strength possessed by a person, and can see the trajectory of the attack given by the opponent to the user of this ability. While the advanced level of this Haki will allow the user to gain one of the abilities, that is being able to see the future, read other people's hearts, listen to the voices of everything in the world, feel the emotions that someone has, and also there is still a lot of development of abilities. This and that all depends on the abilities that can be obtained by this Haki user. Currently only a few people can develop the ability of Observation Haki at an advanced level. However, unlike Conqueror's Haki, only a few people master it. There are many people in this world who have developed Observation Haki to an advanced level. This ability is quite terrifying. Hashirama frowned, especially the ability to read a person's heart. This ability is the ability that I least want to acquire. If it's an ability you don't want to have, which ability do you want to acquire, Hashirama? You currently have Senjutsu and one of the branches of this ability is being able to sense other people's emotions. We can exclude this ability and you can choose another ability. Choice, huh? If asked, I might choose to have the ability to see into the future. This ability is very good and will help me in battle. That is indeed a very helpful ability, especially for you. You will later hold the position of head of the intelligence department and this ability is very good if you have it. Especially, you will also later step down in battle if needed at any time. Head of the intelligence department, eh? Good job title. Hashirama nodded and continued, what about my little brother? He has good ability, smart brain. I think, you can consider recruiting him to join us. The intelligence department must really need it. Obi-Rama is indeed on the list of plans to be summoned to this world. However, I can only do it gradually since the price to summon Obirama is quite expensive. Ars paused and continued. I will also later summon your granddaughter Tsunade to be summoned to this world. Tsuna, too? Hashirama's eyes filled with excitement upon hearing this. Of course. Tsunade has excellent healing skills. I will later manage him as deputy head of the Ministry of Health. Deputy head? Why not the head? Is his ability not enough? Hashirama asked while raising his brow in confusion. Tsunade's healing abilities are arguably one of the best. However, there are still people better than him who will be called by me later. In addition, the combat power of the person who will later serve as the head of the health department is stronger than Tsunade. At the very least, that person's combat power is almost on par with yours. Oh? Almost equal? Is she from my world? No. Ars shook his head. She is from the Shinigami world. Your world was previously known as Ninja World. Shinigami world? Hashirama's face looked surprised to hear this. Why are you surprised to hear the word Shinigami, Hashirama? Do you think Shinigami are people who only have scary bodies? Ars asked in a funny tone. Well, just say so. Hashirama nodded. Are their appearances really that scary? Ars chuckled. The Shinigami's appearance isn't what you expected. They have the same appearance as us. What you thought before was just an image of the Shinigami in your world. While in another world, Shinigami have different forms. That also applies to your profession, ninja. The ninja profession in your world and in other worlds is also different. Ars paused for a moment and continued, speaking of Shinigami. Shinigami have the same power as you. They also have a kind of energy that can increase their strength. The energy they use is Reiatsu. Reiatsu? Reiatsu can be said to be spiritual energy. With this energy, Shinigami can increase the strength of their bodies, increase their speed, have an ability called weapon release, and can even fly and stand in the air. Wait a minute, Hashirama said with an excited face. You said that Reiatsu is spiritual energy, right? Wouldn't it be if I could perfectly control my spiritual energy? Can I have the ability to fly too? It's possible that it can be done. Ars nodded. However, provided you can fully control your spiritual energy just as Shinigami can control their spiritual energy perfectly, which causes them to have an armor around their body that always protects them. They are at all times what in this world is called armament haki. Hashirama's eyes were now filled with excitement. Even now he was starting to plan to practice to control his spiritual energy to perfect control. Back to the previous topic of conversation, Hashirama returned to his current thoughts and began to listen to R's explanation regarding haki abilities. The final haki is armament haki. This haki, as you know, can make the user have an armor that can be used to attack or defend. Unlike the other two haki, armament haki has 3 levels. The first level is the basic level where one mobilizes the spiritual energy they have to create an armor that can be used to defend and attack. The second level is the advanced level where one can use armament haki abilities to attack the internal organs of the opponent's body. By mobilizing spiritual energy to attack the internal organs. Once one has mastered a level, even if one encounters an opponent who has extremely hard skin and armament haki, the possessor of this ability can destroy his opponent easily because the target of his attack is no longer the flesh but the inside of the opponent's body. Hashirama's face continued to show seriousness regarding this. Because he knew how terrifying armament haki techniques would be if they reached the advanced level. While at the highest level is the way of applying freely as used by Shinigami. Once one has reached that level, they can easily mobilize their spiritual energy freely and even use it to fly and so on. In this world, not many people know about advanced armament haki abilities. Few people know. However, to the highest degree, no one knew about this because until recently, no one has been able to control their spiritual energy freely yet. This was because many people who had reached the advanced level of armament haki thought that the advanced level of armament haki was the last level one could reach in learning haki. While they don't know that there is still a next level of this haki, it can be said that only our kingdom knows about this, right? Hashirama asked with a smile. Just say so. We have the advantage over this. Ars nodded and immediately stood up from his spot. It seems your clone has already completed almost all the tasks assigned by me. Let's go to the territory of the royal palace. We will build a house that we will use for a while before we can build the royal palace where we will live. Hashirama nodded. The two of them immediately walked leisurely towards the royal palace area using an electronic map that helped them get there. During the trip, Ars taught Hashirama a lot about the development plans that had been drawn up by him along with anyone who would later be summoned by Ars along with the powers they had. Chapter 5, Royal Palace. 2 weeks passed. Within this 2-week time period, there have been many achievements that have been achieved by Ars and Hashirama in building the kingdom of Fortis. The first achievement was Hashirama managed to cut down a large number of trees on the island. The areas that will be built later by the department have now cleared their territory with trees that were previously there, while there is also currently a warehouse being built which will be used by each department to store goods or the like. The trees that Hashirama managed to cut down were then directly produced into wood using the production tools provided by ours. Currently the wood department has 209 warehouses, with each warehouse having an area of 100,000 cubic meters of storage space. The total number of warehouses filled with wood that has been produced is 56 warehouses. Each warehouse can accommodate 70,756 logs, which means that currently the Fortis Kingdom has 3,962,336 units of wood. The current kingdom also has a main road that Hashirama has successfully built. The tasks of felling the trees and building the warehouse were all done by Hashirama's clones, while Hashirama himself did other things, namely training to increase his physical strength. Hashirama knew that his current physical strength when compared to the people in this world was very weak. Because of that, Hashirama asked Harz's permission to practice increasing his physical strength and started practicing developing Haki abilities. Hashirama's talent can be said to be one of the best. In just 1 week of training, Hashirama had been able to fully control the power of his Conqueror's Haki, and also his control over his spiritual energy had reached a perfect level. Hashirama currently only needed to train to awaken his observation Haki and develop his Conqueror's Haki to an advanced level. During this 1 week, Ars did not slack off. Ars immediately came to control the development progress, while he is also currently starting to arrange the plans for the construction of each office of the department to be built, arrange the design of houses that will later be built for the civilian population and also his doll friends, as well as planning other developments. The third achievement is Hashirama and Ars have also succeeded in establishing a drainage channel. The drainage channel built by Ars and Hashirama is right next to the highway with a width of 10 centimeters, and the water flowing from the drainage channel directly flows into the river built by Hashirama, which is right in the agricultural area. The fourth achievement they both got was to complete the construction of a water waste management site, which currently only requires electricity to use the place. Ars had to spend his 7.5 million points in order to be able to build a sewage treatment plant, along with arranging a pipe connected to the wastewater treatment plant under the main road. The fifth achievement they both got was completing the construction of a solar panel power plant. Currently, the Fortis Kingdom has 240 units of solar panels, each of which can produce 1,000 watts of electrical energy every hour. Every day the island where the Fortis Kingdom was built gets 10 hours of sunlight. That means that the Fortis Kingdom solar panel power plant every hour can produce as much as 240,000 watts of electrical energy. Meanwhile, if it is calculated for 1 day, the electricity generated by the Fortis Kingdom solar panel power plant is currently at 2,400,000 watts per day. This electrical energy is currently being channeled into a power battery for storage because it is currently other than a water waste management site. There is still no place that requires any electrical energy at all. The sixth achievement that the two of them got next was to build a street lamppost using Hashirama's wooden elements along the main streets of the Fortis Kingdom. Ars has a plan to build a street light system so that the Fortis Kingdom is always bright at night, where the electric wires are not flowed through the sky but underground, so that there will be no buildup of power lines in the future which can damage the beauty of the kingdom. The seventh achievement that both of them managed to get was the construction of buildings which would later be used by construction workers, with a total of 10 buildings being built and each building having 100 rooms. Meanwhile, near the building, there is a public bathroom that Ars built by buying it in the system shop. The number of bathrooms in the building is 50 bathroom units, all of which are ready to be used. It can be said within 2 weeks. Both of them have accomplished a lot. In the past 2 weeks, Ars previously collected 12,807,850 points to help with the construction that is currently being carried out, as well as purchasing other things. Currently, there are only 5,350 points left for Ars. Crack. The door of the wooden house currently occupied by Ars and Hashirama opened and showed Hashirama walking in with the clothes he was wearing covered in sweat. "I'm back." Welcome. Ars, who was doing his work on his bed, immediately stopped the work he was doing to welcome his friend's arrival. "How is the job for our royal palace, Ars? Is it done?" Hashirama asked with interest as he walked towards the dining table. "Almost done. It might be finished by this afternoon." Ars paused and continued, "Hashirama, take this time to rest. In 2 days from now, I will submit an assignment that you will later do." "Oh? New task? Is it a chore to go out?" Hashirama's eyes showed interest in this. "Yes. You will later go to a place to build a cooperative relationship there. Later I will tell you about the details of this task. You go take a shower and change your clothes. Also, prepare all your clothes, because we will be moving to the royal palace soon after this." "I see." Hashirama nodded and immediately went to clean his body in the bathroom in the area where the residents lived. After finishing his bath and changing into the casual clothes Ars gave him, Hashirama immediately returned to the wooden house they used and then began to tidy up every item he had. "Finally it's over," Ars muttered with pleasure. Then he also started to tidy up all his clothes, which were immediately stored in his suitcase. Meanwhile, For other items such as beds and all the things that were previously obtained in the Rs system, immediately returned or recycled to get a few extra points. After the two of them finished packing all their things, Hashirama and Rs immediately walked out of the wooden house. You can already cancel this ability of yours, Hashirama. Hashirama immediately formed a seal, Kai. Instantly the wooden house they used before was immediately pulled back into the ground. Rs then immediately put down the tools used by him in designing his royal palace and immediately pressed the wake up. Right on the left side of the screen. The tool used by Rs immediately went straight into the ground. The territory of the royal palace that was previously just a treeless region instantly changed and began to form an extremely majestic and beautiful building. The building has a wall paint with a white color that dominates and is combined with a bright blue color. In the front yard of the royal palace, paven blocks are neatly arranged while there is also a guardrail that surrounds the royal palace with a height of 6 meters. At the front entrance of the royal palace was a flag belonging to the kingdom of Fortis. The flag used by Rs for their royal coat of arms is a symbol of the flag belonging to the liberation forces from the Shingeki no Kyojin anime, which according to Rs has a symbol of freedom and security. Rs liked the emblem of the flag and used it directly to become a symbol of their kingdom. Wow! Is this our royal palace? Very large. Hashirama exclaimed with a face full of enthusiasm looking at the royal palace which has now been successfully built. Of course it's huge. This royal palace has a size of almost 40,000 square meters with 1 bedrooms that are ready for use. Come in. We were able to walk around and see the inside of the royal palace. At the same time, the two of us can already store clothes in the room that we will use later. Hashirama nodded and the two of them went straight into the royal palace. When the two of them entered, Hashirama and Rs were immediately greeted with the magnificent interior of the royal palace. Even though it was Rs who built this royal palace, he had only seen it through the previous image and not seen it in person. The two of them started their adventure to see the royal palace from the basement to the 5th floor. After completing their adventure, the two of them immediately went to their respective rooms and began to arrange the clothes they had there. After finishing arranging their clothes, the two of them went straight to the basement, where they poured the water pump to install the water pump. In the previous moment, Rs had purchased knowledge of the water grid and power grid from the system for a total price of 150,000 points of that knowledge. This causes Rs to have a high understanding of the water network and electricity grid and is able to build a water management site and a solar panel power plant. The two of them quickly built the water pump there. Then Rs ordered Hashirama to go to the electricity department and pull the ultra-high voltage cable that he had previously prepared for use by the royal palace so that electricity could be supplied while Rs waited in the backyard of the royal palace where the palace electrical control panel was located. Kingdom exists. Hashirama pulled the power line through the underground as requested by Rs to a depth of 4 meters above the ground level. After the cable was successfully pulled into the backyard of the royal palace, Rs then started to connect the cable to the electrical control panel owned by the royal palace. And when the power cable is successfully connected, Rs immediately pressed the power button and saw that the electric panel was immediately activated and showed various numeric values written there. Succeed. Rs said while smiling excitedly. Succeed? Does that mean that the royal palace is now ready for use? Hashirama asked excitedly. Of course. The royal palace is now usable. Electricity has entered the royal palace. We can use all the facilities in the royal palace. Rs said with a smile. Let's go in. We still need to activate the water pump so that the water in the top barrel can start to be filled. At the same time, we need to test all the devices in the royal palace to see if they are working properly or not. Hashirama nodded excitedly. The two of them immediately walked into the royal palace and started doing the work they had. Chapter 6, Cooperation Talk Evening, Grand Line, Water 7 Island, Galley Law Company, Leader's Office. Iceberg-san, these are the documents that you must review tonight. Khalifa, who is currently serving as the secretary of Iceberg, immediately handed a large number of documents to Iceberg, who was currently sitting at her desk with a look full of fear. Then also, I just got a phone call from the Navy side. They wanted to place an order for 20 large warships. They hope that the ships can be finished by mid-February because they will be used at this time, Khalifa said calmly. Iceberg's face that was previously full of fear became even sadder because the task he currently had was quite a lot. What about the amount of wood we currently have? Is it still enough to build the ship ordered by the Navy? Iceberg asked calmly, but his face didn't say so. We currently have only a small amount of wood in stock and we need to place an order again. There have been quite a number of ship orders in the past few days and the previously stored wood has been used to build the ships. Khalifa said calmly and then continued, Iceberg-san, my work day is over for today. I have to go immediately. Khalifa, can't you stay for a while? For example, helping me in managing this document? That can't be done, Iceberg-san, Khalifa said with a serious look. The document must be reviewed directly by you and must also get your signature directly. I don't have the right or authority to decide that. Iceberg couldn't help but sigh sadly at the large number of documents currently in front of him that had to be reviewed and finalized tonight. Regarding the wood issue, I will try to contact the supplier. I understand. Khalifa nodded. Then I will go first. See you tomorrow, Iceberg's, and Khalifa immediately walked out of Iceberg's office. Watching Khalifa leave, Iceberg felt a sense of pressure as he stared at the collection of documents he had to review one by one. Simultaneously, the Denden Mushi on his desk rang. Iceberg immediately raised the Denden Mushi. Hello, Iceberg is here. Hello, Iceberg-san. Introduce, my name is Ars. I am the king of the Fortis Kingdom. Fortis Kingdom? Iceberg was quite confused because this was the first time he had heard the name of this kingdom, if I may know. What is the purpose of His Highness Fortis contacting me? My goal is to contact you because I want to build a cooperative relationship with the Galley Law Company. Cooperation? Iceberg asked back. Yes. Cooperation. The Galley Law Company itself is very well known throughout the world for its shipbuilding business. Every day there are certainly many orders that come into your company for shipbuilding. This is also what causes your company to definitely need a large amount of wood to fulfill the ship's orders. Incidentally, our kingdom currently has a very large amount of wood and we also want to sell it to be able to get funds to help support our kingdom building program. The quality of our own wood is very good. Although the quality cannot compete with the quality of wood from the Adam tree. However, our wood is only slightly worse than the quality of the wood from Adam's treasure tree. Is what your majesty said true? Iceberg asked seriously. Everything said by me is the truth, Iceberg-san. We have very good quality wood. If indeed the quality of the wood that His Majesty's kingdom has is indeed comparable to what is said, we can build a cooperative relationship. However, I still need to assess the quality. Iceberg said seriously and dignifiedly, since the one talking to him right now was not an ordinary person but a king of a kingdom. No problem. I will send my men to come bring the wood, which will be judged directly by Iceberg-san. Does Iceberg-san have free time tomorrow? I will send my men to meet with Iceberg-san tomorrow if possible. Well, I can tomorrow. Incidentally, at this time our company is in need of wood in very large quantities. That's very good news. Okay, tomorrow my man will come to see you. His name is Hashirama Senju. There is a chance that person will arrive in the morning around 10 a.m. I see. Please request a person from His Excellency Fortis to come directly to our corporate headquarters. I will wait for him here. Well, the communication line stopped while Iceberg's gaze was still staring at his Denden Mushi. Fortis Kingdom? Is this the kingdom that was just built? Iceberg muttered under his breath and shook his head. If the quality of the wood they have is up to par, I think our company will have a new supplier. Besides, I need to set the price back for each shipbuilding. With good quality, the asking price should also be quite high. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Ars Chamber. You have work to do tomorrow, Hashirama Ars said as he looked at Hashirama, who was now standing in front of his desk. Your task tomorrow is to go to Water 7 Island and meet someone named Iceberg in person. That person is the mayor of Water 7 City as well as the leader of the largest shipbuilding company in the world today, the Galley Law Company. You will go there to bring the wood we have for them to judge. You will meet him directly at their company's main office on Water 7 Island. I see. Hashirama nodded seriously. Ars then took out some things from his desk and pushed towards Hashirama. The first item Ars pushed was a storage bracelet. This storage bracelet has a size of 100 cubic meters as storage space. You use this to store wood which will be brought by you along with the money that we will get through the transaction. Hashirama immediately put the storage bracelet into his hand. The second item that Ars pushed was a 10-unit storage capsule. You use this storage capsule to store wood that you will take there later. Each of these storage capsules can hold 50,000 wood. You can fully fill these 2 storage capsules with wood. Because we can't be sure how much wood they want to buy from us. As for the other 8 capsules, you hold them empty. Hashirama nodded and immediately put the storage capsule into his storage bracelet. Ars then pushed 2 eternal poses towards Hashirama. These 2 eternal poses will help you. Eternal pose that has the inscription Kingdom of Fortis. It is the eternal pose that will help you to return to our kingdom. Don't you lose. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to return to our kingdom since the electromagnetic wave field on this island has been set by me and there will be no way for a normal log pose or eternal pose to catch the electromagnetic waves. Only the special eternal pose purchased by the system could capture this island's electromagnetic waves. While for the eternal pose that reads Water 7 Island, this eternal pose will help you as a signpost to the island. Hashirama nodded and immediately put the 2 items into his storage bracelet. Ars then pushed the Denden Mushi together with a small piece of paper. Use this to communicate with me as well as contact the Galley Law Company when you get there. I've written my Denden Mushi number there along with Iceberg's Denden Mushi number. Hashirama nodded back and immediately put the paper into his storage bracelet while the Denden Mushi was tucked away in his clothes pocket. If this conversation goes well, we will start to build a cooperative relationship. It is possible that you will stay for some time there. Because in a matter of negotiation with their side, I will ask for a 50 hours 50 minutes payment 50 hours 50 minutes payout. Hashirama asked in confusion as this was the first time he had heard of this kind of payment method. The 50 hours 50 minutes payout is a half pay. This usually happens in a contract agreement or in other cases. This type of payment usually only pays half using money while the other half is in other forms. In our own case, I would ask Iceberg to pay half the money and the other half the materials used to build the buildings and infrastructure of our kingdom. Iceberg is the mayor of Water 7 Island. He has many connections to the people who own the material company. It would be very easy to ask him to collect the materials compared to us having to do it ourselves, especially our kingdom is currently only known to the people of Fishman Island. However, you cannot depend on them right now. Hashirama nodded. What about the material request? Have you planned the materials that will be requested by us if this cooperation occurs? Already ours nodded. However, I still can't determine the price of each material that we will request since at the moment we still don't know how much wood they will buy us. I have hope that they buy a lot from us, especially now that they are out of wood stock. If they buy a lot, we can earn huge profits while also gathering a large amount of materials needed to build our various infrastructures. Hashirama nodded. Your task this time is to meet with agents of the world government. Regarding the capsule problem you are currently holding. Don't you ever say this is the technology we have. However, say that the capsule or bracelet you use is part of your devil fruit ability. Right now our kingdom should not be seen as conspicuous, especially getting the attention of the world government. If you say it's your devil fruit ability, they will not be interested in it. However, if you say this is our technology, they will use all their abilities to track our kingdom's whereabouts. Even if they can't get it, their actions will only disturb us in the future, especially when recruiting workers later. Ars paused for a moment and continued. However, there is a possibility that we will definitely be noticed by the world government, especially our timber problem. If the world government finds out about this, they will definitely investigate the whereabouts of our kingdom. However, this is not a problem for us. Because, they will definitely only send their agents to track our whereabouts and their movement will definitely not be carried out in full. As long as they only do those moves, we can still move freely. Ars then stopped back and his gaze grew cold. However, Hashirama, if there are agents from the world government who dare to take care of our kingdom's problems, or in other words they dare to try to take actions that have a negative impact on our kingdom, you don't have to hold back. You can immediately kill them and even destroy the entire army sent. If possible, go directly to the headquarters they have. Even though those people have no faults with us. However, they have wronged many people. People like that don't deserve to be in this world anymore. I see. Hashirama nodded seriously. You can already go back to rest. You can start your mission when you finish breakfast tomorrow. Also, there is a possibility that when you leave I will call some of our other friends to come here. New friends? Hashirama's eyes immediately showed excitement. I can't wait for that. Hashirama immediately turned around and left Ars' room excitedly because he was about to make a new friend. While Ars sighed and turned to stare at the starry sky through his bedroom window. World government. You better not mess with me. I'll never take care of the business you guys do. What you do is none of my business. However, if you dare to try to get into my kingdom's affairs and dare to do anything that harms my kingdom, get ready, you have to restrain my anger. Ars muttered with cold eyes. Ars then got off his chair, then walked out of his room towards the Royal Palace Library on the first floor. Arriving there, Ars began to exchange a large number of books needed later, such as information books about devil fruits, electricity network books, water network books, modern building construction books, food ingredients books, and various other types of books. Without the slightest worry, Ars immediately took out his 200,000 points to exchange a large number of useful books and place directly in the library. Chapter 7, Negotiation. The next day. Grand Line, Water 7 Island, Galley Law Company, Chairman's Office. Khalifa, do I have an appointment today for a meeting? Iceberg asked as he stopped his current work and looked at Khalifa, who was on the sofa in his study sorting through the documents that Iceberg had reviewed last night. Khalifa immediately took the document she always carried with her and opened the note. You have some appointments today, Iceberg-san. At 9 o'clock in the morning you have a schedule to come to the inauguration of the hotel which has just been opened by the Iyer family. Then at 10 a.m. later you will have a meal with the owner of the glass company. Khalifa continued to read all the schedules Iceberg had for today. Okay. You can stop. Iceberg-san immediately stopped him because he had a bit of a headache after listening to all the schedules. Do you want me to cancel all activities today? Khalifa asked casually as if this activity had been done by him. You can cancel all activities for today. I have an appointment with someone today. Meeting someone? Khalifa asked with great interest. Yesterday I was just contacted by a king from the Fortis Kingdom. He offered me to cooperate. Their kingdom seems to have good quality wood. Can the words of the king be proven true? Khalifa asked again. Meh. I don't know. Iceberg shook his head and continued. However, today the king of that kingdom has sent an envoy to meet me while letting me assess the quality of the wood they have. As long as the wood is of good quality, we can build a cooperative relationship with them. After all, we currently need a large amount of wood because the current orders for ships have also increased compared to before. I understand. Khalifa nodded and started to carry out the task she had by cancelling all today's appointments. The two of them continued their work until there was a knock on the door and someone could see someone coming inside. Report. Iceberg-san. There is someone named Hashirama sent you from the Fortis Kingdom who wants to meet you. He told me that he had made an appointment with you. Iceberg immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at his subordinate. You can bring him here. I see, Iceberg-san. That person immediately went down to carry out the orders given by Iceberg-san. Khalifa, who was there, also started to tidy up the room since the sofa in the room will be used soon. While Iceberg immediately stopped his work and then walked towards the sofa to wait for Hashirama's arrival. There was another knock on the door as the door swung open. I have brought the person, Iceberg-san. Good work. You can come back. The subordinate immediately left the room. Iceberg's and Khalifa's gazes immediately turned to Hashirama, who smiled friendly at them. Please have a seat, Mr. Hashirama, Khalifa said politely. Thank you. Hashirama immediately took a seat in front of Iceberg, saying, Hello, first meeting. I am Hashirama Senju. I am the one sent by His Majesty to bring the wood to be appraised by you. I'm Iceberg. I am the mayor of this Water 7 city. Iceberg also introduced himself and continued, if you may know. Where is the wood we are going to grade, Mr. Hashirama? Are we going to do the assessment here? If possible. We can do it here. However, if the wood is currently outside the room, we can go to see it. No need. Hashirama shook his head. I've brought the wood. Please rate it directly here. Have you brought it? Khalifa and Iceberg looked slightly confused at Hashirama. Hashirama looked to the side and felt that the size of the area was sufficient. Hashirama immediately took out the wood that had been prepared for an appraisal from the storage bracelet. The wood suddenly appeared in the area beside them. Iceberg and Khalifa were quite surprised to see the appearance of the wood. Are you the possessor of a devil fruit ability, Mr. Hashirama? Iceberg asked hesitantly. Yes. I am the owner of the devil fruit ability. My devil fruit ability can manipulate any inanimate object into an object that serves as a storage area. However, this ability itself is only limited to use by me. If someone else uses an item made by me, they can't do it. Excellent ability, Iceberg said as his gaze fell on the wood to be graded. Instantly his face immediately changed to a surprised expression because the quality of the wood was in accordance with what Ars said. Although the quality is not comparable to the quality of the wood that comes from the Adam tree. However, the quality of the wood in front of Iceberg right now was better than the wood they usually used. What do you think of the wood we have, Iceberg-san? The quality isn't bad, is it? Hashirama asked with a smile. This wood is indeed of very good quality, even slightly worse than the wood from the Adam tree, Iceberg said in a satisfied tone and looked at Hashirama. If I may ask, how much wood does your kingdom have and how much are you prepared to sell to us? Also, what is the price for each of these woods? Currently we have 100,000 wood ready to be sold to you. Everything is now brought by me and ready for you to use. The price for each wood is 500,000 berries. That is the price that our kingdom has set. Hashirama paused and continued, however, our king has other methods of making payments. Another method? Iceberg was a little curious about this. Our kingdom is currently in dire need of materials to build. There are many construction projects that require large amounts of materials. However, if we use the connections we have, it will take a long time to collect these materials. Because of that, our king offered a 50 hours 50 minutes payment to Iceberg-san if you really wanted to buy the wood we had. Iceberg-san only has to pay half the cost of the entire cost using money while the other half uses materials. Of course, Iceberg-san can also choose. Do you want to use this method or use the full payment method? If Iceberg-san chooses to use the 50 hours 50 minutes method, our king will give you a 10% discount. What do you think? Iceberg was immediately tempted to listen to the 10% discount, especially since the wood they would get at this time was the best quality wood if they made an exception for the wood from the Adam tree. Khalifa, are we financially capable of paying for all the wood they offer us? Iceberg asked calmly. Sure, Iceberg-san, Khalifa said as she nodded and looked at Hashirama. You said that if we use the 50 hours 50 minutes payment method, we would get a 10% discount. That means the total payment we have to pay is 45 billion berries, right? That means we have to pay half of it using 22.5 billion berries, right? Sure. Hashirama nodded. Meh. Alright, since we have the money right now, we will buy the wood you have. Iceberg said with a smile, if you may know. What materials would you like to have? May I discuss this with my king? To be honest, we still haven't discussed this matter because we ourselves don't know how much would you want to buy from our side. Of course. Iceberg nodded and looked at Khalifa. Please take Mr. Hashirama to a room where he can use it. I understand. Iceberg-san, Khalifa's gaze looked at Hashirama. Master Hashirama, please come with me. Hashirama immediately followed Khalifa to the room he was going to use. I see. So this woman is an agent sent by the world government here. Hashirama thought and continued his journey together with Khalifa. Hashirama was brought to a room while Khalifa prepared paper and stationery. I will wait for Mr. Hashirama outside. Hashirama immediately took the paper and stationery, then went to the sofa and started calling Rs. How was the job there, Hashirama? Running successfully? Going successfully, Rs. Iceberg chose to buy all the wood we had. On top of that, he also chose the method of making a 50 hours 50 minutes payment. That's great news. Rs paused for a moment and continued, then wait a moment. I will determine the price of each item. We will ask them. Well, Hashirama waited for a while until Rs finished determining the price of each material they needed. Hashirama calmly began to write down the materials and the amount of the price that had been determined by Rs on the paper given to him. Hashirama, as I said before, chances are you'll be staying there for some time. You currently have no money to use. You can find it by becoming a pirate hunter. However, you should not use your current appearance. Change your appearance when you become a pirate hunter. Also, if you can use the money you get from doing pirate hunting to buy room equipment that will be used by the workers. Buy equipment that is of the highest quality. I see. After finishing, the communication call was immediately cut off and Hashirama immediately walked out of the room. Miss Khalifa, I'm done. Let's go back. Khalifa nodded and immediately brought Hashirama back to Iceberg's study. Iceberg-san, these are the materials we need as well as the price of each one. Iceberg immediately took the paper and looked at it for a moment. If I may ask, how long will it take for you to collect the materials? Hashirama asked again. Iceberg didn't answer immediately and gave it to Khalifa. How long do you think we can collect these materials, Khalifa? Khalifa received the paper and looked at it for a moment. It will take us about 10 days to collect all these materials, Iceberg-san. This material has a very large amount. We need time to collect them. It took us about 10 days to collect them. Would Mr. Hashirama be okay with waiting that long? No problem. Hashirama nodded. We're not too hasty in building a project either. Hashirama then took out his small piece of paper and handed it to Iceberg. This is my Den Mushi number. If Iceberg-san had gathered all the materials we wanted, please contact me. I see. Iceberg accepted the paper and then put it in his pocket. My ruse here is finished. I still have to do something my king ordered. Please excuse me. Hashirama immediately left the galley law company office and began his temporary job as a pirate hunter. Meanwhile, Khalifa also went straight to her work by starting to contact every boss of the material company to buy large quantities of materials from their side. Some time passed. Evening. Water 7 Island, Blue Nose Bar. Do any of you know about the Fortis Kingdom? Khalifa asked her 4 co-workers. The 4 people are Kaku, Lucy, and Blueno. The 4 of them are Cypher Pal 9 agents assigned by the world government to obtain the blueprints for Pluto's design, which they assume are in the hands of Iceberg. Fortis Kingdom? Kaku asked while raising his brow. I have never heard of this kingdom. Is there anything interesting about the kingdom? One of their emissaries previously came to meet with Iceberg to discuss the matter of the cooperative relationship. Their kingdom seemed to be a kingdom that had good quality wood resources. Earlier, a cooperative relationship was established and now the galley law company already has another place to supply wood. Khalifa said calmly and continued, do we need to report this? No need. Lucy said calmly, our job here is to find the blueprints held by Iceberg. We don't have to deal with this problem. We have to focus on searching for the blueprints for Pluto's ship design. We understand. Khalifa and Kaku nodded. Oh yes. Blueno. Do you have any information regarding a famous bounty hunter this afternoon? Kaku suddenly asked. Bounty hunter? Khalifa asked while raising her brow. Don't you know? There was a bounty hunter who had destroyed a fleet belonging to a group of pirates. All pirate captains were killed by that person very sadly. Even when that person wants to exchange his gifts with the navy, that person only carried the heads of each of those pirate captains. Your wish cannot be fulfilled, Kaku. I don't have any information about that person. Blueno shook his head. I think that person just left and started his job as a bounty hunter. I have also heard about that person, Lucy said seriously. There is a possibility that the world government will try to recruit him to join. Especially that person is rumored to have the skills to use hockey abilities very well. Lucy paused for a moment and continued, one of us will likely be sent to try and recruit him. You all have to be careful. That person's strength is not as simple as it seems. The three of them nodded. The four of them continued their conversation. However, the four of them did not stay together for too long for fear of being discovered by others. The four of them did not know that the conversation they were having had been listened to by the currently famous pirate hunter, Hashirama Senju. However, it wasn't Hashirama's real body that came to do the reconnaissance but his clone that Hashirama had sent earlier. The clone immediately disappeared from that location and passed the memory it had acquired to Hashirama. Chapter 8, Transaction 10 days past. Waters 7 Island, Waters 7 Hotel, Room 102. Today is the day, isn't it? Currently in the hotel room he was in. Hashirama was currently communicating with Ars. Yes. This is the day. I have also observed a few days ago that there were many ships carrying goods coming to this island and unloading large quantities of materials which were probably the materials ordered by us. Good. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Those people from the world government, they were trying to recruit you back, were they? Yes. Only once did they do it. After that they never came back. That's great news. It's too troublesome to deal with them. Ars paused again and continued. The things that I asked you to buy, you all bought them, didn't you? Stay cool. Everything was bought by me, Hashirama said calmly. Oh, yes. How are you from our friends? Have they been able to adapt to this world? They have started to adapt. Currently Kajin and others are also getting excited to start the work they have. Later when you have got the items we want, tell me right away. I will immediately gather everyone in the meeting room. We will hold a meeting to discuss various things. I see the communication line is immediately closed. Suddenly Hashirama's den mushi rang again and immediately Hashirama picked it up. Hello, Hashirama here. Mr. Hashirama, it's me, Iceberg. How is Iceberg-san? Is our order ready? Of course. We've got everything ready. Mr. Hashirama can directly come to our #1 shipyard. I'm already here waiting for you at the entrance. I understand, I will be there soon. Hashirama immediately closed the communication line and immediately rushed out of the hotel while checking out to the hotel waiter because he was not going to stay in this hotel anymore. Hashirama rushed towards the shipyard #1 and saw Iceberg as well as several people already there. Master Hashirama. Iceberg immediately greeted Hashirama's arrival politely. Master Hashirama, introduce the two people who are currently with me are Polly and also Kaku. Both are great foremen in our shipyard. Hashirama Senju. Nice to meet you. Hashirama immediately extended his hand towards the two. Paul. Nice to meet you too. Polly immediately extended his hand in response. Kaku. Same with Polly. Kaku also returned the greeting and continued, Master Hashirama, if I may know, where is your kingdom located? I myself have never heard of this kingdom of yours. Our kingdom is located in the Grand Line territory. Our kingdom is a newly built kingdom and the location is quite remote. It's natural for you to never hear anything about our kingdom. I see. Kaku nodded and discontinued his question. Kaku, Polly. Okay. Iceberg-san. Kaku and Polly immediately walked towards the entrance of the shipyard and began to slowly push the door of the shipyard with their physical strength. Wow! Great physical strength, Hashirama exclaimed with a smile. It only takes skill to become a foreman at our shipyard, Mr. Hashirama. That person must also have strong strength to be able to open this door, Iceberg replied calmly. Let's go in. Iceberg immediately took the lead towards the warehouse, which was the location for the storage of materials that had been prepared by them. When Hashirama got there, Hashirama saw that there were 5 large warehouses used by Iceberg to store the materials he ordered. Master Hashirama, these are all the materials you requested. Besides, Iceberg's gaze immediately turned to the person who was currently carrying a large number of large black suitcases and placed them directly in front of Hashirama. This is our half payment in cash. Everything inside total 22.5 billion berries. If Mr. Hashirama wants, it can be checked first. No need. Hashirama shook his head. Our king has faith in you. I am sure that you will not deceive us. Of course. There's no way Iceberg-san would do something like that. He is an honorable man. Polly said in a tone full of pride. Hashirama's gaze then turned to Iceberg. Where do I need to put the wood? You can put it in that empty area over there. Iceberg immediately pointed at an area that currently had nothing there with a fairly large size. Hashirama nodded and immediately took out his storage capsule. Hashirama then threw the 2 storage capsules into an empty area and immediately exploded and emitted thick smoke. Slowly the smoke began to dissipate and reveal a large amount of high-quality wood neatly arranged. Hueco whistled, "What an interesting ability. If only we had such capability in our shipyard. We will have no difficulty in delivering goods that would." As expected of Iceberg-san, the wood he got was of very good quality. Polly said excitedly after seeing the wood. Hashirama immediately took his storage capsule and walked towards Iceberg. "I have given your order for wood. I can already take what belongs to us, can't I? Please." Hashirama immediately put all the materials as well as cash into the storage capsule below him at this time and also into the storage bracelet. After finishing storing all the items that currently belong to him, Hashirama walked back towards Iceberg. "My business here is done. I must return immediately to report my mission to His Majesty. If your company needs a supply of wood again, please contact me directly. We currently have a large supply of wood and will always be ready to sell it to you." "I see. I will definitely do it." Hashirama immediately left the place. When he was far enough away, Hashirama immediately used his ability to fly and immediately left Water 7 Island to return immediately. When he was flying, Hashirama immediately contacted Ars using his Den Mushi. "Ars, I'm back. I will likely arrive at the kingdom within 15 minutes, okay? When you arrive, you ask your clone to manage everything. You come straight to the meeting room. We will immediately start the meeting as well as you can meet our friends." "I see." Hashirama immediately turned off his Den Mushi and started increasing his flight speed to return to the Fortis Kingdom. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Ars Chamber. "Kaguya, you asked everyone to come to the meeting room immediately." Hashirama was already on his way back. "We will start the meeting soon. Also ask Juichiro, Jin, and Kojiro to prepare snacks and light drinks that we will consume during the meeting. The meeting will discuss many things and it is likely that we will be there for a long time." ICRs immediately closed the communication connection and immediately walked out of his room to go to the meeting room to discuss various things. Several minutes passed. Hashirama has finally arrived safely back in the kingdom of Fortis. Hashirama immediately made 5 clones of his and began to give orders to organize the items they got and manage the room equipment problems in the workers' residences. After finishing managing the tasks that his clones have and giving the storage capsules he is holding to his clones, Hashirama immediately rushed to the meeting room to join the meeting this time. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the door of the meeting room. Hashirama immediately opened the door of the room and saw besides Ars who was there. There were 9 people who were already there consisting of 7 men and 2 women. "Finally you have arrived." Hashirama. Ars immediately smiled welcoming Hashirama's arrival. "Please close the meeting room door and take a chair for you to use. We will start the meeting this time after you get to know our other friends." Everyone's gazes were on Hashirama at this time. Hashirama smiled at them politely and walked towards the seats in the front row next to his friends. "Okay. In that case, I will help introduce each of you." Whoever was mentioned immediately stood up so Hashirama could know your names and faces. The 9 people nodded with the order from Ars. "Let's get started. Hashirama Senju, head of the Intelligence Department. Loelmana, head of the Fortis Kingdom's Department of Foreign Affairs. Shinigami Kaguya, head of the Fortis Kingdom's Treasury Department. Kaijin, head of Fortis Royal Shipbuilding. Garm, head of Fortis Royal House Construction and Equipment. Myard, Deputy Chief of Shipbuilding Royal Fortis. Dord, Deputy Head of Fortis Royal House Construction and Equipment. Spajuichiru, Royal Palace Chef. Dojimajin, Royal Palace Chef. Shinamiya Kojiro, Chef of the Royal Palace. Ars began to introduce them one by one to Hashirama while also mentioning the positions they would hold in the Fortis Kingdom. After the 9 people were introduced, Hashirama also introduced himself and the position held by him in this kingdom. "Okay. I hope you guys can have a good relationship. Because starting today we are colleagues as well as friends. Because the introduction problem is over. Let's start the meeting this time." Instantly the previously relaxed atmosphere turned serious. The Fortis Kingdom's first meeting has finally begun. Chapter 9, the meeting begins. We will start this meeting with a report on the mission that has just been carried out by Hashirama. Ars gaze stared at Hashirama. "Please Hashirama. Give your mission report for everyone to know." Hashirama nodded and immediately pointed the microphone on his desk close to him. "Some time ago I received a mission to travel to Water 7 Island. The mission given to me was to sell the wood produced by our kingdom to the Galley Law Company shipyard located on Water 7 Island. This mission was a success. I managed to sell 100,000 units of our wood to the shipyard at a price of 500,000 berries per unit. The payments made by them to us used the 50 hours 50 minutes method on the proposal that Ars gave them all with a 10% discount if they use that payment method. The total payment for all the timber we sold to the Galley Law Company shipyard was 50 billion berries. However, due to the discount cut given by us to them, they only had to pay 45 billion berries. Meanwhile, The payment method we use is the 50 hours 50 minutes payment method. We only received 22.5 billion berries and the rest we paid for the purchase of materials that are currently needed in the construction of this royal building. All materials and money used in payment have been received by me. The materials are currently stored in each warehouse according to the relevant department by my clone, while the money is currently stored in this storage bracelet of mine. Then, there were also several other additional tasks given to me, namely the purchase of a set of equipment placed in the building which will later be used by the workers. As many as 1,000 units have been successfully buzzed, purchase of ingredients and food seasonings, purchase of rice seeds, vegetables, and fruit, and also the purchase of a set of room equipment that will be used in the rooms on board, as many as 1,000 units. Currently, all these items have been successfully purchased and are currently stored and managed by my clone apart from the mission. There is also other work that I do while carrying out the mission given to me. The mission is to become a pirate hunter. In this work, I have managed to collect as many as 2.5 billion berries on this work. The money from becoming a pirate hunter was also stored in the storage bracelet that was currently being used by me. That's the report. Good job. Ars nodded and continued. Soon after this meeting is over, you immediately went to save all the money you got into the royal palace's warehouse. Then you go to Kaguya to report the expenses for this mission. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Kaguya. You record the financial amount we have and give it to me in the form of a document. No need to be too complicated in the recording. The most important thing is that it can still be read well and is not complicated. I see. Kaguya nodded. Okay. We're on to our next topic of conversation. Currently, we already have the materials to build houses and infrastructure in this kingdom. However, at the moment we still don't have the manpower to do this. I currently have a plan to recruit a large number of people to accelerate the construction of this empire that we have. Ars gaze then turned to Kajin and the others. How many workers do you need? Kajin immediately brought his microphone closer. The four of us have talked about this before. Each of us needed 125 workers who would later work under our leadership. We have a plan to form 5 teams where each team will contain 25 members and each team will handle the construction of a building. This can also help increase the speed of the kingdom's development, especially regarding the problem of houses that will later be occupied by residents who are planned to be built in large numbers. I see. Ars nodded and his gaze fell on Spa and the others. What about you guys? Do you need an additional chef who will assist in preparing breakfast, lunch, and breakfast for us and the workers in the future? Not yet, Ars Jin immediately answered as he brought his microphone closer. We can still handle it if it's only that amount. Yes, Juichiru nodded and said, the number 450 alone is still quite a bit. We can still handle it, although the number will still increase. As long as the number of workers still has not penetrated 1,000 workers. We can still deal with the problem of the food they eat. After all, the kitchen that we got to use has excellent facilities. With a kitchen like that, it's easy to handle that large number of workers, Kojiro replied calmly. Well then, for the chef's section there will be no additional workers, Ars said while looking at Kaguya. What about your department? Do you want to recruit employees to work under your leadership? Just like Joichiru and the others. Right now I can still handle if the money our kingdom has is less than 100 billion berries. There is no need for additional employees for my department, Kaguya replied calmly. I think we should estimate the number of royal palace maids who will be recruited later. Loelmana said calmly, because with us recruiting a large number of construction workers in our kingdom, we also need waiters who help in removing any food they eat and also cleaning all the utensils used. Besides, we currently have a royal palace. We are obliged to recruit servants to assist in cleaning this royal palace. Ars nodded. How many do you think we need to recruit? We can recruit as many as 50 royal palace maids. Hashirama said calmly. I think that amount alone is sufficient for now in handling the matter of cleaning the royal palace and also helping in preparing dishes and cleaning all the tableware that will be used by the construction workers later. 50 servants, huh? I think that's a good amount. Not too much and not too little either. We can arrange 35 people to do the task of keeping the royal palace clean while the other 15 maids will be in charge of handling the problems of the dishes that the construction workers will eat and also cleaning the tableware used. Loelmana replied calmly. I agree with Iowa's words, Kaguya said. 50 servants is neither too much nor too little. That's a sufficient number for us to recruit at this time. Ars nodded and looked at the others. What do you think? All of them had the same voice as Hashirama and the others. They agreed with the decision to recruit 50 servants who would later work in the royal palace. Okay. Currently, we will have a plan to recruit 500 construction workers as well as 50 royal palace maids. Ars gaze then looked at Kajin and the others. The 4 of you will be in charge of recruitment matters for construction workers, we understand. Kajin and the others nodded seriously. Ars gaze then turned to Loelmana. As for the maids of the royal palace, Iowa, this task will be left to you. I see. Loelmana nodded. Ours, if we are going to do the recruitment. It would be best if Iowa and the others were provided with an information crystal ball. With the crystal ball, we can find out the information possessed by people who come to apply for jobs to us. At the same time, we can know whether they are spies sent by the world government or not, Hashirama said in a serious tone. Stay cool. I have thought about this. Ars nodded. Later on, you will also come along with them during this task. You will be their guard during this recruitment task. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars gaze then turned to spun the others. Which of the three of you wants to accompany them? They must be followed by one of you to meet their food needs. Instantly Juichiro immediately raised his hand with an excited look. Let me go. Ars didn't feel strange about Juichiro's response since Juichiro is someone who likes to travel and see new things. What do you two think? Do you agree with Juichiro leaving? I don't have a problem with that. Jin nodded. Yes. With him gone, I can be free from his distractions. Kojiro said in a slightly annoyed tone. Hey, Kojiro. Let's just say, you're just annoyed that you can't make a dish better than me, Juichiro immediately said with a grin. What did you say? As usual, Kojiro was immediately provoked by this. You too. Jin said seriously, stop your stupid bickering right now. We're in a meeting now. If you want to fight, do it after this. HMPH. Juichiro and Kojiro immediately sniffed with discontent while turning their faces back to the front. Thank you, Jin, Ars said with a smile which got a nod from Jin. Ars, regarding the workers we will recruit later. How about we offer them to become citizens of our kingdom? Hashirama gave a suggestion. That was my plan, Ars nodded. Later at the time of recruitment, we will try to offer whoever is chosen to become a worker, we will offer to become a citizen of our kingdom in exchange for a second unit house and a third unit house that we will build later. We just need to adjust how many family members they have. If they have family members as many as 3-4 people, we can arrange for them to house the second unit. Meanwhile, if their family members are more than 4 people, we will arrange it to the third unit house. Ars paused for a moment and continued again. Besides, at the time of recruitment later, we will divide into 2 types of workers. Ordinary workers and contract workers. Ordinary workers and contract workers. Kaguya asked while raising her brow. Ordinary worker is an employee whose salary will be paid every month. Meanwhile, contract workers are workers whose salaries have been paid in full for 3 months. These contract workers are workers who still have families and currently, they are the backbone of the family. We will immediately pay their full salary for 3 months so that the money can be used by their families while waiting for their families to be picked up and brought to this kingdom. In that case, it can be said that ordinary workers are workers who only live to provide for themselves? Loelmana asked. Yes. Aries nodded. How much salary will we give to the workers, Ars? Jin asked in a serious tone. At this time it has not been determined. Determination of this salary will also be discussed at this meeting. Ars paused and continued, in your opinion, how much salary should be given? Ars' gaze stared at Kaguya. The value of money in this world is the same as the value of money where you lived before. Ars' gaze then turned to Juichiro and the others, same with you guys too. The value of this world's money is the same as the value of the money you use at your place. Regarding the salary issue, I'll skip this matter, Ars, Kajin said as he raised his hand. I don't have any understanding of this. Suitugaram and the others also added. No problem. Ars nodded and looked at Kaguya and the others. How much do you think? Kaguya touched her chin and thought for a moment. Usually the workers who worked at the place where I lived before, their average monthly income ranged from 300,000 yen to 400,000 yen. 300,000 yen to 400,000 yen. Is that a lot? Loelmana asked with great interest. That's a very small amount, Juichiro suddenly said. If indeed the value of money in our world is the same as that of this world, then the value of our money is the same as that of Kaguya's residence. 300,000 to 400,000 berries alone, that value is quite a bit. Usually, that amount can only be used by one person to meet his needs. For this time, I agree with Juichiro's opinion, Kojiro said seriously. If we want to regulate the income that the citizens of our kingdom receive, at least don't give them a low income. We can adjust the income they get as much as 700,000 berries to 800,000 berries. Don't forget about the bonuses they get through their work attitude. Because usually, the employees themselves will have a salary that is received outside of their basic salary. Jin nodded. We need to sort out the issue of giving bonuses to their work attitude problem, Rs. This is something that must be done so that workers can work with enthusiasm to aim for the bonus. Before discussing the bonus issue, shouldn't we discuss the issue of base salary first? Kaguya asked, or, is it final with the salary value given by Kojiro? I myself have no problem with the 700,000 to 800,000 salaries that will be given to them later, Juichiro said calmly. After all, it's just the basic salary they get. There is still a salary from the bonuses they can get from their work attitude. Of course, the salary obtained from the work attitude bonus will not be very small compared to the basic salary that will be received later, right? What do you think, Jin? Do you agree with the salary value that will be given later? Asked Ars while looking at Jin. No problem, Jin nodded. That value in itself is already high enough for a base salary issue. Usually, such a salary will only be obtained by someone who holds the position of a manager in a company. What about you, Kaguya? Do you still have an opinion on this? Ars asked back while looking at Kaguya. Kaguya thought for a moment then said, will our kingdom ever have taxes? Sure, Ars nodded. We will also discuss that later in this meeting. I see Kaguya nodded and continued. In that case, I have no problem with the value of the base salary. However, we also need to adjust the bonuses given to those workers. In my opinion, 500,000 berries are enough to give them as a bonus that they get through their work attitude. With an additional 500,000 from their basic salary. The monthly salary they can get has exceeded the 1 million berries mark. 500,000 berries, huh? I think that's a good amount. Ars nodded and looked the other way. What do you think? No opinion, Jin said. The value given by Kaguya is the same as the value I had thought of before. Juichiro and Kojiro had no problem with this either. Okay. Then it has been determined. The salary that will be given to the workers is 750,000 berries as the value of the determination, while they will also get a bonus salary for their work attitude which is worth 500,000 berries. Up to this point, does anyone have any other opinions? No one has an opinion because everyone agrees on this. Chapter 10, End of Meeting. Well, the discussion about the salary issue that will be given to employees has been completed. We will go into the next discussion, namely the tax issue. Ars Lowellman suddenly called out and continued. The discussion on the salary issue of the workers is over. However, the salary itself is only limited to workers who have just entered work here. Will they ever have an increase in their salary? I agree with Iowa's suggestion, Ars Kaguya said. We can't keep the salary they receive as 750,000 berries. At the very least, they should also have an increase in the salary they get every year. We can try to arrange an increase in the salary they get every year by 50,000 berries. Although the amount is small, however, many people will be happy with the increase in the income they receive. This can also increase the morale of their performance. Good advice. Ars nodded and looked at everyone. What do you think about this suggestion? I think this advice is very good and worth our use. Since everyone who will work for us later, there must be a majority who live as the breadwinner of their family. It is not only himself who must be fulfilled, but there are people whose needs must also be fulfilled by that person. No comment. I agree with this suggestion, Kojiro said calmly. Everyone immediately agreed with the suggestion. Okay. If so, it has been determined that there will be an increase in the basic salary received by a person every year by 50,000 berries, said Ars in a valid tone. Speaking of salary, Ars Hashirama suddenly spoke. What about us? Will we also get a salary later? Of course. Ars nodded. I already considered your own salary. Through this meeting we held and also discussed the issue of giving salaries to our employees. I have chosen for the post of department head, royal palace chef, and equivalent positions to receive a salary of 5 million berries, and the bonus will be adjusted according to the bonuses received by the employees. Then for the position of deputy department and equivalent to that position, you will receive a salary of 4 million berries, and the bonus will also be adjusted to the bonus received by the employee. 5 million berries? That's a huge amount. Guya said calmly. There's no need to think about that. After all, you guys are my friends. You are also co-workers who helped me in building this empire. Your task is the most difficult. Of course, you should be rewarded commensurate with the work you did. Ars paused for a moment and continued. Okay. We started discussing the next issue related to tax issues. About the tax issue. We can divide our royal tax into 4 parts, Ars Kaguya said. Salary tax, building tax, sales tax, and import tax. Regarding the payroll tax issue, I think we can arrange it starting from someone's income that exceeds the 1 million berries mark. Jin added, I think if you follow the conditions in my previous world, someone with an income of 1 million berries is already quite large. We have to oblige the workers who receive this 1 million berries pay to bring the tax expense. Then, we can also classify these taxpayers into several levels. Do you have any ideas regarding that? Ars asked looking at Jin. Jin nodded. The first tiers are people who have a salary of 1 to 5 million berries. We can take 5% tax from their salary. The second tier are people who have a salary of 5 to 10 million berries. We can take 10% of their salary tax. The third tier are people who have a salary of 10 to 15 million berries. We can take 15% tax from their salary. The fourth tier are people who have a salary of 15 to 20 million berries. We can take 20% of their salary tax. While the fifth tier is people who have a salary of more than 20 million berries will get a tax of 25%. What about the problem of someone with a salary? For example, he gets a salary of 5 million? Should he get a pay cut in the first tier or the second tier? Hashirama asked. We can categorize these people into first-rate taxes, Lowellmana replied. Since 5 million is also the limit of their income, we can pull it down and don't pull it up. However, if their income has exceeded me slightly or counted 1 berries is higher than 5 million berries, we will tax them by 10%. Good advice given by Iowa. Kojiro said, I agree with this. We can't deduct someone with a salary of 5 million berries with a 10% tax. Since at the first level of tax, the amount has also been mentioned. Alright, Ars nodded. Does anyone here have any other income related to this? Otherwise, we will agree to the suggestion made by Jin and Iowa. Everyone unanimously immediately expressed their agreement. We went into the building tax. We will follow the rules imposed by our residents at that time so that the calculations are not too complicated. We will arrange this residence tax payment issue once a year. Payment of this tax will be calculated if a person owns 1 building in his name. We will ask for payment of the building tax as much as 2% of the total annual income earned by him. Meanwhile, if someone owns 2 buildings in this kingdom in his name, we will demand a payment of 4% of his total annual income. It means that every person owns 1 building in this kingdom. We will increase the tax on building payments by 2% of the total income they have each year? Lowellmana asked. Yes. Like that, Ars nodded. This is also to be able to maintain stability for the purchase of buildings in large numbers of people. We also need to limit the number of buildings a person owns in his name to just 5 buildings. Ars said back, what do you think about this opinion? Does anyone disagree or does anyone have another opinion? The building tax provisions that you have given, I think is the best for us to use. Kaguya said. Everyone else immediately gave their approval. Because you agreed. We will use the policy made by me, Ars said. Next is the matter of sales tax and also the import tax of goods to this kingdom. What do you think? We can set this item tax issue at 5% for every item sold in this kingdom as well as items that enter this kingdom, Lowellmana said. 5% itself is quite a small amount and not too big for the tax problem we collect. From there, we can't give this tax too high. Because every trader should also have some kind of profit. Also, if we increase the price of this tax to a high point, the price of items in our kingdom will also become very expensive. With a high price, it will be difficult for the newcomers to come to our kingdom to buy anything. I agree with this, Kaguya nodded. We can't charge too much tax. The price of goods in this kingdom will rise high beyond the existing market treasures. Even though the citizens of our kingdom can afford it. However, it is different with immigrants. They probably won't be able to afford it because of the salary issues they receive. It is impossible for them to receive a very large salary. Because if we ignore my previous world, people in this world will receive a salary of 300,000 berries to 400,000 berries or maybe more or less because this world itself is still a world governed by discrimination and other things. If we set the issue of payment as much as 5% for goods and 5% for the problem of importing goods, does that mean that if an item comes in from outside our kingdom and is then sold in this kingdom, the tax that must be borne by that item is 10%? Hashirama asked. Of course, Kojiro nodded. That's a risk for someone selling goods from outside the kingdom. The same is true where we lived before. There is an import tax like this which causes the price of goods obtained from outside where we live is more expensive than the price at the place of manufacture. Iowa's idea we can follow, Ars said. Does anyone have any other opinion on this? Everyone immediately expressed their attitude to agree regarding this matter. Okay. Because you have agreed to this. The tax discussion issue has now been completed. We will go into the next discussion. Ars paused for a moment and continued to stare at Hashirama. Hashirama, because of the assignment you got yesterday. Take tomorrow to rest. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars' gaze then turned to Kajin and the others. I want the 4 of you to prepare yourselves. After the day Hashirama rested, I want you to build 4 large ships with each of them having 200 usable rooms. Since we currently have plans for recruiting, we must also have a vehicle for their transportation to our kingdom. How do we build it, Ars? Kajin asked. Currently we don't have any subordinates to assist us in carrying out this task. You don't have to worry about that, Ars said. There's Hashirama. You can ask his help to form a clone. Hashirama can make 1,000 clones of himself and his clone abilities are also very good. You can ask him to give you some clones that will work with you. Regarding the matter of tools for you to use, I will have it ready when the day of the build arrives. You can also use all the wood in the wood department's warehouse. Everyone's gaze immediately turned to Hashirama with shocked faces upon hearing this. Even though they had heard from Ars that Hashirama was strong, they did not expect Hashirama to be such a strong person. Regarding the problem of ship design, Later I will get the design from the system shop. You just need to prepare yourself. You guys must have learned all the things I asked for beforehand, right? Of course. Kajun said proudly, electric grid, water grid, modern building construction, and all the things you asked for we've all earned. We just need to directly implement it. That's good. Ars nodded and his gaze returned to Hashirama. Hashirama, besides later you will form clones to help Kajun and others in building a ship. You will also later help me install the electricity network for street lights and start cutting trees in the rice area. We have been able to start the rice field development plan there. I see. Hashirama nodded. Ars Lowellman suddenly called back, regarding the matter of recruitment that will be done later. Where are we going to do the recruitment? We will try to do recruitment in this new world region. There is a kingdom called the Prudence Kingdom which is located not too far from our current kingdom. We can try to recruit there. I will try to talk to the king of that kingdom. Whether we can do it or not. Ars paused for a moment and continued, if it's not possible to recruit the workers there, I'll try to have a conversation with Iceberg later. Can we recruit workers on Water 7 Island, or maybe we can do recruitment in the kingdom of Alabasta? For the kingdom of Alabasta, we can try to recruit the palace maids there. If indeed we intend to conduct recruitment in the kingdom of Prudence, how about we establish an allied relationship with them? Lowellman asked. After all, their kingdom is very famous for its large number of livestock. We currently also have plans to build a farm. Wouldn't it be a good thing to do it? Good idea. Ars nodded. I will consider this. For now, we better focus on what we need now. Also, Loa, your knowledge has increased compared to before. He. Of course, Lowellman said with a sweet smile. Of course Iowa increased her knowledge. Who doesn't want to be praised by someone she likes? Juichiro said in a teasing tone which made Lowellman blush instantly. Ars didn't really care about this and just looked at Kaguya. Arrange the funds that will be used during the trip to conduct recruitment. The funds you set are 1 month's travel funds along with the funds that will be used as payment for contract employees. We arrange the funds for 550 people which we will recruit later because we also don't know how many contract workers we will recruit. Besides that, also set the salary issue that you will receive this month. I see. Kaguya nodded. Okay. Today's meeting ends here. Ars gaze looked at Kajun and the others. After this, meet me in my room. I will submit the design of the ship that you will later build. You learn today and tomorrow so that when Hashirama returns to duty, you can understand the shipbuilding already. We understand. The 4 of them nodded. After the meeting was closed, everyone immediately left the meeting room to do their own activities. Chapter 11, Approval. 7 days passed. Several days had passed since the first meeting held by the Fortis Kingdom ended. There's been a lot going on these past few days. The first thing was the start of the construction of a ship that would later be used by the Kingdom of Fortis to transport 550 people who would later work in the Kingdom of Fortis. The previous plan was to build 4 ships. However, after some deliberation, Ars immediately diverted his previous plan by only building 3 ships. The ships were built by Kajun, Garm, and Dord. Meanwhile, Myard was assigned to build the main road using paving blocks. The second thing was that Ars had summoned someone else to came to this world. The person was named Shinahori and currently held the position of head of the Fortis Royal Library Department. The third thing that happened in the past few days was that Ars and Hashirama had managed to install street lights on the main streets of the Fortis Kingdom. The third thing that happened was an increase in the number of solar panels owned by the Electricity Department. Previously, the number of solar panels owned only amounted to 240 units. Currently, Ars has increased the number to 360 units, which means that the Electricity Department can generate 3,600,000 watts of electrical energy every day, equivalent to 3,600 kWt. The fourth thing that happened was that Hashirama had finished felling trees in the rice area and while building paddy fields which amounted to 24,950 lands built by Hashirama. In addition to completing logging in the rice area, Hashirama has also succeeded in logging in the area where housing will be built later. The number of houses that will be built, among others, for the first unit house is 150 units. The second unit house is 1,000 units. Meanwhile, for the third unit house, there are 1,000 units. Ars limited the construction of these 3 housing units because the problem required a very large land to build one housing unit. For example, for the first unit house, the yard needed to build this house is 1,500 square meters. The second unit house requires a yard of 700 square meters. Meanwhile, the third unit house requires a yard of 850 square meters to build it. The second unit house and the third unit house are houses that are built for exclusive use. The house was intended for the first people who came to the Kingdom of Fortis and became citizens of this kingdom. For those who accept it, they will get the house for free. The fifth thing that happened was the construction of a water pump in the rice field area, which would later help drain the water in the river to the paddy fields. Ars bought as many as 50 water pumps in the system, and with Hashirama's help, they both managed to install water pumps in designated places, along with the installation of small pipes that pass through every existing rice field. The sixth thing is the calling of a new person, namely Ishiki Sadasi, who serves as deputy head of the Department of Agriculture in the field of rice. Due to his arrival, the Agriculture Department has already started running by starting to do their work in the rice field. Ishiki, with the help of Hashirama's clones, managed to sow all the rice seeds on the land in just 2 working days, and currently Ishiki only needs to monitor the rice fields every day. It takes 3 months for rice to be harvested. Ishiki currently still does not need workers to assist him in carrying out his duties. The seventh thing that happened was due to the hard work put in by Kajin and the others. 3 units of ships that will be used as a means of transportation used by the Kingdom of Fortis in transporting workers have been successfully built. Along with the completion of the construction of the 3 ships, Myard has also successfully completed the construction of the main road project using paving blocks. Myard also did not forget to build a paving block on a small road that had been built by Hashirama, which later became a residential road. The current development of the Fortis Kingdom can be said to be going very well, and there are no obstacles at all. The lives of Ars and the others also went on quietly and peacefully. Grand Line, Water 7 Island, Galley Law Company, Chairman's Office. Iceberg-san, the Navy has given us a counter-response. They didn't mind the new price we gave them. They just hope that the ship they ordered can be finished within the time they set. Khalifa immediately reported to Iceberg regarding the Navy's response. The wood used by the Galley Law Company today is not the wood they used before. The price of the boats they sell is also increasing because the wood they use is of good quality, and the purchase price is also quite expensive. Meh. That's good. Iceberg nodded. What about the development of the Navy's shipbuilding? How many ships have Polly and others completed already? Currently 12 ships have been completed by them, Khalifa said calmly. The work for the shipbuilding ordered by the Navy can only be handled by Polly, Kaku, and Lucy. Meanwhile, the other foremen could not help in handling the ship orders because we still have many ship orders that we have received. Meh. No problem. The point is we can still finish it in time, right? Of course, Iceberg-san. Simultaneously, the Denden Mushi on Iceberg's desk rang. Iceberg immediately raised the Denden Mushi. Hello, Iceberg is here. It's me, Iceberg-san. Ars Iceberg was a little surprised by who it was that called out to him. Does King Fortis need anything from me? Asked Iceberg politely. Yes. I just wanted to discuss something with you, Iceberg-san. Talk about something? Please, this is it. As you know, our kingdom is currently under a massive construction project. We are currently short of workers who will later work as construction workers in our kingdom, and we currently have plans to recruit workers. The people who lived on Water 7 Island were people who had excellent construction skills. I have a plan to recruit them to work in my kingdom. Also, if possible, I have the desire to offer them to become citizens of our kingdom. If I may ask, will our kingdom be able to recruit in Water 7 City? I see. Iceberg nodded. I have no problem with the actions taken by King Fortis. Your kingdom can do it. However, it all depends on the citizens of this Water 7 City. Are they willing or not? No problem. My people will try to convince them later. I just want to ask your permission to carry out this activity because at this time our kingdom really needs construction workers and also citizens to settle in this kingdom. Even if you didn't even ask me for permission, you can still do it, King Fortis. I can't do such a thing, Iceberg-san. Ars said seriously. You are the mayor of Water 7 City. Water 7 City is your territory. I as a newcomer have to ask permission to do all the actions that are in your territory. If I don't do it without your knowledge, it's very rude of me to do that. Iceberg was quite surprised to hear those words from Ars, because it was rare for him to meet a king who was so polite and even asked permission to do something on someone else's territory. Usually things like this are never done. If indeed King Fortis intends to do so, I will allow it. Thank you. Ars smiled and continued. If I may, can I ask Iceberg-san to publicize our kingdom's recruitment plan? No problem. I can do it. Iceberg nodded and felt it wasn't a difficult request for him, especially at that time Ars had given him a 10% discount on the purchase of the wood they had. Even if it's only a 10% discount. However, they got a huge price cut of 5 billion berries. Thanks again, Ars said. If I may ask, can Iceberg-san send you your fax number? There is a photo that I will send to you all, and help me to add the photo to the recruitment ad later. Iceberg, without waiting long, immediately handed over his fax number to Ars. Not long after, the fax machine in Iceberg's room was immediately activated by Khalifa, and it was seen that there were 2 photos sent by Ars to them. Khalifa immediately handed the photo to Iceberg, which made Iceberg quite confused. Building photos? Iceberg asked in confusion. Right. The photo sent by me is a photo of the building that will be worked on in the construction project later. The building will also later be given to the citizens of our kingdom. For the building of the second unit house, the building will be given to workers who are willing to become citizens of our kingdom with less than 4 family members. As for the third unit house building, the house will later be given to construction workers who are willing to become citizens of our kingdom with more than 4 family members. Iceberg and Khalifa looked surprised to hear this. Oh yes. Iceberg-san. In the ad that will be made, please also add regarding the matter of the salary that our kingdom will give them. For anyone willing to become a construction worker in our kingdom, we will pay them 750,000 berries and will also get a bonus if they do good work and discipline of 500,000 berries. That salary will increase by 50,000 berries every year. Also, for workers who intend to work for us but he is the backbone of his family, they will be paid in full for 3 months directly so that the money can be used by their families while they work in our kingdom. Iceberg and Khalifa fell silent again hearing this. Because the construction workers who work in their shipyards only reach 250,000 berries, even for a foreman class person only has a salary of 500,000 berries. Meanwhile for Khalifa herself, as a secretary from Iceberg, she was only given a salary of 400,000 berries. This made both of them very shocked and unable to say anything. Especially hearing there will be an increase in salary that can be received every year. Meh. King Fortis, I apologize for what I said. Isn't the salary you give too high? That's not very high, Iceberg-san said. The salary itself is the salary of ordinary workers in our kingdom. Meanwhile, if the person has a position in our kingdom, their salaries can even be 2 to 3 times more than what these workers have. We build an empire with the aim of prospering every citizen of our kingdom. We want the citizens of our kingdom to live in peace, live comfortably, have all their needs met, and so on. We are not a kingdom that only wants to seize all the property owned by its citizens just to be enjoyed alone. Iceberg suddenly fell silent again and the same thing happened to Khalifa. Because this was the first time the two of them had heard a king say such a thing. Iceberg sighed, I'm interfering, King Fortis. It's rare to find a king like you. I hope the two of us can meet in the future. If there is a chance. I also wanted to meet you, Iceberg-san. However, it is currently not possible. I have a lot of work to do and no time for excursions and stuff. Ars paused for a moment and continued, oh, yes. Iceberg-san, also add to the recruitment that we are also recruiting maids to work in the royal palace. The salaries they get are the same as construction workers and their facilities are the same. For the servants of the royal palace, we will only recruit women who are under the age of 25 and are currently unmarried. I see. I will do it. The people who will do the recruitment will probably come tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We will do the recruitment at the ship dock. One of the people who came later was Hashirama. He will later join in the recruitment this time. If possible, let me arrange the place of recruitment so that the atmosphere at the time of recruitment can run well. I will contact Mr. Hashirama to tell him the location so that people who come to recruit can also be comfortable when recruiting. That's very helpful, thank you. Ars said, then I'll hang up first. I still have quite a lot of work to do. The direct communication line is closed. Iceberg looked at Khalifa and handed the 2 photos of the building that Ars had sent to him. Khalifa, help me to publicize this matter to all the citizens of Water 7 City. Also help me arrange a recruiting place at the port which is close to the number 1 shipyard. I see. Iceberg and Khalifa immediately took the photo and left the room. What a great king, Iceberg muttered as he leaned back on the chair he was occupying. This king. He will surely be greatly loved by his people. No, not only his people but even people around the world would have great respect for him. If this kind of person were to lead the world government. Tom-san. He definitely wouldn't be treated like that. Chapter 12, Establishing a Cooperative Relationship. Grand Line, 10,000 meters under the sea, Fishman Island, Hyuga Royal Palace. Honey, is there still no news regarding the Fortis Kingdom? Atoheim walked into the throne room and immediately asked Neptune, who was currently discussing something with the 7 warlords of the sea, Jinbi. You've been asking almost every day for 6 years, Atoheim, Neptune said with a sigh and felt sad at the hope that his wife always held on to. Until now we still haven't received any news about this kingdom. Atoheim, isn't it still there? Atoheim asked with a sad sigh. We still have to be patient, Atoheim. You know that too, don't you? Even though we used our entire army to track the whereabouts of this kingdom. As long as these kingdoms don't show themselves to the world, they will never be known by this world, Neptune said seriously. We have to believe Shirley's words and just have to wait for him. We will definitely be contacted by the king of Fortis soon. Your Majesty, Jinbai, who was currently in the room, suddenly said, this Fortis Kingdom you are talking about. Is it the Fortis Kingdom that will later establish a cooperative relationship with Fishman Island? That's right, Jinbai Atoheim immediately replied excitedly, 6 years ago when you guys were still on your way to go on an adventure with Fisher Tiger. Shirley saw an event that would happen in the future. What he saw was that a very strong and prosperous kingdom would emerge. The kingdom itself has a very frightening fighting power and also no one dares to play with them, not even the world government. Jinbai suddenly fell silent hearing this. Even though Jinbai had heard some stories about the Fortis Kingdom. However, this was the first time he had heard the full story from Atoheim. Especially when Atoheim said that his combat power was stronger than the world government. Even though the power of the kingdom is very strong. However, they don't discriminate against any kingdom or any race like people in the world government. Their king is someone who is very kind and cares deeply about the citizens of his kingdom as well as the citizens of the kingdom who build allied relations with them. Shirley saw an event in the future that we Fishman race would form an allied relationship with his kingdom. With the establishment of the allied relationship, we have equal rights over the people in the kingdom. We can enjoy the land above without any fear of being kidnapped or discriminated against. It's amazing. Jinbai was surprised by this again. That is indeed a very surprising thing, Neptune said with a sigh. If it wasn't Shirley who told you this, it would be hard for us to believe that such a king would appear. Neptune paused and continued, counting today, it's been 6 years since Shirley first saw that happening. As of now, we are still waiting for the king of the Fortis Kingdom to contact us. Contact? Jinbai asked in confusion. Shirley said that the first conversation we will have is through the communication that will be established by King Fortis first. He will contact Neptune to discuss the matter of cooperation in terms of the food trade. Atoheim replied inside sadly. However, 6 years have already passed. We still haven't been able to get a communication line with them. I think Queen Atoheim should follow the words of King Neptune. Shirley's own ability is only able to see events that will happen in the future. However, we cannot determine when that will occur. Maybe it can happen now or maybe in a very long time. We can't predict that. Simultaneously, Neptune's Dandenmushi immediately rang. They both looked directly at each other. Honey, hurry up. Maybe it's from King Fortis. With high hopes, Atoheim immediately ordered Neptune to raise the Dandenmushi. Neptune nodded even though he himself sighed sadly with high expectations from Atoheim. However, Nepis loves Atoheim very much and will do anything for her. Neptune immediately lifted the Dandenmushi. Hello, Neptune is here. Jamin. Hello, King Neptune. The first meeting. I am Mars. I am the king of the Fortis Kingdom. Neptune's eyes immediately widened upon learning that the person contacting him was the person they had previously spoken of. Atoheim's gaze was now filled with joy and even Jinbai fell silent for witnessing an event that might soon change the status of the Fishman race. Seeing the expression you put on through the Dandenmushi. I think you may be familiar with this kingdom. Wait a minute. Did it come from someone from your kingdom? Looks like it came from a woman named Shirley. How did you find out? Neptune asked with a face full of surprise. The ability to see the future of Shirley is only known by people from Fishman Island and only a few humans know about it. I have several ways to do it. But don't worry. I will not harm Shirley. If possible, tell him that I want to say a very big thank you. If possible he comes to our kingdom. I myself will welcome his arrival and will even grant him the status of a guest of honor in our kingdom. Jinbai was surprised again by the words from Mars. I will pass this on to him, Neptune said seriously. Thank you, Mars said. Oh, yes. Back to the topic I wanted to talk to you about. I want to establish a cooperative relationship with your kingdom. Currently, our kingdom is still in the development stage. In the future, we will have a plan to recruit workers who will later work in the construction sector. The number of workers that we will recruit is quite large and requires large amounts of food to meet their needs. With the kingdom still under construction at the moment, we don't have the connections to buy such large quantities of food ingredients. Therefore, I want to know. Can the Hyuga kingdom cooperate with us to prepare a supply of fresh food ingredients for our kingdom? Of course, we will buy it at the same price as the market price. In addition, regarding this collaboration, we can also build other cooperative relationships. For example, with me, I will give the same rights as the citizens of our kingdom to the Fishman race. Like they can interact in our kingdom, open a business here, and so on. What do you think? No problem, Neptune immediately said excitedly. This was the thing they had been waiting for. 6 years they waited to get the call. Glad to hear that we can establish a cooperative relationship, King Neptune, Mars said happily. Then can representatives from your kingdom come to our kingdom? It is intended for us to sign the cooperation agreement letter. Although through talks we have said an agreement. We also have to establish this cooperation with a signed agreement. Apart from that, there are also some rules that you should know regarding people who want to open a business in our kingdom. This rule itself does not only apply to immigrants but people in our kingdom must also follow these established rules. I understand. Neptune nodded. If I may ask, when can we come and where is your kingdom located? The sooner the better. If possible today. Please come today. Regarding the location of our kingdom, it would be difficult for me to pinpoint the location. However, if possible, King Neptune could send representatives to the Red Line on the side of the New World. The location of our own kingdom is close to the Red Line. However, even though it is close, it will be difficult for you to find our kingdom. Therefore, I will send my men to come to the Red Line territory. You just have to wait there for some time. If possible, please show yourselves or wait in the Red Line's lower plains. Later my people will do the search for you. I see. Neptune nodded seriously. Also, please bring the flag of your kingdom. Flag? Neptune asked confusedly about this. I have a plan to fly the flag of your kingdom in my kingdom. Not just your royal flag, but the flag of the kingdom that will later establish a cooperative relationship with our kingdom will also be flown by my kingdom. I have a plan to build a fellowship building. The flags of each of the kingdoms that have a cooperative relationship with us will later be flown in the area where the fellowship building was built, and later the fellowship building will be used as a place for us representatives from each kingdom will gather every year to discuss various things. Like the problem of cooperation with others. Perhaps, the concept is almost like reverie, which is usually done by the world government. However, regarding the issue of your participation in the meeting, you don't have to worry about payment issues. As long as your kingdom has a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, you can participate, or it can be said, as long as your royal flag is still flying in the area. You are still allies of our kingdom. Besides, as long as you guys still form a cooperative relationship with us, whoever attacks your kingdom is our enemy too. You can ask for help against our kingdom as long as someone attacks your kingdom. We will gladly send troops to destroy the enemy that attacks your kingdom. You don't have to pay us any protection fees or anything. As long as our kingdom has a cooperative relationship, we will definitely help your kingdom. Neptune, Atoheim, and Jinbi, who heard this, became very excited. The future kingdom of Fortis will be a kingdom so terrifying that even the world government would not dare mess with this kingdom. Getting their protection would be a very good blessing for Fishman Island. Although currently, Fishman Island has protection from the Whitebeard pirates. However, Whitebeard has now entered old age and Whitebeard cannot continue to protect their kingdom. After Whitebeard died, Fishman Island had to find a new refuge to protect them from threats. Neptune had previously determined that they would seek refuge against the Big Mom pirate group. However, it's time to tell the story as the Fortis Kingdom is about to start protecting them. I see. I will ask our representatives to carry our royal flags. Okay. I will send my men there now. I hope you can wait there while my men do their search for your representatives. The communication line was immediately cut off. Honey, let me go to represent our kingdom, Atoheim immediately said excitedly. No problem. Neptune nodded and looked at Jinbi. Jinbi, can you be a guard for Atoheim? I will do it, thank you, Jinbi, Atoheim said happily. Jinbi smiled. No need to thank Queen Atoheim. After all, I also want to meet this king of the Fortis Kingdom. Can have this kind of thinking. He's definitely not a random person. Ha ha ha. I also really want to meet him, Jamin Neptune. However, let Atoheim go for now. After all, you are the one who has been waiting for this day the most. Atoheim smiled hearing this, then said, then Jinbi, let's go. We also need to bring flags from our kingdom to give to them. Jinbi nodded and immediately followed Atoheim out of the throne room. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Ars Chamber. Loa, you helped make the cooperation agreement document, Ars said calmly as he looked at Loelmana and Hashirama, who were now in his room. Cooperation? With whom will we establish cooperation? Loelmana asked in confusion. I just contacted the Hyuga kingdom side, whose kingdom's location is on Fishman Island. I have discussed cooperation with them and agreed to cooperate with them. They will soon come here to sign a cooperation. You help me prepare the document. I see. Loelmana nodded. Then for you, Hashirama. Please go to the Red Line. There you will meet representatives from the Hyuga kingdom. Bring them to this kingdom safely. I see. Okay. The two of you can now go on the task. Loelmana and Hashirama immediately walked out of R's room to carry out the order. Ding, happy. Currently, your kingdom has been recognized by 10 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Ding, happy. Currently, your kingdom has been recognized by 11 million living beings. Your popularity points will increase by 1 from now on. Congratulations, Rs. There are currently 11 million living things that have eaten your kingdom. Your point value has also now increased compared to before. Oh? Thank you, Ellie. Iceberg seems to be moving very quickly to advertise our recruitment. I hope there are many who are interested in coming to work here, so that we no longer need to travel to other islands. If it is less, You can try to recruit from the Fishman race, ours. After all, the physical strength of the Fishman race was several times better than that of ordinary humans. Your kingdom will also soon establish cooperation with them. I think it's fine to recruit them. That is a good idea. I will use this idea if the workers we are looking for are still lacking. Chapter 13, Encounter New World, Moby Dick. Gormer and Ipton, you sound really happy. What is it? What makes you happy, my friend? Whitebeard asked with a smile to his friend King Neptune through Denmushi. Newgate, you must still remember the story about the great kingdom that I told you before, right? Neptune's voice sounded very excited at this time. Great Empire? If I'm not mistaken. You said that the name of the kingdom was the Kingdom of Fortis, right? What's with the kingdom? Have they now begun to reveal themselves to the world? Apparently not yet, Neptune replied. However, we have managed to make contact with them and have begun to establish cooperative relations with this kingdom. Neptune paused for a moment and continued, you know, Newgate. The king of this kingdom is very different from the king of any other kingdom that we know of. Different? Whitebeard asked in confusion. Yes. This king never looked down on other races. He views everyone equally. The cooperative relationship that we have built also has many benefits for us. The King of Fortis has promised us to grant rights equal to the rights received by the citizens of their kingdom if we want to do anything in the Kingdom of Fortis. He would not distinguish between one and the other. He is a king worthy of respect. I finally knew what Charlie had said to me earlier. Charlie once told me. Sometime before I got married. There will appear a king who leads a very great kingdom in the future. The king will be loved by everyone in this world because of the various actions that will be carried out by him in the future. I believe the person Charlie was referring to is this King Fortis. He will become the king who is loved by everyone in this world. Gormer, hearing you say this, I became eager to meet him. Whitebeard laughed excitedly. I want to see, is he really the person you say? I believe. He is the one. We just have to wait for the next few years. New World, near the Red Line. Hashirama, who used his flying ability, quickly arrived at the Red Line area. Hashirama immediately flew around the lower periphery of the Red Line while using his senjutsu abilities to sense the presence of the people who would be the representatives of Fishman Island. Found it didn't take long for Hashirama to find them. Hashirama immediately increased his flight speed and saw that there were several people there with the appearance of a fishman. Someone is approaching. Jinbei, who was currently protecting Atoheim, immediately sensed Hashirama's arrival using his observation haki. Atoheim is the same, through his observation haki, which is better than Jinbei's. Atoheim could sense Hashirama's arrival. The troops who were with them immediately prepared themselves to help in running Atoheim. Fly? Jinbei's eyes immediately widened seeing this because Jinbei knew that the only person who had the ability to fly freely was Shiki. However, Jinbei's face also immediately showed signs of fear because the level of power he felt towards Hashirama was higher than Whitebeard's. Who was this person? Jinbei thought seriously. Hello, are you guys representatives of the Ryugu Kingdom? Hashirama immediately descended slowly until he was level with the height of Atoheim and the others but kept his body floating. Atoheim's eyes immediately lit up hearing this. We are indeed the representatives. Are you from the Fortis Kingdom? Yes. Introducing, my name is Hashirama Senju. I am the head of the Fortis Kingdom's intelligence department. I am here ordered by my king to pick you up and take you to our kingdom. Hashirama immediately descended to the prepared footing. My name is Atoheim. I am the queen of the Ryugu Kingdom and also the representative who has been appointed to sign the cooperative relationship, Atoheim said politely. Atoheim then pointed at Jinbei. He is Jinbei. He has been assigned to be my current guard as well as the people who come along with me. Hashirama nodded and continued, we sincerely apologize in advance for not being able to welcome you on a ship. Since we are currently doing various preparations for the recruitment of our workers and I was also asked to immediately pick you up here. No problem, Mr. Hashirama. Atoheim immediately shook her head. We can understand that. Then how about we leave now? Our king has been waiting for your presence there. Hashirama didn't use flying but immediately jumped into the ocean and this made Jinbei and the others very surprised. However, their shocked expressions immediately changed when they saw Hashirama, who could stand well on the sea almost as well as in the water standing on land. Come along with me. Atoheim and the others immediately woke up in their shock and immediately jumped into the sea and immediately started following Hashirama from behind. Hashirama-san, are you a devil fruit user? Jinbei asked out of curiosity at this point. Demon fruit? Hashirama shook his head. No, I'm not a devil fruit user. Not a devil fruit user? Jinbei and Atoheim were confused by Hashirama's words. The abilities you see today are abilities based on energy called chakra. Chakra is energy that is in the body of every living thing, but it is very rare for someone to be able to use this energy, and it can even be said that it is very difficult to use if it is not trained by the right person. If a person can already control the chakra that is in their body, there are many things they can do. Like what I'm doing right now. This is the utilization of the energy called chakra. We can use chakra to walk on water or walk on walls. In addition, if a person's chakra is in large quantities and his character control ability is already in good construction, that person can use elemental-based abilities where the elements released are in accordance with the chakra attributes possessed by him. Yes. Let's just say this ability is an ability similar to a devil fruit ability. However, this ability does not have the weakness of a devil fruit, which is weak against seawater and is also more flexible. Because, if someone has more than 2 chakra attributes, for example, someone has fire and lightning chakra attributes, they can use abilities that have the same attributes as their chakra. Amazing, Atoheim said with a face full of surprise. Can everyone in your kingdom be able to use this ability? No, Hashirama shook his head, even though the way to train and how to control chakra belongs to our kingdom. However, we will not teach someone carelessly. Only people in the intelligence department could learn this or not, even if he wasn't part of the intelligence department. However, if that person gets the direct approval of the king, we can teach him. In that case, is the flying ability you used earlier an ability based on chakra ability? Jinbi asked back. It's not an ability that uses chakra. Hashirama shook his head. No. Jinbi was confused by Hashirama's answer. The flight ability used by me is an ability based on the control of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy control? Jinbi frowned seriously. That means that ability is based on armament hockey ability? Just say so. Hashirama nodded. People in this new world usually only know that armament hockey is built or used by controlling the spiritual energy within to create an armor around the body, which will later be used as an attack ability and endure. However, the use of armament hockey abilities at that level could be said to be only the basic level of armament hockey abilities. Then once one has progressed far in the control of one's spiritual energy, one can enter the next level, or often said to be the advanced level of armament hockey. By the time one has reached this level, the person can injure the opponent's internal organs. Many people assumed that armament hockey was only up to this level. They themselves were not aware that there was a next level of armament hockey. That level is the highest level. When a person's spiritual energy control can be said to be perfect, or they are free to control their spiritual energy, they can release various interesting abilities just like the flying I did before. Does that mean your kingdom also has a way of doing it? Atoheim asked with more admiration after listening to Hashirama's explanation. We do have it. However, it is the same with chakra. The way to train and control spiritual energy is unknown to the general public. Even for the future soldiers of our kingdom, they will only be taught how to practice and control armament hockey to an advanced level. They would not be taught how to use armament hockey at the highest level, because only the higher-ups of the kingdom can learn it. Let's just say that chakra training methods and high-level spiritual energy are treasures belonging to our kingdom and not just anyone can access them. They all continued their journey with Atoheim asking a lot of questions about the Fortis Kingdom. Hashirama explained it along the way. Atoheim was quite surprised to learn that the Fortis Kingdom was a newly built kingdom. However, this did not spark his enthusiasm to build a cooperative relationship. After all, Atoheim had high faith in what Shirley saw, and also by establishing a relationship with the Fortis Kingdom, his long-time dream would soon come true. Same with Jinbi. Even though Jinbi heard that this was a newly built kingdom. However, Jinbi could not look down on this newly built kingdom, especially with the presence of Hashirama, whose current strength according to Jinbi was more terrifying than Whitebeard. This also caused Jinbi to relax a little and not have any worries at all if an enemy dared to attack them. With Hashirama's presence there, Jinbi was sure that Atoheim would be able to survive even if the world government or a sea emperor came to attack them at this time. New World, Fortis Works, Port of Ship Construction Department. Very large. Atoheim, who had just arrived at the port in the territory belonging to the Ship Construction Department, was immediately surprised by the size of the 3 ships that were there. These 3 ships which will be used by us will sail tomorrow. It is currently in the process of being prepared for tomorrow's use. So, we couldn't use it today to pick you up earlier. Hashirama replied casually, let's continue our journey towards the royal palace. His Majesty has been waiting for us there. They all continued their journey towards the royal palace. When they arrived at the royal palace, they were amazed by the interior of this magnificent palace. Hashirama immediately brought Atoheim and the others to the guest room where there were Ars, Kaguya and Luomina waiting for them with the clothes they were currently wearing were formal attire for the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. The moment Ars saw the person who was the representative was Atoheim, Ars was slightly surprised but immediately returned to his previous calm demeanor while smiling at their presence. Hashirama immediately walked to the front of Ars and saluted, Your Majesty, I have brought Queen Atoheim and others who will be representatives of the Hyuga Kingdom. Ars nodded and immediately stood aside walking towards Atoheim and the others. Welcome to the Fortis Kingdom. The first meeting. My name is Ars. I am the king of the Fortis Kingdom. Ars immediately extended his hand to Atoheim. Atoheim was a little surprised by Ars' still very easygoing appearance. However, he quickly regained his appearance while extending her hand towards Ars. Greetings to you, King Fortis. I am Atoheim, Queen of the Hyuga Kingdom, and will be the representative of the Hyuga Kingdom to discuss our cooperation. Ars nodded, then looked at Jinbi. It's an honor to meet you, Jinbi. Does your majesty know me? Jinbi asked with a surprised face. Of course. Ars nodded. You are one person worthy of my respect. By the way, if you visit Whitebeard, give my regards to him. He is also one of the people I respect. I'll pass it on, Jinbi said seriously, although right now he was quite surprised that he was a person whom Ars respected. Queen Atoheim, please sit on the sofa. We can talk about our cooperation there. Queen Atoheim immediately followed Ars to sit on the sofa. Hashirama, Kaguya, and Loomina immediately stood behind Ars, with Loomina holding the documents as well as a special eternal pose belonging to the Fortis Kingdom. Meanwhile, Jinbi and the Hyuga Kingdom troops stood behind Atoheim, with one of them holding a briefcase containing the Hyuga Kingdom's flag. The meeting to discuss the cooperative relationship between the Fortis Kingdom and the Hyuga Kingdom has finally begun. Chapter 14, Contract Forged. Fortis Kingdom and Hyuga Kingdom officially team up. I'm sure Queen Atoheim must already know about the details of the cooperation we're going to discuss, right? Ars asked calmly. Sure. Atoheim nodded. If I may ask, how many ingredients do we need to prepare? You just need to prepare food ingredients that can be consumed by 600 people every week. I have hoped to be able to prepare food ingredients that have the best quality. Queen Atoheim, also don't worry about the price. You can quote the price for the payment for these food ingredients. We will definitely prepare funds to pay for it. I see. We will do our best, Queen Atoheim said seriously. Okay. The discussion on the provision of food ingredients has been completed. We're going into the next discussion about the rules you should know about doing business in our kingdom. Ars paused and continued. The rules set by our own kingdom aren't that complicated. The first thing to note is that our kingdom will not allow anyone to open a gambling business, slavery, as well as various very bad businesses that can cause someone to suffer losses. Queen Atoheim nodded seriously while noting this in her mind. Then, for someone who comes from outside our kingdom or is not a citizen of our kingdom must have a visa to be able to build a business in our kingdom. Visa? Queen Atoheim asked in confusion. The visa itself is a document issued by our kingdom's population department. Everyone who is not a citizen of our kingdom is required to apply for a visa if they wish to establish a business in our kingdom. If he doesn't have a visa, I'm sorry. We will not allow that person to establish a business in our kingdom. In addition, with a visa, the person can also live in the area where the resident lives. However, they can only rent a place to live, which we will prepare later. They don't have the right to buy houses in our kingdom. Will the visa have a due date? Atoheim asked again. Yes. Everyone who has a visa is required to renew it every year. Additional information as well, making and extending a visa will have a large number of costs to be incurred. At this time we have not determined the price for making a visa and extending the visa. Later, when we have determined it, we will inform you of this so that you can know how much you have to prepare to apply for a visa. I understand. Queen Atoheim nodded. Then, Queen Atoheim should also know that in this kingdom there are 4 kinds of taxes. The first tax is the salary tax. The second is the building tax. Third is the goods tax. Fourth is import tax. We don't need to discuss the salary tax issue because this salary tax you don't have to know, it's just a tax that the citizens of our kingdom must know. Queen Atoheim nodded and didn't mind it. The taxes that you must know are building taxes, goods taxes, and import taxes. The building tax itself is a tax that is imposed on everyone who owns a building or land in this kingdom. Everyone who owns a building or land in this kingdom will have to pay the building tax every year. If the person owns a building that stands in his name, be it a house, a place of business or something else, the building tax they have to pay to the kingdom is 2% of their total annual income. If a person owns 2 buildings standing in his name, that person will later have to pay 4% of their total annual income. A person can only have a maximum of 5 buildings standing in his name. This tax applies to citizens of our kingdom as well as those who are not. However, if you really want to save or don't want to make payments related to this building tax, the royal party will later build a special building for people who want to build a business but do not want to own a building. They simply rent the space prepared in the building without them having to pay the building tax. Queen Atoheim nodded seriously and slowly digested the information. The next thing is the goods tax and import tax. These 2 taxes themselves are the same, and both of these taxes will be levied on anyone who wants to establish a business in our empire. The first is the goods tax. Anyone who will later build a business in this kingdom will certainly sell his belongings. Each item will be subject to a tax of 5% of the selling price of the item. Meanwhile, the import tax is a tax where if there are goods that are not from this kingdom, they enter this kingdom to be traded here. The goods will also be subject to import taxes. The import tax itself is 5% of the normal price of the item. Does that mean if there is someone who wants to build a business in this kingdom but the goods to be traded are goods that are not from this kingdom, they have to pay goods tax and import tax? Queen Atoheim asked again to confirm this. Sure, Ars nodded, that's the rule we set. However, if someone builds their business by selling the products produced by our empire, they only have to pay the goods tax. For someone who already has a visa from this kingdom, they have the same right to be able to get goods produced by our kingdom at a price lower than the market price. It also helps them to get a lot of profit from the business they open. Queen Atoheim nodded and recorded the information in her mind. Those are the rules you should know about how to open a business in this kingdom. I don't think it's too much of a burden, right? After all, it's not just citizens from outside this kingdom. However, this rule will also apply to the citizens of our kingdom. In fact, they also have other additional taxes, namely payroll taxes that they have to pay as long as their salaries have touched the number of taxpayers. No problem, Queen Atoheim nodded, we will follow the rules. I will also later inform the people of our kingdom to let them know about this. Thank you. Ars nodded, then took the document Loelmina was holding along with the stationery, then pushed it towards Atoheim. This is our cooperation agreement letter. Please have a look first. If there is an error there, you can tell me directly so we can fix it. Atoheim immediately took the document and saw the writing in the cooperation agreement letter. See that there is nothing out of the ordinary. Queen Atoheim immediately signed the cooperation letter and handed it back to Ars. Ars also signed the document, then handed it back to Loelmina. Ars' hand then extended forward. In this way, our kingdom has finally established a cooperative relationship. I hope we can continue to maintain this cooperative relationship forever. Me too. Queen Atoheim excitedly reached out her hand to shake the handshake. Everyone present immediately clapped, and the most excited were Jinbi and the others. They were finally able to get a place that accepted their existence. Loelmina then immediately handed over the Fortis Kingdom's special eternal pose along with a small book she was holding to Ars. Ars immediately handed the two items over to Atoheim. This is our kingdom's special eternal pose. The island on which we built this empire has a special electromagnetic wave. An ordinary log pose would not be able to capture the island's electromagnetic waves, and only the eternal pose created by our kingdom specifically could capture the magnetic waves. Besides that, I'm sure you've also received an explanation from Hashirama. There is a fog that surrounds this island. The fog is our security system, and no one will be able to enter this kingdom without the special eternal pose or without our help. So, from now on, use this special eternal pose if you want to come here. Queen Atoheim nodded and immediately tucked away the special eternal pose. How about this booklet? The book records the Den Mushi numbers of each of our royal officials. If you need something or want to ask something or also need help, please feel free to contact our royal officials. Each of them has the right to move our troops later. Queen Atoheim was very happy to hear this and immediately kept the booklet carefully. Okay. Did you bring your royal flags according to my request? Sure. Queen Atoheim nodded as the troops who were accompanying her rushed forward and handed over the suitcase. Queen Atoheim then opened the suitcase and seen inside the suitcase there was a flag belonging to the Ryugu Kingdom. This is our royal flag, Atoheim said. Kaguya called Ars. Kaguya stepped forward and took the flag slowly. You can keep the flag in my study. Keep it in the glass cabinet near my desk. I see. Kaguya immediately took the flag out of the room. At the time our fellowship building was completed, we will contact you immediately to see the raising of our royal flag. Queen Atoheim nodded and currently in her heart couldn't wait for that time to come. Okay. Our cooperation talks are over. Does Queen Atoheim want me to accompany you to tour our royal palace? Right now our kingdom still has nothing to show, and only this royal palace is the asset we currently have. Maybe next time. King Fortis Atoheim immediately refused. I want to come back soon to share this information with my people. I see. Ars nodded. Then how about Hashirama accompany you to return? I have a task that I want to assign to him at this time, and the location of the task itself is in the Red Line area. You can go there together. Besides, with Hashirama's presence, I will feel safe with your safety. Ars' gaze stared at Jinbi. I'm sorry, Jinbi. I'm not underestimating the power you have. However, as you know yourself, the ocean we are currently in is the new world. There are a lot of strong people here, and I don't want it when you come back. You guys met one of the fleets of the Sea Emperor. No need to apologize, King Fortis. Jinbi said with a smile. I would be very happy if Hashirama-san came to take care of us. Especially I believe that with Hashirama-san's presence, we can safely arrive at our destination. Thank you. Ars then stood up. Then wait a moment. I will talk about the mission that will be given by me to Hashirama. Just a few minutes. R's gaze then looked at Hashirama. Come with me. Hashirama nodded and the two of them immediately walked out of the living room. Hashirama, I want to give you a mission to build a liaison channel in the Red Line. As you well know, for someone sailing from the New World to the Grand Line there are only two ways. The first via Mangekyō and the second via Fishman Island. I want you to build a connecting channel on the Red Line so that our ship tomorrow, which will aim to sail to Water 7 Island, can use that line. Ars then took out a storage bracelet from his clothes pocket. In this storage bracelet there is already a special electromagnetic wave emitting device, 25 special eternal pose, as well as street lighting that has a power consumption of 1 year and has water resistance. When you successfully build a connecting channel, you embed this special electromagnetic wave transmitter in the connecting channel and then you use these 25 special eternal poses to record the special electromagnetic wave data for the connecting channel. Also, for this street lamp, you adjust the position of this street lamp well so that while crossing the connecting channel, you will later have lighting that will help. I see. Hashirama nodded and immediately used the storage bracelet. Then for the last one. When all preparations are complete, you planted a very strong illusion at the entrance to the Grand Line section and the entrance to the New World section that can manipulate other people's observation hockey abilities so that it is not easy for them to find the location. Hashirama nodded seriously. Even though Ars didn't give himself the order, Hashirama in his heart would still carry out that order. Because he didn't want anyone else to know about the location of the connecting line. Okay. Then, let's go back. Also, on this journey, you help take care of them. Don't let anyone dare to do bad things to them. Hashirama and Ars returned to the guest room. Queen Atoheim, Hashirama is ready to go. Okay. Atoheim and the others immediately got up from their seats. They all immediately walked out of the royal palace. Before Atoheim and the others left the royal palace, Atoheim immediately turned around and looked at Ars, regarding the food ingredients ordered. We'll send it tomorrow. I see. We will be waiting for your presence here. Ars smiled and continued. Hope you can safely return to your kingdom. Queen Atoheim and the others brought under guard from Hashirama immediately left the Fortis Kingdom. Ars' gaze then turned to look at Loa Elmina. You will be busy from now on, Loa. Hee. I've been waiting for this too, Loa Elmina said with a smile and continued. Hey, Ars. Do you have time tonight? Would you like to play a game with me tonight? Playing games? No problem. I have plenty of time tonight. Great. Then, I'll be waiting for you in the game room on the 4th floor for a bit tonight. We will play a fighting game, Loa Elmina said with a happy smile. Okay. Oh yes. Loa. Can you call Sheena to face me? I want to ask her to come with you tomorrow. Sheena? What will he do? Loa Elmina asked in confusion. I want to ask her to be a recorder. Who will become citizens of our kingdom, who will later get the 2nd unit house, who will later get the 3rd unit house, how many family members are owned by the workers who will become citizens of our kingdom, and write down how many ordinary workers and contract workers who will work in our kingdom. When you are on duty later, you certainly will not be able to do this because you are busy making selections. While Hashirama will later serve as a security guard and cannot do this task. Someone has to do it for you. I understand. Loa Elmina nodded. I will tell this to Sheena after saving this document. I will wait in my room. Tell him to come now. However, if he has work to do, tell him to come see me tonight after we finish dinner. Loa Elmina nodded and immediately went to the warehouse to store the cooperation agreement documents. Meanwhile, Ars went straight back to his room waiting for Sheena to arrive there. Simultaneously, by the time Ars returned to his room, immediately Ellie informed that the points owned by Ars had increased to 5 more points, which caused the current points that Ars could get every second had increased too. This was due to the spread of news regarding the recruitment from the Fortis Kingdom carried out on Water 7 Island that spread very quickly to several islands near Water 7 Island. Chapter 15, Recruitment Day. The Royal Highnesses of Fortis arrive at Water 7 Island Red Line, Marijoa, Bungay Castle, Gorosei Office. There is information from some of our agents who are on Water 7 Island. They say that there is a newly built kingdom called Fortis Kingdom. Masato, one of the Gorosei, said seriously. I also heard about this, Ogata said. This kingdom seems to be recruiting some workers on Water 7 Island. We have to send our troops to track the whereabouts of this kingdom, so Noda said seriously. We can't let a kingdom escape our sight. In that case, shall we send our agents to aim for the eternal pose that belongs to that kingdom? It's faster to find their kingdom by doing a search using the eternal pose, Yasunori said casually. Compared to stealing their kingdom's eternal pose. We can send our troops to enter their kingdom. That's easier to do, Noda said. They need a construction worker and a maid of the royal palace. We can send 2 of our agents to sneak into their kingdom. This action is more effective than stealing their kingdom's eternal pose. I agree to this, Masato replied. Who are we going to send? Cypher Paul 9 agents? It's fine to send them, Ogata replied. We can contact Spandam and ask him to send an agent who is currently not doing any work. Grand Line, Water 7 Island, number 1 Shipyard Harbor. By this time many people had gathered at the port. These gathered people are people who have the desire to work in the kingdom of Fortis and also have the desire to become citizens of the kingdom, especially when they know what they will get, starting from a very high salary and also getting a very luxurious house and also comfortable to live in. This information regarding the recruitment from the Fortis Kingdom had even spread to several nearby islands of Water 7 Island. This is also what makes more and more people gather on Water 7 Island to draw their fate so that they can be chosen to work in the Fortis Kingdom. Look! There are 3 large ships sailing here. One of the people there shouted very loudly when he saw 3 large ships sailing towards it. This immediately caught the attention of everyone present. At this time Iceberg, who was there along with Khalifa, immediately took the den mushi of the loudspeaker that had been brought down by him and said, "Meh. Everyone. Please stay calm. The 3 ships belong to the Fortis Kingdom and we're currently coming here soon. Please be able to arrange the line to keep it neat. Everyone will definitely get a share in the current recruitment." The explanation given by Iceberg immediately made everyone there excited because the thing they were waiting for would finally arrive. Wow! Looks like Iceberg is doing a very good job. Hashirama, who was on the hall, said excitedly, "There are many people who are very enthusiastic to work in our kingdom. Good. This way, we don't have to do this task for a long time. We can come back soon and start construction. I can't wait to start my building project," Kajin said excitedly. "I guess it's going to be quite a tough job, isn't it?" Sheena asked with a small smile. "You don't need to worry, Sheena. If you need my help, I will help you," Loelmina said with a smile. Right now everyone on duty except for Juichiru was wearing their own formal attire. This was what Tars asked them to do in order to maintain their dignity and self-respect, except for Juichiru, who was in charge of the kitchen and would not be directly involved in the selection. He was only wearing casual clothes and had plans to go around tasting the various dishes on Water 7 Island to improve his cooking skills, even though his own abilities were already great. The 3 ships piloted by Hashirama's clone slowly began to stop at the ship dock. Hashirama immediately saw Iceberg and Khalifa walking towards their ship. "Let's say hello to Iceberg and thank him for this help." They all nodded. Everyone immediately got off the ship. By the time Loelmina and Sheena descended along with them, all the men who were there were immediately surprised by the beauty that they both had, especially the makeup and clothes they were both currently wearing, making the men who were there immediately fall in love with them both. So pretty. Who are those 2 women? Ah. The 2 of them are already angels in my heart. Even Iceberg, who was there, was immediately stunned by the appearance of Loelmina and Sheena. However, his thoughts immediately returned when he saw Hashirama already walking towards him. "We meet again, Mr. Hashirama." Iceberg-san. "Thank you for helping our kingdom to provide a place for us to do this recruitment. Our king also expresses his deep gratitude for this, and if the Galley Law Company wishes to place an order for timber in our kingdom, we will give a discount of 100,000 berries for each wood." Because of this assistance, Iceberg's eyes immediately got excited hearing this. "I'm very happy to hear this. Oh yes. Please introduce the higher-ups of our kingdom. They are currently assigned by His Majesty to do the recruitment." Hashirama started to introduce everyone one by one while explaining the part of the task they had in this recruitment, and when it came to the introductions of Loelmina and Sheena, all the men who were there immediately listened carefully because they wanted to know the name of the angel that had been lodged in their hearts. Then, Hashirama. "I'm going for a walk." Juichiru, who had been introduced, immediately said to Hashirama. "Yes. However, you should return before your lunch break. Stay cool." "I know. Then, see you later." Juichiru casually left the area with one of Hashirama's clones guarding him. "Iceberg-san, can we get your help back? Can you ask the residents to queue up neatly? We don't want there to be a fight against each other for a place where it will cause a lot of people to be injured and so on. In addition, we also need preparations to open the registration area. Give us 15 minutes to prepare." I see. Iceberg immediately carried out the orders given by Hashirama. Everyone who was there immediately did so, since they respected Iceberg would definitely do it anyway, and started to form a long queue at the temporary construction workers section for the palace maids. There were quite a few also queuing up there, and these people were young women who had hopes of turning their current economic conditions around. Kajin and the others were assisted by Hashirama's clones, who took down the booths that had previously been built and quickly completed the construction of the booths. After the booth construction is complete, Parakton construction workers and servants of the royal palace finally opened. The people who were in the front line excitedly went straight to register. With this, the recruitment of construction workers and servants of the royal palace was officially opened. Some time passed. Many people have been accepted into being construction workers and servants of the royal palace. After they were accepted, they were immediately asked by Hashirama to go pick up the things they had and then take them on board. Workers who work on a contract are also directly paid according to the promises made. This is what causes everyone to be very enthusiastic about it. Meanwhile, Iceberg, who was there, had an interest in the ship built by the Fortis Kingdom. It also made him ask Hashirama's permission to look around the ship. Hashirama happily allowed it, even though he knew that Khalifa was an undercover agent. However, Hashirama wouldn't worry about them retrieving their royal eternal pose, since the eternal pose was currently held by him and neatly tucked away in the storage bracelet. Hashirama at the same time, Hashirama suddenly heard Loelmina calling out to him. Hashirama immediately drew closer to Loelmina and immediately bent over to his ear. The person in front of this is someone from the world government. Hashirama's face instantly became serious and said quietly, "Reject him. Don't let him join our kingdom. Ours will not allow their people to enter our kingdom." I see Loelmina nodded and immediately looked at the woman. "I apologize in advance. However, you cannot be accepted to work in our kingdom." "Unacceptable? Why?" The woman's face immediately changed listening to Loelmina's refusal. The woman previously had certainty of her abilities. After all, this undercover mission wasn't once or twice he'd done it. He had done missions like this many times, and every time he tried to enter, he would definitely be able to do it. There are certain conditions that you cannot meet and that may allow you to be unacceptable to us. Can't you reconsider? You know that my family's economic condition is not good, and right now this job is my only hope. I'm sorry, miss. However, this is a rule set by our king. There is an aspect of you that we cannot accept as long as you have that aspect. If you may know, what aspect is it?" The woman asked again with a sad face. "Sorry, I can't tell you that. Please step back from the line immediately. There are still many who want to register. We need to carry out this task quickly." The woman's hands immediately clenched tightly and immediately left the place. At the same time, Khalifa saw this. Looks like the mission to go undercover can't be carried out. We can only move directly to get their eternal pose. Khalifa's gaze stared at the crystals on the table of each booth. This crystal is the cause. Is the crystal a technology owned by this kingdom? How can they build it? In addition to this woman, one of the Cypher Pal 9 agents named Nero has also been rejected by Kajin due to identity issues as the world government. With a face full of anger, Nero immediately left the place and gave the information to Spandam. After the two agents got rejected, recruitment went smoothly again, and more people were accepted as employees of the Fortis Kingdom as they immediately registered themselves as citizens of the Fortis Kingdom. Grand Line, in I's lobby, Cypher Pal 9 Agent's Leadership Office. "Huh? What did you say? You failed?" Spandam asked with a surprised face as he listened to Nero's report through his den mushi. "They have some kind of technology that can find out someone's identity. Looks like their kingdom doesn't accept people from the world government to enter their kingdom," Nero said with a gloomy face. "Unlucky. Not taking your word for it." Spandam was angry, then laughed out loud. Good. Good. Because we can't do it the gentle way. We will do it the rough way." Spandam's voice became very serious and said, "You sneaked into their ship tonight and stole their royal eternal pose. We cannot let this mission fail. If anyone tries to get in the way, you can kill them directly. Make the killing done by the people of Water 7 Island." I see Nero's face immediately showed a grin of enthusiasm and his eyes showed killing intent. Some time passed. Night, Royal Ship Fortis, cabin. At this time in the ship's restaurant, everyone who was accepted to work in the Fortis Kingdom had gathered and started eating the dinner prepared by Juichiro. Their faces were full of joy because the taste of the dish made by Juichiro was delicious, and they had never tasted such a delicious dish until now. Not everyone who had been accepted to work in the Fortis Kingdom had gathered there yet. There are still many who have not yet come, as they prefer to spend time with their families tonight and choose to come with their belongings tomorrow. They wanted to spend the night with their families before they left for the Fortis Kingdom and would meet again on the day they picked him up. Meanwhile, Hashirama, who had just received a report from Shina, immediately contacted Ars. Currently, Hashirama was on the boat while sitting looking up at the sky. "How's the recruitment there, Hashirama?" "Recruitment is going smoothly, Ars. Currently, we have received 323 people who will work as ship construction workers, while the quota for palace servants has been fulfilled at this time. We will resume recruitment tomorrow and hope tomorrow is the last day so we can come back soon." "Good news," Ars smiled hearing the report. "What about over there? Has the Hyuga Kingdom already sent us the materials?" "Already. This morning when you left, a few hours later at Toheim, who was guarded by Jinbi and also some Fishman race troops, came to bring a lot of food ingredients. We can use this food within 1 week to meet our food needs." Hashirama nodded and continued, "This afternoon, at the time of recruitment, there are 2 world government agents trying to enter as workers." 2 agents? This is interesting. I think that's nothing new. After all, The world government must have obtained information regarding our kingdom's recruitment and will send their people to track down our kingdom's whereabouts. They would not let a single power in this world escape their attention. Well, except for the revolutionary army as well as a few small villages. Ours paused and continued, if we look at the attitude they have. Surely they will send their men to obtain our royal eternal pose, and it is possible that the person sent to do so is one of the rejected agents. They will definitely do whatever it takes to make their mission a success. What should I do? Hashirama asked seriously. What is the name of the person who was sent to disguise into our kingdom? Ars's voice immediately turned very cold. A woman named Yuli and a man named Nero. I don't know the agent named Yuli. There's a possibility that he's not part of the world government's battle division and his only job is to go undercover. The person who will later attack us is probably the person named Nero. He is part of the Cypher Pal 9 agents, who is an agent of the world government, which is part of the battle and assassination division. If this guy really did what we thought, you can kill him directly. Then also, you go to an Ice Lobby Island and kill the Cypher Pal 9 agents leader who is there, Spandam. That person. He will be more troublesome than anyone else. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Don't forget to use your appearance. Use the appearance of the guy named Nero to kill Spandam. Ice Island lobby has a lot of CCTV. Make this murder incident done by Nero so that our kingdom will not get more attention from the world government. After you kill Spandam, take all the treasures they have. It will be our spoils of war. I'm sure they have quite a lot of treasures. After all, Cypher Pal 9 Agents is the lead organization in Ice Lobby Island. At least there is less than 50 billion in funds that they can get every year, especially at this time is still early months. They must have just received fresh funding from the world government. I understand. Hashirama nodded and immediately hung up the call. World government. If you dare mess with our house, I hope you guys prepare yourselves. Hashirama's eyes were now as cold as ours as before. These eyes show anyone who dares to take action against their home, ready to hold back their anger. Chapter 16. Assault time was slowly getting into the middle of the night. Everyone who had boarded the ship had already gone to their rooms to rest and enjoy the comforts of the rooms on the ship belonging to the Fortis Kingdom. Simultaneously, a silhouette moved furiously up onto one of the ships belonging to the Fortis Kingdom. The ship that the silhouette was riding on was the ship used by Hashirama and the others earlier, and it was also the ship currently occupied by them. The one who snuck inside was Cypher Pal 9 Agents Nero. Do you think you can easily deny our existence? We will soon find out the location of your kingdom and slowly start. Before Nero could finish his sentence, instantly an extremely terrifying pressure instantly pressed down on his body. The pressure was very heavy and directly hit the soul possessed by Nero. Nero's face immediately turned pale, his body was currently sweating profusely, and his body couldn't move. His face was currently filled with fear as he endured the pressure. Slowly start? What do you want to do with our house? An emotionless cold voice rang out, which was followed by footsteps. Nero slowly raised his head, which was currently showing deep fear, and looked at Hashirama, who was walking towards him with eyes that showed no emotion at all. No words can come out of Nero's mouth at this time, because the pressure Hashirama was putting on him right now had made him unable to do anything or even speak. The clothes he was currently wearing were covered in cold sweat. Slings. Without waiting for a long time, Hashirama immediately took out the kunai that was stored by him, then slashed the neck of Nero, which killed Nero instantly with his face now showing deep fear. Hashirama immediately formed a seal and created his clone and asked the clone to immediately clean up Nero's corpse so that no one would find it. Turns out you can be very cruel. Hashirama Juichiro, who was still not sleeping, saw all that happened and slowly walked towards Hashirama while looking at the corpse of Nero, who was currently being taken care of by Hashirama's clone. This person can endanger our home. He has the goal of obtaining our eternal pose and will slowly send their men to infiltrate. Ars has given me an order to immediately kill anyone who dares to do something bad to our house, Hashirama said calmly. Juichiro sighed and continued, we're lucky they attacked tonight. I don't want Shina's innocence to disappear because of this matter. It's not just you. Hashirama gave a small smile. I'm sure Ars also doesn't want Shina's innocence to disappear because of their actions. Well, what are you going to do after this? Juichiro asked. Ars has asked me to finish off someone named Spandam. He seemed to be the one behind this attack. At the same time, Ars asked me to take the treasures they have as spoils of war. We will get a lot of benefits. The world government is the largest organization in this world. The price of their wealth must be very high, especially when it is still in the early months. They still have a lot of fresh funds that we can get. That's also said, Ars. Hashirama nodded. Go. I will try to cover up your departure so that Shina and Iowa don't find out. However, I'm not sure about Kajin and the others. They must want to know about this incident. There is no need to cover this up against them. They could figure it out and Iowa didn't seem to mind telling him either. However, don't tell this to Sheena. Ours will be angry with you if you do that, I know. You don't need to remind him. After all, I still have a desire for adventure. Hashirama then quickly used his abilities and flew to Anai's Lobby Island, which was only less than 5 kilometers from their current location. On the way to Anai's Lobby Island, Hashirama had used his ability to change his current appearance and immediately landed right in front of the entrance of Anai's lobby. Stop. Who are you? At the time Hashirama was about to approach. Immediately the Marines on duty there immediately stopped Hashirama due to the current lack of lighting. Hashirama immediately walked towards them without answering. By the time the Marines saw who was going to enter, their expressions softened and immediately allowed Hashirama to enter. Hashirama calmly walked straight into Anai's lobby and immediately walked towards the main building that was there because Hashirama knew that the person who was the leader of the Cypher Pal 9 agents was the one who would sit in the highest position. Spandam, who was currently in his office at the top of the Anai's lobby building, was relaxing quietly drinking the wine that had been prepared by him. He. Tonight, I will definitely get a lot of praise from the Gorosei. Spandam's face was full of a smile of joy as he fiddled with the glass filled with wine. If I manage to get the eternal pose from a small kingdom like Fortis Kingdom and tell me about the natural resources possessed by the kingdom, I will definitely be promoted straight away and it is not impossible to get into the main ranks of world government officials. Ha 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 ha. An excited laugh escaped Spandam's mouth as he continued to drink his wine. Knock knock knock. Simultaneously, a knocking sound came from the entrance of the room. Spandam's eyes instantly got excited and shouted, "Come in." The door was immediately opened and showed Nero, who walked in there. The incoming Nero was Hashirama. How did Hashirama find the location of Spandam's room? By asking the people on Anai's Lobby Island. Because of the status problem that is owned by Spandam. Wherever he is, many people will know about him. This is also a fatal mistake for someone who is already very famous, very easy to find. That is you. Spandam immediately stood up from his seat and excitedly looked at Nero. Hurry up. Give me the eternal pose to head to the Fortis Kingdom. I will give you a great reward for your contribution. Spandam's face was now full of enthusiasm. Luckily when Hashirama entered the room, Hashirama had locked the door of the room at the same time as he did not find any Dendenmushi monitoring the place. Hashirama immediately appeared behind Spandam, which surprised Spandam. But before Spandam took action to defend himself or whatever, Hashirama had already slashed his neck until his head was cut off instantly. Spandam's head was in the air and he could see his eyes staring at Nero with a face that was hard to believe. Before he could finish his sentence, the consciousness of Spandam immediately disappeared, and at this time Spandam had been killed by Hashirama. After you finish killing Spandam, Hashirama Sigra immediately used his senjutsu and started tracking their treasures. It didn't take long for Hashirama to find his location and immediately use the key he found in Spandam's clothes and open the door. Upon entering the room, Hashirama did not find any Dendenmushi lurking. Hashirama immediately put all the treasures that were there into his storage room, then walked out of the treasure warehouse back to Spandam's room to give the key back to him. After, Hashirama then left Anai's Lobby Island without anyone knowing. At this time the head of Cypher Pal 9 agents had been killed because of the killings committed by Hashirama. At this time very silent and there was no sound at all. Currently in the sky, Hashirama has given up Nero's appearance and is currently in contact with ours. How? As you predicted. An agent named Nero came to the ship to steal our kingdom's eternal pose. I've managed to finish it off and also dispose of the corpse of that person so that it can't be tracked by the world government. Good. Ars nodded and looked at the Dendenmushi. What about Spandam? Did you manage to finish it too? Of course. That person has been killed by me. At this time no one knows that the current leader of the Cypher Pal 9 agents has been killed, nor do they know that their treasure has been taken by me. Good job, Hashirama. Ars said happily. How much treasure do they have? Reasonable? Well, they have a lot of treasures. It is possible that this treasure is comparable to the treasure we obtained through the sale of timber to the Galila Company. Not bad for our harvest this time, Ars said. If you guys, the quota for construction workers has been reached. Just go back. We will immediately start the construction project. I see. The communication line was immediately closed and Hashirama immediately returned to his ship and then continued his journey towards the room to get some rest. The next day, recruitment activities went well as yesterday. However, since the current quota for the Royal Palace maids has been fulfilled, hiring today is only done by construction workers. Even so, there were still many people who were there to watch the recruitment and see who would later be selected and rejected in the recruitment. Whoever is chosen will have a deep sense of pleasure. Besides being able to get a decent job, they will also get a big salary while getting a beautiful luxury house. Meanwhile, those who are rejected will have a very deep and sad sense of completion. The recruitment activity only lasted until 10 a.m. because in just a few hours, the quota for construction workers has been fulfilled, and this is what makes many people who are currently waiting in line sad and disappointed. Simultaneously, Iceberg was there monitoring that the activity would run smoothly. You can see that Khalifa's face is still calm. It can be concluded that the current Khalifa still doesn't know about the death of Spandam, or maybe he doesn't care about it. After the quota had been fulfilled, Hashirama immediately asked all the people who had been selected to immediately bring the goods on the ship because they would set sail at 11 o'clock later to the kingdom of Fortis. Thanks for the help, Iceberg-san. If it wasn't for your help, it would probably be difficult for us to recruit workers so quickly. Loelmina was the one who was talking to Iceberg at the moment, since Loelmina was the head of the Foreign Relations Department and it was her job to do these kinds of things. Meh. It's not a difficult matter. Even if we don't help you with the offer that you give, anyone would be happy to work and become a citizen of your kingdom. Though it might happen. However, it is difficult to find workers in such a short time because at this time our kingdom wants to start construction quickly, Loelmina said with a smile. The two of them continued some conversation. Then, Iceberg-san. We said goodbye first. It's time for us to sail back to our kingdom. I hope we can meet again in the future. Meh. Me too, Iceberg replied with a smile. Loelmina immediately made her way to the ship, which was met with cheers from her male fans. In just 2 days of being on Water 7 Island, Loelmina and Sheena currently have a lot of fans. They are both liked because of their appearance and attitude, because they are very kind to everyone. Even the current Iceberg, if it wasn't for the fact that he already had Khalifa as his secretary, and also if it wasn't for Loelmina and Sheena were the top brass of the Fortis Kingdom. Iceberg has the desire of one of the two of them to be his secretary. However, what a shame. Desire is just an eternal dream. Do you like women like Miss Loelmina, Iceberg-san? Khalifa, who was currently close to her, immediately asked. Iceberg was immediately surprised by this question and faked the stone. Don't get me wrong, Khalifa. Iceberg immediately hid his embarrassment, even though what Khalifa said was the truth. What's my schedule today? Iceberg immediately changed the subject. Khalifa herself doesn't really care about this because her job here is to monitor Iceberg and slowly try to approach it so that she can get the design of the Pluto ship that is currently the target of the world government. Chapter: Whitebeard's Pirate Group. Red Line, Marijoa, Bungay Castle, Gorosei Office. What about the response given by Dr. Vegapunk? Can he create tools similar to those of the Fortis Kingdom? Noda asked while looking at Masato, who had just finished contacting Dr. Vegapunk. Impossible, Masato answered. Dr. Vegapunk said that such a device was impossible for him to create. The knowledge he currently has cannot help him in creating such a technology. Looks like this Fortis Kingdom isn't an ordinary kingdom, Ogata said seriously. It has tools that even Dr. Vegapunk itself could not create it. That means in that kingdom there is a scientist who has more terrifying knowledge than Dr. Vegapunk. We can't let a kingdom with such a threat escape our attention, Yasunori said, especially with a scientist like that on their side. We don't know when they will become a threat to our side. In that case, do we need to deploy our agents to trace the whereabouts of this kingdom? So Noda asked. Of course, Masato nodded. We need to quickly find the location of this kingdom and try to kidnap the scientists they have. Such a person cannot be allowed to remain in the Fortis Kingdom. They have to be by our side. What about the matter of Spandam's death? Yasunori asked. Who are we going to appoint as leader of the current Cypher Pal 9 agents? We can lift Rob Lucy. Compared to Spandam, that person is more worthy to be the leader of the Cypher Pal 9 agents. If it wasn't for a request from his father, who has had many services to the world government, it would be impossible for us to appoint a person like him to lead an intelligence agency like that, Ogata replied coldly. What about the traitor who killed Spandam and stole the funds we allocated this year? Because of this problem, we had to pay a large amount of money back and it cost us a lot of money, Noda said coldly. The problem of loss is nothing for times. We are fortunate that the news of Spandam's death was not published. Otherwise the face of the world government will be ashamed in the eyes of the world. In addition, information about Cypher Pal 9 agents will be known by many parties. We can't take such risky actions. Masato said, however, we will still be tracking the traitor. There's no way we'll let him go, especially he knows a lot of secrets from the world government. We can't let what happened to Who's Who happen again. We didn't allow that person to join the pirate group and let him share our information. New World, Moby Dick. Father. Jinbe came and wanted to meet you. One of the Whitebeard pirates' crew members immediately told this. Jinbe? I haven't seen him in a long time. Ace said excitedly hearing this. Ace is one of the commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Portgas D. Ace serves as commander of the Whitebeard pirates' 2nd Division. It's been a long time for me not to meet Jinbe, Marco said with a smile. Marco is one of the commanders of the Whitebeard pirate group. Marco served as commander of the Whitebeard Pirates' 1st Division as well as Whitebeard's right-hand man. Gorgora, tell him to come quickly, my son. I haven't seen him in a long time. Jinbe must have come to talk about something important. Okay, Dad. The crew member immediately went to carry out the order. Talk about something important? Marco asked confusedly but didn't immediately ask Whitebeard and waited for Jinbe to arrive. It didn't take long for Jinbe to get there. All members of the Whitebeard pirate crew welcomed Jinbe's arrival with great enthusiasm even though Jinbe was from a different race from them. Jinbe. Long time no see. Ace is a close friend of Jinbe. Seeing Jinbe's arrival, Ace became very happy and immediately came to greet him. Long time no see, Ace-san, Jinbe said with a smile and looked around him, Marco and others. Long time no see, ha ha ha. Jinbe, long time no see. You haven't changed since we last met, Jaws said excitedly. After doing a short greeting with them, Jinbe continued to face Whitebeard who is currently waiting for his arrival. Oi Aji, sorry I haven't come here for a long time. I need to be on Fishman Island to guard air. Jinbe said seriously while lowering his head. Gorgora, no need to apologize, Jinbe. You are one of my children. Your duties there are far more important than here. Whitebeard said with an excited laugh, then continued, how is the Hyuga Kingdom and Fortis Kingdom working together? Have you guys made a deal? Fortis Kingdom? Marco and the others were confused by the name of the new kingdom. It was finished yesterday, Oi Aji. The Hyuga Kingdom and the Fortis Kingdom are currently establishing a cooperative relationship. Jinbe said with a face that showed an expression full of joy. Oh, yes. Oi Aji, the king of the Fortis Kingdom asked me to send greetings to me as well as he has a desire to meet you in person. Gorgora, tell him that the greetings given by him have been accepted by me and also I would like to meet him. I will definitely pass it on, Jinbe said seriously. Hey, Jinbe. Fortis Kingdom? Does such a kingdom really exist? Ace asked confusedly. Even though Whitebeard and Jinbe are currently talking. However, it was not a problem for a person with the post of commander to be included in the conversation. The Fortis Kingdom did exist and was just being built at this time. The location itself is in the New World and it's quite far from this place. Jinbe said calmly, it's a bit difficult to find the kingdom because it has quite unique conditions and they have a very good security system. Even someone with excellent observation hockey won't be able to locate the whereabouts of that kingdom. Is it really that hard to find the whereabouts of that kingdom, Jinbe? Marco asked seriously. Jinbe nodded. The island on which the Fortis Kingdom was built has a special electromagnetic wave. Ordinary log pose would not be able to capture the data from the island's electromagnetic waves. We can only use the special eternal pose created directly by the Fortis Kingdom. In addition, in the area around the island there is a very thick fog. The fog has a function as a security system of the island. As long as one doesn't have a special eternal pose or the guides of the people inside, they would not be able to reach the Fortis Kingdom. They will get lost in the fog for a week and then get out of there. Gorgora, interesting kingdom. Whitebeard immediately laughed excitedly and continued, I'm becoming more and more interested in that kingdom. This kingdom is really interesting, Ace said with a grin. Hey, Jinbe. Apart from the security system they have, is there anything interesting there too? Sure, Ace-san. Jinbe nodded. That kingdom can be said to be very good in terms of technology, especially in wood-making technology. The wood produced by their kingdom is very good and in terms of quality. I can guarantee that the quality of the wood they have is only slightly worse than the wood from the Adam tree. Not only that, the wood they have is very, very large. If I estimate it, there are about 1 million units of wood ready for them to use and ready for them to sell millions. Marco and the others were very surprised to hear this. Even Whitebeard, who had previously calmed down, fell silent. Because they know how difficult it is to get wood from the Adam tree due to its scarcity and price. Father Marco immediately called out to him, how about we make the Fortis Kingdom our territory? We can ask them to pay protection tax with timber payment. There are several ships for our fleet that are currently undergoing repairs. Gorgora, that's an interesting idea. Whitebeard laughed excitedly then continued, but forget about that idea. We can't do that. Can't do it? Why? Ace asked confusedly. Wouldn't it be better for us to do it than the territory being taken by another pirate group? Jinbe might be able to answer. Whitebeard didn't immediately give an explanation and just stared at Jinbe. The gazes of all the commanders immediately stared at Jinbe. We don't have to worry about the kingdom being taken over by another pirate group, Jinbe said seriously, because the people who live there have very frightening powers. What a terrifying power! Marco and the others became curious about this. Although I myself did not meet face to face with all the higher-ups from the Fortis Kingdom who were in the combat division. However, I met one of them. That person is the head of Fortis Kingdom's intelligence department. That is Hashirama Senju, Jinbe said calmly. This person's strength is terrifying. Even. Jinbe's gaze stared at Whitebeard. Oi Aji, I'm sorry. However, if I compare Hashirama's strength with Oyaji will be defeated by him. Impossible. Ace immediately said angrily. Hey, Jinbai. Are you serious? Vista asked with a look on his face hard to believe. It's hard to believe this. Jinbai shook his head, although I myself can't accept this either. However, Hashirama's power was terrifying. I sensed it using my observation haki. Hashirama's strength was at least several times stronger than Oyaji's. Besides, Jinbai paused again and continued, their kingdom has a different source of power. A different source of power? Whitebeard frowned and became interested in this. Usually we can get superpowers such as Oyaji, who has the vibration ability, or Ace, who has the ability to manipulate fire by getting it through eating a devil fruit. However, the Fortis Kingdom has a way for one to get super abilities without eating a devil fruit, and this ability has no side effects. Even this ability is more flexible than devil fruit abilities. For example, if one can control that power, they can get two abilities like controlling fire and earth, the ability to form clones or control the wind, and so on. The source of this power they call chakra energy. Everyone immediately fell silent hearing this. Hashirama, that I said is stronger than father, has a source of power from that chakra. With the ability to control the chakra, Hashirama can manipulate elements that I don't know about, can walk on water, and also some other abilities that he himself didn't tell me about. Jinbai Whitebeard suddenly said, can this source of power called chakra be learned by everyone? This question immediately made everyone who was there very excited. From Hashirama's words, it can. Hashirama also said that the chakra itself is already in our bodies. Jinbai nodded. However, the way to train and control this power is a secret of that kingdom. They would not allow anyone, especially outsiders, to learn this ability. According to Hashirama, only people who were in the intelligence department or didn't have the approval of King Fortis could learn this. However, I'm not sure whether outsiders can learn it or not. This immediately made everyone who was there immediately disappointed. Apart from the chakra energy source, that kingdom also has what is called a way of practicing spiritual energy control. Spiritual energy control? Whitebeard immediately frowned. Is this ability related to armament haki? That's right, Jinbai nodded. However, the Fortis Kingdom's ability to use their spiritual energy is already very advanced, Oyaji. As we know that by using spiritual energy, we can use the armament haki ability. Hashirama told me that many people in this world use their spiritual energy only to form an armor around the body, which is used by them to attack and defend, or can be said to use spiritual energy to activate armament haki abilities. However, the way in which the spiritual energy of the Fortis Kingdom was used was quite different. By using their spiritual energy, they can control their spiritual energy and then use various abilities such as flying, standing in the sky, and even increasing their speed. What? Instantly everyone who was there again shocked by the information. Aren't you joking, Jinbai? Using spiritual energy to fly? Marco had the hardest time believing this. I am not kidding. I saw it live yesterday when Hashirama came to pick us up. At that time he was flying, and later when we went to their kingdom, he uses his chakra ability to walk on water. Gorura, this kingdom is just getting more and more interesting, Whitebeard said with an excited smile, then looked at Jinbai. This must also be the secret of their kingdom, right? Sure, Oyaji. Jinbai nodded. Immediately the faces of Marco and others were immediately disappointed, especially for Ace and others who always wanted to get the ability to fly. Gorura, what's with your faces, my children? Are you disappointed that you can't get this ability? When it comes to chakra issues, it's okay for you to be disappointed and sad because it is a natural thing, and we are also currently new to the source of this power. But regarding spiritual energy, why are you sad? Aren't some of you already able to use armament haki abilities? That means you are now able to use your spiritual energy but still can't control it. You just need to train hard, and it's not impossible that you can reach the same level as those used by the higher-ups of the Fortis Kingdom. That's right, Oyaji. Marco suddenly stood up from his seat and said, some of us are now able to use armament haki, which proves we can already use spiritual energy. We just need to train them regularly, and it's not impossible that we can reach the same level as them. We don't need the way they train because we can do it ourselves. Marco's words immediately made everyone there immediately excited again. Ace, who previously did not pay attention to the development of armament haki abilities because he is currently very comfortable with his devil fruit abilities, has started to change his mind, especially after knowing with spiritual energy he can fly. Ace became excited to think that he could fly freely in the sky. Gorara, that's it, my children. Whitebeard said excitedly and continued, everyone, get all our food and drink out. We're going to have a party to celebrate Jinbai's arrival here. Oh. All the crew members excitedly started to go prepare for the party. The division commanders chose to stay behind and started talking to Jinbai about the Fortis Kingdom. They are currently interested in the kingdom. Zahaha. Chakra. Spiritual energy control. Fortis Kingdom? This world is becoming more and more interesting. Teach, who was there listening to the information, became very excited. Chapter 18, Back New World, Fortis Kingdom, Port of Ship Construction Department. Finally Hashirama and the others arrived safely at Fortis Kingdom. Hashirama, with the help of his clones, immediately arranged the placement of each of the construction workers and palace maids in the residence they would occupy at this time. The workers already knew about Hashirama's clone abilities. This was conveyed by Hashirama during the trip. In addition, they knew about the connecting channel owned by the Fortis Kingdom. It also made them even more amazed by the Fortis Kingdom and grateful for choosing to become citizens of the Fortis Kingdom. Meanwhile, Hashirama and the other higher-ups immediately rushed to the direction of the battle room because Ars had asked them to come so they could discuss the mission report and also some things they needed to discuss at this time. By the time Hashirama and the others arrived at the meeting room, all the higher-ups along with Ars had arrived there and were waiting for their presence. Hashirama and the others immediately took their own seats and today's meeting began. Okay. Everything has arrived. We can start the meeting this time. Ars paused and continued while looking at Sheena. Sheena, please read me the mission report. Okay. Sheena nodded and immediately opened the document compiled by her earlier and started giving reports. The mission this time went smoothly. We managed to recruit 500 construction workers and 50 women who will work as maids in the royal palace. Everyone recruited by us also has a wish and has set their wish to become a citizen of our kingdom. Of the 500 people we have successfully recruited, there are 156 ordinary workers while there are 394 contract workers, and we have paid all of their salaries within the next 3 months. Next, regarding the division of housing units. There are 268 people who will later get a second unit house while there are 282 people who will later get a third unit house. That's the report. Sheena then lowered the document and continued again. Right now all the workers have been directed by Hashirama's clones to the residences they will be temporarily staying in. Good job. Ars nodded and continued. You order whoever signs up first for us to share the house they will get. You sort each person according to the house they will get later. I understand. Sheena nodded. Okay. We will continue the discussion further. Ars' voice immediately became more serious than before. Our kingdom is currently the concern of the world government. Everyone's faces immediately became serious upon hearing this. At the time of the previous recruitment, I'm sure you guys already know that there are people from the world government who dare try to send their people to do a tracking of the location of this kingdom of ours. Luckily we have technology that can tell who they are. Although this time they failed. The higher-ups of the world government will definitely not let us pass by. I believe by now they have sent their agents to do a trace of our kingdom. Therefore, we must start increasing the speed of building this kingdom so that we will also have readiness later if the time for our security system is up. They all nodded. Ars gazed and looked at Hashirama. There's still quite a lot of money to fund the salary payments, isn't it? Sure. Hashirama nodded. There are also funds that were obtained through the attacks we carried out against the world government for their actions. However, the money has not yet been counted. Wait, Loilmana suddenly said. Assault? When did it happen? The attack happened the night we arrived at Water 7 Island. Someone from the world government sneaked into our ship to find our royal eternal pose. However, the action was intercepted by Hashirama. Because of the attack they carried out, we also countered the attack by attacking the person who sent the mission to him, Juichiro said calmly. It's surprising to hear you know this, Juichiro Kojiro said. Juichiro knew about it because he saw it in person, Hashirama said calmly. Then what about the raid? Ishiki suddenly asked. Do they know that the mastermind behind the attack was us? No, Hashirama shook his head. I went to attack not using my appearance but the appearance of an undercover agent to attack us. If so, we are now safe. The world government must be tracking that person's whereabouts. After all, his current actions could be said to be treason. He also has many secrets to keep. They will definitely hunt him down, Kaguya said calmly, then looked at Hashirama. Did you manage to get rid of the corpse? Hashirama nodded. I threw it in the ocean. It is possible that at this time the corpse of that person has been eaten by fish. There's no way the world government would know about this, and it's possible that at this point they still think that the agent is still a fugitive at the moment. Even though, surely the world government will continue to pay attention to our kingdom. They can do the act of dividing the agents they have. You should know too. The number of agents owned by the world government is very large and is currently the largest worldwide. They can divide the number of agents they have into 2 tasks, Loilmana said seriously. Right now we can forget a bit about this matter, Ars suddenly said, though they did everything they could. Of course they wouldn't be able to find the existence of this kingdom even if they had our kingdom's eternal pose. As long as I don't allow them to come, they won't be able to come to this place. However, we must also remain vigilant against their actions while we are outside the kingdom. Sheena, who was listening to this conversation, slightly understood the flow of the conversation. Although he was a little surprised by Hashirama's murder, However, in retrospect the world government will pose a threat to their homes. Sheena too, if she was given a choice. She would definitely do that. R's gaze stared at Kajin and the others. You can start the project construction from February 8th. Use tomorrow's time to teach your subordinates about the buildings to be built along with the use of the equipment. We understand. Kajin and the others nodded. By the way, Ares. We need equipment to build. Currently we only have one piece of equipment. Even that equipment is specifically for shipbuilding and is not suitable for building houses and others. I see. I will later prepare it at night in front of the royal palace courtyard. I will prepare 20 units of construction equipment that you will use. Ars then looked at everyone, and tonight as well. We will help each other build a curtain to place the dining table and cutlery for the workers to use. We understand. Everyone nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Kaguya. Kaguya, there is currently quite a lot of fresh funds coming in through taking the spoils of war. You can already calculate it and put the funds into our royal fund. I see. Kaguya nodded. Ars gaze then looked at Myard. Myard, later when construction starts on the 8th later. You will start to build the fellowship building. The location will be built in the middle of an urban area. Ars gaze stared at Hashirama. The area for the construction of the fellowship building is still full of trees. Please tomorrow you cut everything down so that it is ready to be built. Tonight, we will immediately mark the size of the area that you will cut down while also building a guardrail. Ars gaze then looked towards Myard. You came to me after this. I will submit the design of the fellowship building. You study tonight so you can teach your subordinates tomorrow. I see. Hashirama and Myard said in unison. Simultaneously Hashirama's den mushi sounded. Everyone immediately looked at him. Please pick up, Hashirama. There's a possibility it's from Iceberg or Atoheim. They definitely need something. Hashirama nodded and immediately picked up the communication line. Hello, Hashirama here. Hashirama-san, it's me, Jinbai. Jinbai. What is it? Hashirama asked in a friendly tone. Here, I'm currently with Whitebeard's pirate group, and also please convey to King Fortis that Toyaji has sent his greetings back to him and wants to meet him too. Jinbai's voice was so strong that it was heard by everyone in the battle room. Tell Hashirama, if the time is right, we can meet. I also accept his greetings. Ars smiled as he said. Jinbai. His Majesty is currently with me and has heard everything you have to say. His Majesty said if there is time, meetings can happen. I will convey this to Oyaji. By the way, what's the matter that you contacted me? If you want to say that, can't you just say it to His Majesty directly? I was afraid to disturb him, Hashirama-san. Surely King Fortis has a lot of work for him to do, especially now that your kingdom is under construction. Well, that's true. Hashirama nodded. Well, then, why did you contact me? Whitebeard's pirate group knows about the wood your kingdom produces and has the desire to place an order. However, they want to know, can they get a discount? They want to buy in bulk? Tell Jinbai, we can give them a discount for each wood to 400,000 berries. We can't reduce it from that price, said Ars. Hashirama nodded. Jinbai, your Majesty has agreed. We can give you a discount of 100,000 berries. That means the price of wood that we sell to you is only 400,000 berries. How? Please wait a moment. New World, Moby Dick. The conversation between Jinbai and Hashirama was heard by everyone who was there. What do you think, Oyaji? How much wood are we going to buy them? Jinbai asked excitedly. Gormara, they were very kind by giving us a discount, Whitebeard said with a laugh, then looked at Marco. How much wood do we need, Marco? We only need about 1,000 woods, Marco said calmly, then continued. However, Daddy, it's better if we buy in bulk. I think instead we have to renovate the ship damaged by the battle. We'd better rebuild to be new. That way, the ship will have better endurance than the current ship. Good idea. Whitebeard nodded and continued. Jinbai, tell them we will buy as much as 10,000 units of wood. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Meeting Room. 10,000 wood? Okay. When should I drop off the goods, and also where can we meet up? You can deliver the goods tomorrow. Can you drop him off at the Sphinx Island? Jinbai asked hesitantly. Sphinx? Hashirama's gaze stared at Ars. No problem. I'll give you the island's eternal pose later. Ars answered calmly. I can do it, Jinbai. We'll meet there tomorrow. Prepare the payment as well. Ha ha ha. I see. Closed communication link. Looks like you have a lot of work to do tomorrow, Hashirama Juichiro teased. I think so too, Hashirama said, then look at Ars. Ars, let me do the logging today. So that tomorrow's assignment won't be a problem. Today's felling? Do you want to do something tomorrow? Don't tell me you want to try to challenge Whitebeard? Ars asked while raising his brow. Of course, Hashirama's face smirked, even not fighting at full strength. Of course I want to try his strength. Ars sighed then said, alright. However, Be careful there. Don't use all your strength, especially using your strongest ability. They're just a dual friendship if that's the case. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Aren't we going to discuss the visa issue yet? Kaguya suddenly asked while changing the subject. Discussers regarding visa, we will wait for the head of the occupation department to come to discuss this matter. Right now, we don't need to talk about it. It's too soon for us to talk about it. Kaguya nodded. Tomorrow, besides, there will be construction workers who start working here. There will be palace maids as well who will work. I hope Juichiru, Jin, Kojiro, Shina, and Iowa. You can all help out by explaining the tasks they have to do as well as by helping them learn how to use the equipment here. There are many tools here that have never existed in this world and they don't know how to use them. You help them to teach him. We understand. Everyone whose names were mentioned immediately nodded. Okay. We will end this meeting here. Starting tomorrow, we will start getting a lot of work. I hope we can all do our best. Everyone nodded. You can rest or do whatever you want. One by one they started to leave the meeting room to do what they wanted to do. Shina then walked over to Ars, do you have time now? Time? Of course. I'm pretty loose for now. Is there anything you need? Good, Shina said happily, I just found an interesting book in the library. How about we come read together? Can I come along? Lowelmana asked as she walked towards them. Of course, Shina said excitedly, the more people the better. Okay. Before that, you two go and arrange your things first. Later when you're done, you guys call me in the room. I will go meet with Myard first to discuss the matter of building the fellowship building. We understand. Shina and Lowelmana immediately left the meeting room and immediately took their belongings to the room to be cleaned up. Meanwhile, Ars went to his room and saw Myard was waiting for him at his door. Chapter 19, Healing Whitebeard. The next day. Ars, this is the financial report so far. Kaguya, who was currently in Ars's office, immediately handed over the documents she had just made regarding the financial statements. Thank you. Ars nodded and took the document, then started to read it. We got 25 billion spoils of war? Kaguya nodded. It's hard to believe that an organization with such a small number of members has so much funding. Ars said, I'm quite curious. How much tax the world government charges against a kingdom that joins them? I'm sure it's not a small number. If we estimate, I think at least more than 10 billion berries and less than 50 billion berries. Kaguya said calmly, that amount alone is quite small for the income of a country with a royal record being well managed. However, considering that in this world many kings do not know how to command a kingdom and also only always spend their money on useless things, it will be difficult for them to pay this much. Aries nodded, yes. The problem lies in how they manage the kingdom they have and also because of the desire to live in luxury. Even though they are the owners of the kingdom, they also can't waste their money on useless things. This also caused their royal taxes to be very high. Just for your own gratification. Ars took down the document. Thanks for the report. Have you seen Hashirama? I met him earlier when I was about to take the storage capsule. Looks like he has already left to deliver the ordered goods to Whitebeard. I see. Ars nodded and continued, you've worked hard. You currently don't have a job. Use this time to relax and unwind. You can't ride to get around this island or go to the rice field area. There is an interesting view there that you can use to relax. Sarah, I think it's a good idea, Kaguya said with a smile. How about you accompany me? You don't have a job right now, do you? I don't think so. Ars nodded. I can use this time to accompany you for a walk. Also, I've never been to a farm. You can check there at once. Then, wait a moment. I'll go change my clothes first. Change dress? I think it's not necessary. You can use those clothes to relax. No, Kaguya immediately refused. I want to change clothes. I don't want to go out in these clothes. Okay. Up to you. I will wait here. Don't take too long, otherwise I'll leave you. Kaguya quickly walked out of the king's study to her room to prepare herself. Meanwhile, Ars continued his work by reviewing the documents that Shina had given him yesterday. New World, Sphinx Island. Sphinx Island is an island that became one of the areas controlled by the Whitebeard pirate group and is also their main headquarters. Whitebeard's pirate group made Sphinx Island their main base because this island is the island where Whitebeard was born. At this time all the members of the Whitebeard pirates were right on their ships, namely Moby Dick, waiting for Hashirama's presence. Hashirama himself had contacted Jinbai before and said he would be arriving soon. Someone's approaching. Marco immediately said seriously while looking up at the sky. Is it an enemy? Vista asked while frowning. Wait. Jinbai immediately stopped them. Don't anyone attack. The person who came was Hashirama-san. Ah. Thank you, Jinbai. Simultaneously, they suddenly heard a voice from above the sky and slowly descended onto their ship. Even though they knew that Hashirama had the ability to fly, They still showed surprise when they first saw it, especially for Marco. Hashirama immediately slowly descended onto the ship. However, by the time Hashirama touched the floor of the ship, instantly a terrifying surge of Conqueror's Haki instantly pressed down on Hashirama's body. This Conqueror's Haki? This Haki? Daddy. All of Whitebeard's pirate crew members immediately looked at Whitebeard, who was currently sitting quietly looking at Hashirama with a sympathetic look while releasing his Conqueror's Haki. Oyaji. Marco and the others were excited as they tasted the Conqueror's Haki released by Sharingan. Wow. Scary Conqueror's Haki. Hashirama's face didn't show a look of fear or anything related to it. Hashirama's face was now smiling and looked at Whitebeard. It's not a good thing to reject someone's greetings. Immediately Hashirama also released his Conqueror's Haki. Hashirama's Conqueror's Haki immediately suppressed Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki. Even though Hashirama wasn't currently releasing his entire Conqueror's Haki. However, Hashirama also knew that Whitebeard was currently also withholding Conqueror's Haki for fear of affecting everyone on board. This caused the two of them to resist the power of their Conqueror's Haki. This. He also has Conqueror's Haki just like Oyaji? Hashirama-san. Jinbai's face showed surprise. The power of his Conqueror's Haki. Incredible, Marco said seriously. Ace, who was there, also nodded. That guy's Conqueror's Haki power can directly suppress Oyaji's, even though Jinbai knew that Hashirama's strength was very strong. However, he himself did not know that Hashirama had Conqueror's Haki. Even Hashirama's Conqueror's Haki was more terrifying than Whitebeard's. How about we find a place to hold a friendly battle? I believe this place is not suitable as a place to fight for the two of us. I want to try to fight someone who has the title of the strongest human in this world. Hashirama immediately withdrew his Conqueror Haki while looking at Whitebeard with a smile. You won't refuse this offer, will you? Gorora, interesting. Whitebeard's gaze fixed on Marco. Marco, direct the ship to an uninhabited island nearby. Marco nodded and immediately ordered all of Whitebeard's pirates to move the ship to an uninhabited island located less than a few dozen kilometers from the Sphinx Island. I didn't expect you to have Conqueror's Haki, Hashirama-san. Jinbai immediately walked over to Hashirama. Ha ha ha. You never asked, so you didn't know. If you ask, I will definitely tell you, Hashirama said excitedly and laughed. I think so. Jinbai nodded. Come on, I'll take you and introduce everyone there. Hashirama nodded and immediately followed Jinbai. Jinbai began to introduce each of the Whitebeard Pirates group commanders to Hashirama. Marco and the others were quite surprised by Hashirama's calm and carefree attitude. Their acquaintance was over until Hashirama was currently dealing with Whitebeard. Gorora, as Jinbai said. You have very strong power. I'm sure that's not all the power you have, is it? Whitebeard asked seriously. I don't use it here because it will affect other people. I don't want that to happen. Besides, what you did to me was just to test me. I'm just replying, Hashirama said calmly as he looked at Whitebeard. Are you still able to fight at your full strength with your condition like that? Nonsense. Who do you think I am? I'm Whitebeard. Whitebeard said angrily while looking at Hashirama. Really? If you want, I can help you treat the wound you're currently getting. You might be able to regain your original state. Are you really able to do it, Hashirama-san? Jinbai asked with a surprised face. I have the ability to heal. I think I can give it a try. Hashirama nodded and continued to stare at Whitebeard. Besides, I want to fight with you at your best. I don't want to fight when you're in this state. Hashirama looked at Whitebeard and continued, however, if you refuse. Well, already. I just wait. Marco suddenly came forward and said, are you really capable of that? Father has many dark wounds that he got from the past. Even with the best healing abilities, it's very difficult to cure it. You have a lot of knowledge about it, Marco. Are you the doctor on this ship? Marco nodded in response. Well, we still haven't tried it. If we haven't tried it, we don't know if I can do it or not. Marco looked at Hashirama for a while, then looked at Whitebeard. Father, how about we give it a try? After all, it's not a bad thing to try it and we can see the function of the chakras. Chakras? You know about chakras? Hashirama was surprised to hear this and immediately asked Marco. That. I'm sorry, Hashirama-san, Jinbai suddenly said shyly. I told them about it. You said it? Hashirama asked while raising his brow. Well, no problem. After all, sooner or later things related to chakra will also be known to the world. You don't need to apologize. Thank you. Hashirama's gaze stared at Whitebeard. How? Do you accept it? Whitebeard's face now looks ugly because if he accepts this request from Hashirama, it could be said that he seemed to be getting the mercy of his enemy, and that was not Whitebeard's wish. While at this time all his children are forcing him to do this. You don't need to think that you receive mercy from me. After all, as I said before, I want to fight with you at the peak of your strength. Although due to the age issue your strength will be different from that of the peak period. However, your strength will be stronger than it is now. Gorara, alright. If you force you. I'll do it, Whitebeard said with a laugh, then looked at Hashirama. Don't regret it later. If you lose, don't make weird excuses. Stay cool. I'm not that kind of person. Hashirama said with a smile and immediately walked towards Whitebeard. Hashirama immediately jumped into his seat, then said, I will first check your body. Later my chakra will enter your body to check where the dark wound you have. Don't try to fight back so this healing can take place quickly. Okay, Whitebeard nodded. Hashirama immediately touched Whitebeard's shoulder and began to examine the dark wound he had. When Hashirama's chakra entered Whitebeard's body, Whitebeard could feel Hashirama's chakra, which was very calm, peaceful, and warm. Is this chakra? Whitebeard asked, with his body currently feeling very relaxed due to the effects of Hashirama's chakra. How does it feel? Ace asked curiously. Gorara feels very warm and also very comfortable, Whitebeard said with a smile. Everyone has a different chakra. There is a chakra that has a cold and dark feeling, and usually people who have this chakra are people who have an evil soul. While there is also a warm and bright chakra, and usually people who have this chakra are people who have a good soul. However, chakra can also be affected by emotional factors that previously someone had calm, peaceful, and warm chakra can turn cold and evil if the person's emotions change, Hashirama said calmly, then pulled back the chakra that was inserted by him. You have quite a lot of wounds, dark, Whitebeard. Especially on the front of your body. Almost every part of it has dark scars. Is this a trace of the battle you went through before? Gorara, of course. I am not someone who will run away from battle. Can you cure it, Hashirama? Marco asked nervously. Stay cool. The dark wound suffered by Whitebeard is an easy matter. I can cure it. Hashirama's gaze then looked at Marco. Prepare a big bucket. There was a lot of dirty blood flowing in his body and it had to be expelled immediately along with the healing of his dark wounds. Later when your father heals you will always vomit the dirty blood. I see. Marco immediately ordered the crew members to bring a large bucket. The bucket was immediately placed beside Whitebeard's seat with several people holding it in preparation. Hashirama immediately moved in front of Whitebeard. Then let's begin. Hashirama immediately changed his chakra into healing chakra, which Whitebeard immediately felt. At the moment Whitebeard felt Hashirama's healing chakra, Whitebeard's body instantly became very comfortable and also very light. Whitebeard could also feel the dark wounds in his body slowly starting to heal, which together with his other dirty blood went straight up and instantly. Vomit. Oyaji. Everyone was shocked by the vomit Whitebeard did. The people holding the buckets quickly caught the vomit and it was seen that Hashirama's vomit was a dark black liquid. You don't need to worry. Marco immediately shouted. What Oyaji vomited was the dirty blood Hashirama said earlier. Marco's eyes were currently showing an excited look. Vomit. Whitebeard again vomited the black blood for several times until the bucket he was currently using was almost full of the liquid. Whitebeard's body, which previously felt heavy and painful from the dark wounds, is now starting to improve. Even Whitebeard feels his body has returned to the way it used to be when he had no dark wounds. Hashirama also sensed that Whitebeard's dark wound had disappeared and immediately cancelled its healing, then stood up with a sigh. Healing has been completed. The dark wound that you had along with the dirty blood that was on your body has disappeared. Hashirama immediately got off Whitebeard's body because he could feel Whitebeard's excited feelings right now. Gorara Whitebeard with an excited face immediately let go of all the impulses in his body and immediately stood up from his seat feeling full of excitement. Whitebeard could even feel that his current body was stronger and lighter than before. Oyaji. Marco and the others were surprised to see this. Whitebeard, who was in an excited state, immediately walked towards the side of the ship and immediately hit hard towards the ocean. Kaka. The air instantly cracked from the blow, which was followed by a terrifying wave attack across the ocean. What an amazing power, Hashirama said in a slightly surprised tone at the power released by Whitebeard. The previously calm sea immediately swelled violently. Even the ship they were currently using was swaying very vigorously. This power. Ace, who saw Whitebeard's punch power using his devil fruit ability for the first time, was shocked. Marco and the crew members who had followed Whitebeard from his peak were very excited to see the power that Whitebeard had unleashed. Even though his strength was still lacking compared to his strength at the time he was at the peak of his strength back then. However, this did not disappoint them. They were very excited at this time since Whitebeard had recovered from the wounds he had sustained. Father, how are you? Are you really healed? Marco asked excitedly. Gorara, sure? I haven't felt my body full of strength like this in a long time and also so light. Whitebeard laughed excitedly. Hooray! Father is back. Ha ha ha. With Father's current strength, no one would dare mess with us. Marco, who heard this, immediately walked towards Hashirama and bowed. Hashirama, thank you for healing, Father. Whitebeard's pirate group owes you a lot. If you need help, we will definitely help immediately. Marco is Whitebeard's right-hand man. Marco has the right to say this to anyone. Also, Whitebeard didn't deny that. Not only Marco, almost everyone from Whitebeard's pirate group immediately bowed to Hashirama with enthusiasm and joy. You don't need to thank me. After all, this was my own initiative as I wanted to fight Whitebeard at the time of his strength at its best. Hashirama said cheerfully while looking at Whitebeard. Gorara, interesting words. Whitebeard laughed excitedly, then looked at Hashirama seriously. But remember, even if you heal me, if you lose later, I don't want to hear any weird excuses from you. You don't need to say it, I already know about it. I'm not that kind of person either. Hashirama paused and continued, you should be the one preparing yourself. Don't make weird excuses if you lose to someone who's still easy like me. Gorara, bullshit. I'm Whitebeard. There's no way I'd say such a stupid excuse when I lost a battle. Whitebeard said excitedly while looking at Hashirama seriously. While everyone is very excited about Whitebeard's recovery, only one person has a gloomy feeling. That person is Teach. Teach had a plan after getting the Yami Yami no Mi fruit that he had been eyeing for a long time. Teach will build a plan to kill Whitebeard in order to get his power, namely Gura Gura no Mi. After getting the two powers, Teach will target the Fortis Kingdom, which has a new source of power called Chakra. However, Teach never thought Hashirama would help heal Whitebeard's current dark wound. This also makes Teach's feelings angry and gloomy. However, with his expertise in hiding it, no one could know Teach's expression at this time. Chapter 20, Opening. The full power of Hashirama's Conqueror's Haki. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Report. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a member of the Marines, immediately saluted Sengoku, who was currently reviewing a document. At the same time in the office there was Vice Admiral Garp casually eating his peanut crackers. We just received a report from our troops who were reconnaissance against 4 Emperors Whitebeard. The member said seriously, a few minutes ago, on 4 Emperors Whitebeard's ship there was a fairly strong Conqueror's Haki clash, and our reconnaissance team estimated that one of the Conqueror's Haki was Whitebeard's. Currently our reconnaissance team informs that the ship belonging to the Whitebeard pirates has made a voyage to an uninhabited island. Conqueror's Haki clash? Who clashed Conqueror's Haki with Whitebeard? Sengoku asked while frowning. Our reconnaissance team estimates that the person who did this was someone who suddenly came from above the sky, the member replied and continued. The reconnaissance team saw, before the Conqueror's Haki clashed, there was someone who came from above the sky who came down towards the ship belonging to the 4 Emperors Whitebeard. After that person got off the ship, a Conqueror's Haki clash occurred from above the sky? Sengoku's face suddenly turned serious. Is it possible, Shiki? Garp continued back while asking with a gloomy face. That's not it, Kijeshi no Shiki, Vice Admiral Garp. The Marine replied back. No. Sengoku and Garp were shocked to hear this. Yes. That's not Kijeshi no Shiki. Our scouts reported that the person who came was not Kijeshi no Shiki but someone else. The Marine replied again. We have tried to search for the person's personal data and tried to track him down. Is that person a fugitive? However, we did not find any evidence that he was a fugitive or a pirate. Not a fugitive? Sengoku and Garp's faces were instantly shocked. For someone who can compete with Conqueror's Haki with Whitebeard, it's certainly not a random person. That person must be someone very famous. Could it be that he was the person Whitebeard had just discovered? Sengoku frowned and looked at the Marine. What about that person's appearance? Hi, the member said. That person's appearance is still very young. He is probably under 25 years old. That person has long black hair, is wearing a rather strange red outfit. Under 25. Garp and Sengoku were again shocked by the information. The one who could clash Conqueror's Haki with Whitebeard was someone who is still 25 years old. That is something very extraordinary. Although Whitebeard's current strength was not the pinnacle of his strength. However, it is still quite extraordinary for someone to be able to do that. There's a possibility that Whitebeard's goal is to go to that uninhabited island to do battle, Garp said seriously. Sengoku, we can try to get the reconnaissance team to do a screen recording. We still don't know if that person is a pirate or not. We also don't know whether that person has joined Whitebeard or not. That person currently still has no stronghold at all. It would be great if we could attract that person to join the Navy. We will have someone less than 25 years of age with strength equal to that of an admiral. I know. Sengoku nodded and looked at the Marines in front of him. Tell the reconnaissance team to try to get closer to the battle site and try to record the upcoming battle. Then, send the Denden Mushi to watch here as well as summon Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Tsuru to come here. Okay, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Marine immediately left the Fleet Admiral's office. If that person has the ability to fly, There is a possibility that Kenjishi no Shiki has died by this time, Sengoku said seriously. I have a hunch that what's happening right now isn't something easy. Garp said seriously, even though we know that Shiki's strength has been greatly reduced right now due to his missing legs and a driver stuck in his head. Shiki wasn't someone who died easily. That person would not have died unnoticed by us seeing his personality. If he's going to die, Shiki would rather die being killed by his enemy than dying of weakness. Sengoku nodded. New world, uninhabited island. The ship belonging to Whitebeard's pirate group finally landed there. Whitebeard and Hashirama immediately descended there while Whitebeard turned to look at his children. You don't come down here. Just watch over there. Whitebeard himself already knew how much power Hashirama had. It was also why he didn't want Marco and the others to be hit by a direct hit when the battle took place. Marco and the others nodded. Even though they could only watch from a distance. However, they were now very happy because Whitebeard was currently in the best condition. Hey, Hashirama. Don't cry when defeated by Oyaji, Ace shouted excitedly while looking at Hashirama. Ha ha ha. Impossible, Hashirama smiled, because I'm the one who will win this battle. Gororo big words. Whitebeard wasn't angry but just laughed excitedly. As someone who has a very strong power, it was rare to meet someone who could fight him on an equal footing. Let's go to the middle of the island, Whitebeard, Hashirama said. This place is not suitable for us to fight. Whitebeard nodded and the two immediately walked towards the center of the island. Ha ha ha. Oyaji will definitely beat Hashirama quickly, Ace said with a smile. I wouldn't say such a thing, Marco said in a serious tone as he looked ahead. What do you mean, Mark? Ace asked in confusion. I agree with Marco, Ace Jaws also added, although I have confidence that Oyaji will win. However, I'm not sure this battle will go on quickly. Jaws paused and continued, Hashirama. He's really strong? Ace asked in confusion. You don't know how strong he is because you haven't developed your observation haki, Ace Vista added. That guy's strength is very strong. Even if I don't want to say it and admit it, that person's strength is more terrifying than Oyaji's. Oi. Are you guys kidding? Hashirama's strength is more terrifying than Oyaji's. Impossible, Ace said in a disapproving tone. Although I don't want to admit it either, Ace Marco suddenly said with a gloomy face, Hashirama's strength. His strength is above Oyaji's. Ace was silent for a moment hearing this. Ace then looks at his friends who can use observation haki and asks about it. The answer that Ace got was almost the same as the answer that Marco and others gave him. This made Ace momentarily silent. Uninhabited island, central region. Whitebeard and Hashirama finally arrived there. Both immediately took a distance of 23 meters 50 meters from their current position. Gororo, Hashirama, you don't need to hold back from fighting me. I can feel that terrifying power within you. Whitebeard immediately let go of everything he wanted to say earlier to Hashirama since the two of them were currently alone there. Are you sure? Hashirama raised his brow. I can't guarantee you will survive if I use all my strength. Nonsense. Are you looking down on me? I'm Whitebeard. Even though Whitebeard knew about it. However, Whitebeard did not want his opponent to be merciful to him. Okay. If that's your wish, I will grant it. Hashirama's previously calm and friendly gaze suddenly turned serious. However, I will not guarantee it after the sentence is finished. An extremely terrifying pressure immediately descended on the island. The pressure immediately pressed Whitebeard's body, which also made Whitebeard suddenly startled. It wasn't just Whitebeard who felt this pressure, but Marco and the others could also feel it, and right now the people with weaker powers were already lying on the ship in a cold sweat. Even Marco and the others are currently covered in sweat, which is where the clothes they wear are discussed. This pressure. Whitebeard's gaze became very serious as he stared at Hashirama. Because the pressure released by Hashirama directly suppressed his soul, which affected his current fighting power, which had been reduced to 90% of his total strength. This isn't Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard said as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Hashirama. This pressure. Is this spiritual energy? Simultaneously, Hashirama also unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Due to a request from Whitebeard, Hashirama didn't hold back his Conqueror's Haki power but released all of his Conqueror's Haki power, which where Hashirama's attack range of Conqueror's Haki immediately covered the entire island and even further covered the sea area for 5 kilometers from the island. Marco and the others who had previously been suppressed by Hashirama's spiritual pressure instantly fell unconscious upon receiving the Conqueror's Haki. It's not just them. The current Marine reconnaissance team had also fainted from Hashirama's terrifying Conqueror's Haki. What a terrifying Conqueror's Haki! Whitebeard exclaimed as he stared at Hashirama, its intensity. Stronger than the red hair boys. Whitebeard also immediately released his Conqueror's Haki, even though his Conqueror's Haki was weaker than Hashirama's. The Conqueror's Haki clash between the two reoccurred, but the power released was stronger than before. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. What happened? Sengoku immediately shouted angrily when he saw the screen that previously showed the island where Sharingan and Hashirama were fighting now disappeared immediately. There is a possibility that all of our troops are currently unconscious, Garp said seriously. They must have received a Conqueror's Haki attack. Conqueror's Haki? I remember Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki power can't reach the distance that our reconnaissance team has, Tsuru said calmly. Only red hair can do that. If it wasn't Whitebeard, that would mean. Sengoku's eyes immediately widened. Did that person do it? That person? Is the person you are referring to the one who is fighting Whitebeard right now? Aokiji asked while frowning. Sengoku nodded. If Whitebeard can't do that, only he can do it. Currently none of Whitebeard's pirate group can use Conqueror's Haki like Whitebeard. This is a serious matter, Tsuru said seriously. We don't know which side that person is in, especially after the battle ended. Seeing Whitebeard's group of pirates who didn't came to the battlefield. This battle is not a death or alive battle. It is likely that this battle is a friendly battle. There is a possibility that after this battle is over, that person will join Whitebeard's pirate group, or if we are lucky, that person will be the same as before. This can't be left alone. Okay, and you said angrily, if that person doesn't join Whitebeard, we have to recruit him into the navy. We can't let a person with such terrifying power roam around, especially joining Whitebeard's pirate group. Yo. I also agree with this, Kizaru added his opinion. We can't allow one pirate group to have two people of equal strength. It would be dangerous for our side. Sengoku Tsuru suddenly said, send Momonga there. Currently Momonga is in charge of being the leader of the G1. Let him go do some monitoring there. If possible, invite the person who is currently fighting Whitebeard to join the navy if he doesn't join Whitebeard's pirate group. Sengoku nodded and immediately did so. New World, uninhabited island where Whitebeard and Hashirama battled. The clash between the two Conquerors Haki was quickly over. However, Whitebeard could still feel the pressure that was currently pressing against his body very strongly. Simultaneously, Whitebeard looked pointed at him and slowly a large blue ball formed in his hand, then released towards Whitebeard, which immediately formed a large and powerful attack. Danger. Whitebeard could sense the danger from the attack. Whitebeard immediately clenched his Nagita, which was now covered in armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki, and then slashed forward. Boom. The clash between the two attacks instantly ensued. Whitebeard with all his might to withstand the attack so as not to attack him. With his strength, Whitebeard managed to cut off the attack released by Hashirama very easily while staring at Hashirama. Gormura, a decent attack. However, it's still not enough. I think so too, Hashirama smiled and said, it was an attack that I just developed. Okay, I'll get serious now. Whitebeard, I hope you use all your strength. I don't want you to die accidentally due to the attack unleashed by me. Nonsense. Don't underestimate me, Hashirama. I am Whitebeard. How could I die just because of the toy attack you released? Whitebeard said angrily while looking at Hashirama. Okay. Then, let's get serious. Hashirama said, turning his gaze into a battle gaze. Chapter 21, The Battle Shakes the World. Hashirama vs. Whitebeard. Hashirama quickly formed a seal with both hands, wood style, Dukai Koten. Hashirama shouted loudly. Huge chakra energy was immediately released by Hashirama, and simultaneously a lot of tree trunks appeared directly from underground and grew at high speed towards Whitebeard with the aim of binding Whitebeard's body. Gormura, the power to control trees? Good power. However, you met me wrong. Whitebeard immediately clenched his right hand, which immediately gave rise to a white halo that enveloped his right hand. The white halo is his devil fruit ability. Whitebeard ate the Guruguru no Mi devil fruit, which turned himself into an earthquake man. Kaka. The fist that was coated with the devil fruit ability was immediately released towards the front. The air around the location immediately collapsed along with the tree trunks that were about to attack Whitebeard immediately destroyed due to the impact of Whitebeard's attack. I don't think I can attack him using only my ninjutsu abilities, Hashirama said seriously while looking at the front where at this time the Aon tree created by him had been destroyed by Whitebeard. Hashirama immediately reformed his hand seals and released more chakra energy than before, wood style, woodman. Instantly from underground, which became Hashirama's foothold, appeared a wooden man measuring 100 meters high. Gormuro, you can also do something like that? Whitebeard's face did not show fear but a grin full of enthusiasm. Hashirama immediately controlled the wooden man to move towards Whitebeard while the right hand of the wooden man was ready to attack Whitebeard. The woodman's right hand had been coated with Hashirama's armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki. Saw the wooden man ready to attack him. Whitebeard didn't relax himself either. Whitebeard immediately pushed his body forward at high speed while his right hand was also instantly coated in his armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki coupled with his devil fruit power. Boom. The two fists bumped into each other. Even so, it seemed that the two blows had still not hit each other. However, There have been clashes. A very strong wind blew in the surrounding area where due to the wind the trees surrounding the place were instantly destroyed. The lands around the place were also immediately destroyed due to the impact of the clash. Both forces are equally strong. Hashirama and Whitebeard were instantly repelled back. Wow. Very frightening physical strength. This is the first time I've met an opponent who can withstand my woodman's direct hit, Hashirama said with a face full of surprise looking at Whitebeard. Gormura, your wood human strength is decent, Hashirama. It's been a long time since someone could compete with me, Whitebeard said while grinning excitedly and continued, now it's my turn to attack. Whitebeard, without waiting for much time, immediately accelerated forward and in just a split second he had appeared in front of the wooden man. Danger. Even though the current Hashirama still hadn't awakened his observation haki. Through his battle experience that had been obtained by him in his previous world, Hashirama could feel the danger from the attack that Whitebeard would unleash. Hashirama immediately jumped high into the air while using his spiritual energy to condense the air so that he could stand above the sky. Boom. Whitebeard's punch using armament haki, Conqueror's haki, along with his devil fruit ability was immediately released towards the front of the wooden human's body. The woodman was immediately repulsed along with the wooden man's body immediately destroyed due to the impact of the attack from Whitebeard's devil fruit. Gormura, Whitebeard's excited laughter was heard again when he saw Hashirama, who managed to escape from him, who was currently standing in the sky. A very troublesome ability, said Whitebeard. Hashirama ignored this and immediately fell back to the ground. The moment Hashirama hit the ground, Whitebeard has clenched his right hand, which is currently covered by his devil fruit ability, to attack Hashirama. Bad. Hashirama said as he quickly bit his ring thumb on his right hand and immediately pressed it to the ground, summoning Gojiro Rashomon. Instantly 5 very large gates appeared in front of Hashirama to withstand the impact of Whitebeard's blow. The power released by Whitebeard at this time was his full power. Boom. Boom. Through its full power, Whitebeard managed to destroy 2 of Hashirama's gates. This made Whitebeard narrow his eyes. A very strong defense. The Rashomon gate didn't last long. After successfully resisting the attack unleashed by Whitebeard, all the gates disappeared immediately, followed by Hashirama quickly forming hand seals. I have to absorb Whitebeard's haki. His haki power is quite troublesome for me. Wood style, wood dragon. Instantly from underground where Hashirama stepped on, 3 wooden dragons appeared, about 500 meters long for each of the wooden dragons. Hashirama immediately coated his wooden dragon with armament haki and immediately climbed onto one of the wooden dragon's heads and then controlled the wooden dragon to attack Whitebeard. Whitebeard's gaze became very serious looking at the wooden dragon. Whitebeard quickly immediately accelerated towards the wooden dragon, which was currently the location where Hashirama was standing, to destroy it. However, before Whitebeard could arrive in front of the wooden dragon, Hashirama's 2 other wooden dragons immediately attacked Whitebeard. Whitebeard couldn't let go of these 2 wooden dragons and immediately unleashed his attacks using his 3 powers. Kaka. Boom. One of the wooden dragons was instantly destroyed by the attack released by Whitebeard. However, there was still one survivor and immediately wrapped around Whitebeard's body while starting to attack his stamina energy as well as his spiritual energy very quickly. What? Whitebeard's face immediately showed shock as he felt his stamina and spiritual energy being absorbed out of his body so quickly. Whitebeard with all his might immediately tried to break free from the wooden dragon's entanglement. I will not allow it. Hashirama's words instantly increased the spiritual energy to increase the durability of the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon's defense increased compared to before due to Hashirama's supply of more spiritual energy. Whitebeard also felt this and it became increasingly difficult for him to break free. Hashirama didn't wait long. Hashirama continued to use the wooden dragon he was currently occupying to increase Whitebeard's grip. Whitebeard could feel that while his body was being tightly coiled along with it, Whitebeard could also feel that his stamina and spiritual energy were rapidly being absorbed by the wooden dragon that was possessed by Hashirama. This is also seen with Hashirama's wooden dragon, whose body parts are starting to grow trees, and it is becoming increasingly pressing Whitebeard's body at this time. Despite seeing Whitebeard currently in a choking state, Hashirama did not allow Whitebeard to escape easily. Hashirama immediately flew to a safe distance, then formed a seal, wood style, Kajikai Karan. Instantly underground in the 1 kilometer scope area of the battle area appeared a lot of tree roots. The roots of the tree quickly began to grow and there were several tree roots that began to give birth to a beautiful red flower. The red flower then begins to secrete a powder that can put a person to sleep. By the time Whitebeard smelled the powder's scent, Whitebeard immediately felt the impact. Whitebeard's face immediately became gloomy because if he could not free himself at this time from this wooden dragon's entanglement, he will soon fall asleep due to the absorption of the pollen. Looks like there's no other choice, Whitebeard muttered as he immediately released the weapon ability of his devil fruit, namely Awakening. As an emperor of the ocean and for a long time Whitebeard held the power of the Gura Gura no Mi Devil Fruit. Whitebeard has reached the awakening stage of the Devil Fruit. The awakening power of Whitebeard's Devil Fruit can cause tremors in the surrounding area. Kaka. Kaka. At the time Whitebeard released his awakening, all of the trees in the 100-meter range around Whitebeard were instantly destroyed by the vibrations created by Whitebeard. Hashirama's gaze looked at Whitebeard seriously. This ability. Awakening? Goro Whitebeard, who had just released himself from Hashirama's wooden dragon binding as well as some of the roots that were creeping earlier, laughed excitedly gazing at Hashirama. I never thought you actually had the ability to absorb someone's spiritual energy and stamina. If I don't quickly use my awakening ability, I'm sure my stamina and spiritual energy will be completely absorbed. You were the one who first forced me to use this awakening ability of mine. Really? It's a huge honor. Hashirama smiled casually and continued, how was this fight? Do we continue? I think, if we continue this battle, this island will be destroyed because of the two of us. Hashirama's gaze looked around and currently the area around a 3-kilometer sphere had already been destroyed due to their battle. Goro, I think so too, Whitebeard said with an excited laugh, then smirked. How about we determine it through one last strike? We will unleash our strongest abilities and decide who wins? That doesn't seem like a bad thing. Hashirama nodded and immediately descended from the sky, then looked at Whitebeard with a serious look. Before that, I remind you, Whitebeard, I will not hold back and will release all my strength. I hope you can survive this strongest attack of mine. Nonsense. I'm Whitebeard. Do you think I can die so easily? Stop belittling me. Whitebeard shouted angrily. Ha 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 ha. I think so too. Hashirama laughed excitedly and then immediately used his senjutsu abilities, which Whitebeard felt. Whitebeard's gaze became very serious, looking at Hashirama. You've never fought me with all your might, have you? I am sorry. However, it was also requested by His Majesty. As long as the situation is not possible, I am strictly forbidden to use all my abilities, especially using my strongest ability. However, Hashirama's gaze became serious. The current situation is different. I think His Majesty will also forgive me. And also, I was like you before. No one has ever forced me to use my full potential. What about your king? Whitebeard asked with interest. Your Majesty doesn't have as strong a fighting power as mine, Hashirama said calmly. However, that's for now. In the future, he will become someone so terrifying that even his strength will surpass me. I became more and more interested in meeting him. Someone who has no fighting strength but is respected by someone like you, and you are also willing to follow suit. He is definitely not someone to be taken for granted. It's not always that people have to follow someone who is stronger than them. There are many other facts that can make a stronger person follow a weaker person, such as willpower and so on, Hashirama said calmly. That also applies to us. Even though we who are in the combat division have stronger strength compared to our current king. However, we are willing to follow him because he is someone we deserve to follow. Goro Whitebeard is currently becoming more and more interested in meeting ours. Enough talking. Let's finish this battle. Hashirama said. Whitebeard nodded seriously and immediately released all of his devil fruit abilities, which caused the area around Whitebeard to vibrate so violently that Whitebeard had also used all of his armament haki and conqueror's haki abilities to cover this final attack. Hashirama also immediately formed hand seals and shouted loudly while releasing enormous chakra almost like the ocean. Senpo, wood style, Shinshu Senju. A stone statue with a height of 1,000 meters immediately emerged from underground, and the area of the stone statue was 100,000 square meters. On the back of the stone statue there are 1,000 hands, each of which has a size of 100 square meters. Whitebeard's face that saw the appearance of the enormous statue was immediately shocked, and there was also a hint of fear that rose in his heart because Whitebeard's gaze was currently looking at the back of each hand of the stone statue, where each hand of the stone statue had been coated with haki. Hashirama's armament and conqueror's haki. This power. Whitebeard's words paused and continued with a laugh. Gorara, it's an honor for me to receive your strongest attack, Hashirama. The fear that Whitebeard had shown earlier immediately disappeared and was replaced with a very high spirit. All of his strength was instantly mobilized. Although right now Whitebeard knew that he would lose. However, it had been a long time since Whitebeard had felt this kind of excited feeling. Because he has been standing on top of the world for a long time. Whitebeard had not felt such a threat for a long time. A few kilometers from the island where the battle was fought, there is a navy ship currently commanded by Vice Admiral Momongo. Momongo's arrival here was due to Sangoku's orders to watch the battle and see the outcome. Also, if Momongo had the opportunity to invite the person who is currently fighting Whitebeard to join the Marines. The first time he heard this, Momongo found it hard to believe that there was someone who possessed an even more terrifying ability of Conqueror's Haki than Red Hair no Shanks, who was said to be the possessor of the strongest Conqueror's Haki. However, when he met a Navy ship that had previously monitored and saw that everyone there was unconscious due to the effects of the Conqueror's haki, Momonga could only believe this and immediately ordered his troops to hurry up to see the battle. "What's that?" One of the Marines who was currently in the observation tower immediately shouted loudly, "How could there be such a big thing? What is it?" Momonga immediately asked quickly and immediately moved to the front of the ship's hull. The moment he arrived there, Momonga saw something very frightening. How could it be? Momonga saw a statue that was very tall and even exceeded the height of the mountains on the island where Whitebeard and Hashirama fought. It wasn't just the height of the statue that made Momonga very surprised and shocked. However, the size of the statue itself already covered half of the island. Boom! Instantly an extremely terrifying wave rushed over. The wave came from an uninhabited island, or rather it came from the current clash of attacks between Whitebeard and Hashirama. Boom! 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 The clash of attacks immediately caused the sea around the location to become very violent and slowly a frightening tsunami wave emerged. The ship currently occupied by Momonga became unsteady because he had to survive the tsunami waves. All Navy soldiers had to fight hard to stabilize the ship. Meanwhile, Momonga was currently holding a denden mushi and was broadcasting the battle that was taking place to Sengoku and the others. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Sengoku, Garp, Saru, Okainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, who were currently watching the battle between Whitebeard and Hashirama broadcast by Momonga, returned their faces showing surprise and fear when they saw the wooden statue that had a very large size. How is that possible? Who exactly is the person Whitebeard is fighting? Sengoku asked with his eyes wide open in shock at the terrifying sight. Whitebeard. That old man. Garp looked intently at the screen, which currently saw a lot of black lightning striking the uninhabited island, where the lightning was the result of a clash of Conqueror's haki. New World. Naval ship. Boom. 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 The clashes between the attacks released by Whitebeard and Hashirama continued, which resulted in a clash of attacks that caused the island that previously had excellent and good geographical conditions to be destroyed. Finally, after a few minutes clashed attacks from the two, the outcome of the battle has been determined. Hashirama and Whitebeard won the friendly battle between Hashirama and Whitebeard. Whitebeard could only withstand 500 hits from Hashirama's abilities, and he was hit by 500 attacks from Hashirama's attacks. Luckily, Whitebeard had previously healed his dark wounds by Hashirama. This caused Whitebeard to survive Hashirama's consecutive attacks. Whitebeard was also quite lucky because when Hashirama's attack hit him, Whitebeard had already used armament haki to protect himself. Although at this time Whitebeard's entire body had suffered very severe injuries from the attacks released by Hashirama. The battle between Whitebeard and Hashirama has now been covered by a reporter who deliberately went along with Momonga on this trip. The reporter's face showed joy at having managed to get the news that would shake the world, even though he didn't know the outcome of the battle. However, seeing that the stone statue attacked in full force for a few minutes, the reporter had concluded that in the battle that ensued, Whitebeard suffered defeat while the victor of the battle was the opponent who fought Whitebeard. The reporter immediately contacted Morgans and told him about it. Chapter 22, Naval Plans. Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Right now, everyone in the Fleet Admiral's office was silent. They had seen the battle taking place, and even though they had not seen it in person, they knew that Whitebeard had lost that battle. They could tell that when the human-shaped statue finished its attack, there was no longer any sign of fighting going on. So scary. Kizaru was the first to open his voice, being able to beat Whitebeard in a battle like that. I wonder, who is that person really? This is an opportunity for us to kill Whitebeard, Okainu said in a deep voice while looking at Sengoku. Stop it. Garp immediately said seriously and looked at Okainu. Do you think we can do that? Although at this time it was certain that Whitebeard lost that battle. Can you be sure that we Marines can attack him right now with that person currently with him? It's true what Garp said, Saru said seriously. Although there is a possibility that Whitebeard is currently suffering very serious injuries from that battle, we can't try to attack him at the moment. We don't know if that person will help Whitebeard or not. Especially we also still don't know the relationship between the two of them. Whether the two of them were friends or foes. If the two of them are friends, we will be the ones who will suffer huge losses later. Okainu was silent for a moment hearing this. We will not try to attack Whitebeard. Although we currently have the opportunity to do so, there's a lot of risk if we do that, especially in the New World territory. Whitebeard's fleet will definitely move to block us, Sengoku said in a deep voice and continued, instead of us having to go attack him, we can publicize Whitebeard's defeat. Although, we didn't do anything. However, this defeat will of course make Whitebeard's popularity decline. Then, if we know that the person who fought Whitebeard didn't join his group, we can try to invite him to join the Marines. If he joins the Navy, whoever the opponent is, even if it's Whitebeard, We will not be afraid. I think it's a good idea, Okiji said casually. Bahahaha. I never thought that you still have such a smart brain, Sengoku Garp immediately laughed excitedly. Tsuru nodded and continued, then how about Vice Admiral Momonga right now? Should we let him monitor there waiting for that person to leave the island? Sure, Sengoku nodded. Let Momonga do some monitoring there and wait to hear from that person. If that person doesn't join Whitebeard's pirate group, that means that person will definitely leave from there and return to his place. We can use that time to try and invite him to join us. New World, island where Whitebeard and Hashirama battled, central area. Gorura bastard Hashirama. Your last attack was very painful. Whitebeard was currently sitting on the ground while in front of him was Hashirama helping him treat the wounds caused by their previous battle. That is my strongest ability. Of course his attack power is stronger than my other abilities, Hashirama replied casually and continued again, you have terrifying physical strength, Whitebeard. You can survive 500 consecutive hits. You are the first to be able to do that. Gorura, it's an honor for me to be the first. Whitebeard despite himself losing the previous battle. However, his current feeling was very happy because he had not experienced such an intense battle in a long time. By the way, Hashirama. Say, in your kingdom, how many people have the same power as you? Whitebeard asked with great interest. How many? Hashirama thought for a moment and tried to recall, if there are 2 people with stronger strength than me. There are 7 people who have the same strength as me. There are currently 6 people with strength equal to yours. While the people with the power level like you are 4 people. These people I mentioned are the supreme fighting power of our kingdom. There are still people with the same level of strength as your vice captain, Marco. Whitebeard immediately fell silent hearing this and looked at Hashirama with a look full of horror. With Hashirama's presence alone, a group would become very scary even if Hashirama formed a pirate. At least his pirate level is on par with Whitebeard's pirate group. And all those people are currently following someone who is weaker than them. Sure, Hashirama nodded, even though our current king is so weak that even an ordinary member of your crew can defeat him. However, our king has a very frightening intelligence and can easily make fun of a person or group. Besides, even though our current king is still someone who is very weak. However, in less than 5 years from now, our king will be someone who stands on top of the world. Gorura, this is interesting. I'm very interested in waiting for that day to come. Whitebeard said excitedly. Hashirama continued his healing that was done to Whitebeard until he managed to heal all the wounds that Whitebeard had, even the broken bones he had previously healed. Okay. You have been successfully healed. Let's go back. I'm a little sorry to your crew for making them unconscious at this time, Gorura. It doesn't matter. It can also help them open their eyes that this world is huge. There are many strong people in this world. They should also be aware by now that their strength is very weak. Whitebeard said calmly and continued, let's go. We also need to complete the transactions we did. Hashirama nodded. The 2 of them immediately walked back to Whitebeard's ship and saw that everyone there was still unconscious. Ha ha ha. Hashirama's face was currently in a state of embarrassment. I think I overdid it a bit. Whitebeard and Hashirama started to wake up the commander of the Whitebeard pirates. The first person they woke up was Marco. Oi Aji? Marco, who woke up from his stupor, was suddenly shocked. Gorura, Marco, help Hashirama to wake up the others. We will sail back soon to complete the transaction we are about to do. Marco was a little dazed hearing this, then suddenly remembered the battle that Whitebeard and Hashirama should have fought. How was the fight, father? Did you won? Gorura. Whitebeard didn't answer immediately but laughed, then looked at Marco. No. I lost. Marco's eyes immediately opened wide hearing this, while his mouth was also opened so big that he could fit a ball into it. We can discuss that later. Hurry up and help Hashirama wake up everyone who fainted. Marco immediately woke up and saw Hashirama calmly start to wake the crew one by one. Marco then immediately helped Hashirama wake up the entire crew. Everyone was currently in a daze until they recalled that this time Whitebeard and Hashirama should be fighting. Father lost the battle. Marco immediately answered the confusion they were currently experiencing. Father lost? Are you kidding? How could father lose? Jaws asked with an unbelievable face. Marco isn't joking, Jaws. Whitebeard replied calmly, I lost that battle. Hashirama's power was really strong, as Jinbai said. It was a fair match. Hashirama won that battle. Everyone immediately fell silent hearing this, and their gazes immediately looked at Hashirama, who looked very calm as if nothing had happened there. Marco couldn't help but sigh and looked at Hashirama. Hashirama, during the previous battle, we could feel a very terrible pressure. Did it come from you? Sure. Hashirama nodded. You must have been told by Jinbai about spiritual energy control, right? They all nodded. Once a person has attained complete control over his spiritual energy along with the amount of spiritual energy he has in abundance, They can use the spiritual energy to spread in the surrounding area according to the amount of spiritual energy they have. The more spiritual energy they had, the wider the range they could spread. If a person or group is within the scope of that spiritual energy dispersion, the soul of that person or group will be suppressed by the spiritual energy. If the strength possessed by a person or a group is very weak, they will not be able to control their bodies, or even under certain conditions they may become unconscious because they cannot withstand the pressure. Meanwhile, if that person has strong strength, they would only be suppressed in strength by 10%. That said, this ability itself is almost the same as the ability of Conqueror's Haki. If someone who doesn't have Conqueror's Haki but wants to have that ability, he could try to cultivate his spiritual energy as well as cultivate it. If the person has reached the point where the amount of spiritual energy is very large and also the control has reached the perfect level, even though he doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, that person can defeat his opponent by releasing the pressure. Everyone fell silent hearing this because they didn't expect that spiritual energy could be harnessed like that. Doesn't that mean you can currently be said to have 2 Conqueror's Haki within you? They asked strangely. Just say so. Hashirama nodded. To be honest, it's quite helpful. Because with this ability, I don't need to fight against enemies weaker than me. It was quite rotten even though the enemy's strength was decent. However, it was quite troublesome for me to fight someone who was weak. I prefer to fight if the opponent has an ability like Whitebeard or a slightly weaker one compared to him like Do and others. Gormura, does that mean you're saying I'm stronger than them, Hashirama? Whitebeard asked with a smile full of pleasure. That's how it is. Hashirama nodded, though I've never met them. However, my king said that their combat power is still below yours. That's why I prefer to fight with you than them. The previous sad feelings were immediately filled with joy after hearing Hashirama say Whitebeard was stronger than Do and the others. Hey, Hashirama suddenly walked over with a face full of pleasure. What are you going to do after this? Will you come back right away after solving the transaction problem? Come back? Hashirama asked confusedly. Are you guys going to do something? Gormura, of course. Whitebeard said excitedly. We just had a great battle. Despite losing, it was a very extraordinary battle. We will have a party. Hashirama, how about you join the party with us? Party? Hashirama's eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Wait a minute. I will contact His Majesty. I wonder if I have a task to do or not. Hashirama quickly took out his Denden Mushi and immediately contacted Ars. Not long after, the communication line was connected and everyone there immediately noticed. Hello, Ars is here. Ars' voice was immediately heard clearly by everyone who was there. Your Majesty, it's me, Hashirama. Oh? Hashirama. What is it? How's the deal with Whitebeard's pirate group? The transaction will take place immediately. Do it soon? Did you just finish your battle with Whitebeard? We just finished it a while ago. I see. Ars nodded. Well, is there anything you need? I wonder, do I have any work to do after this task? Do you want to do something out there? Oh, wait a minute. Do you want to party together with Whitebeard's pirate group? How did you find out? Hashirama asked in confusion. This also applies to everyone who was there. It's easy enough to know about it. The party is a tradition that is always carried out by pirate groups. In doing the cruise, usually there will be boring days. Those boring days they will usually cover with a party. That also applies when they finish fighting or various other things. They will definitely do that. Ars paused and continued, if you want to party, please use this time for your rest. However, you come back tomorrow. There is a lot of work to be done. Ha ha ha. I see. I will definitely come back when the party is over. The line of communication was immediately cut off as Hashirama immediately put away the Denden Mushi and looked at everyone. Everyone. I have obtained permission. Let's have a great party. Oh. Everyone immediately cheered with joy knowing that Hashirama would be joining the party. Gormura Whitebeard laughed excitedly at this. Whitebeard was previously worried that Hashirama would find it difficult to blend in with his children, especially when he defeated him. However, Whitebeard did not believe that in just a short period of time, they all became very familiar. Whitebeard's pirate group ship finally arrived back at Shanks Island. The entire Whitebeard pirate crew immediately took out all the drinks and food they had and then they began to party on the beach with full of fun even though their captain lost the battle. Chapter 23, World-Shaking News. 5th Ocean Emperor New World, Fortis Kingdom, Rice Field Territory. Ars and Kaguya are currently in the paddy field to check the land. Each paddy field built has an area of 1 hectare and the total paddy land owned by the Fortis Kingdom currently amounts to 24,950 paddy fields. With a very large number like this, both of them need quite a long time to be able to explore. However, since both of them currently have no work to do, the two of them had no problem going for a walk to see the rice area, especially for Kaguya who was very happy to be accompanied by Ars during his current vacation. Finally meeting you here too. Ishiki, who was doing an inspection of one of the fields, immediately turned around hearing a familiar voice. Ours, Kaguya. Ishiki was quite surprised to find the two of them there. What are you doing, Ishiki? Kaguya asked with great interest. I'm checking the distribution of rice seeds. Previously I saw that there were some areas where there were no seeds that we had previously sown. Ishiki immediately walked towards the two of them and asked with a smile, are you two on a date? Date? Kaguya's face immediately turned red at those words. It just so happens that Kaguya has just finished her assignment in the matter of calculating the funds that came in yesterday, and currently she has time to rest. Since I haven't come here yet, I invited him to have a look and also do an inspection. Ars paused for a moment and continued, what is the condition of the land that Hashirama built? Is the land good? The land that Hashirama built is very good. There are no problems with the land development and the distribution of the seeds. Ishiki calmly replied. Ars nodded and continued, in your opinion, how much rice can be produced in one harvest for each field? How many? Ishiki touched his chin and thought for a moment. Usually if we estimate the rice harvest in my previous world by calculating the size of the land the same. There are about 5-7 tons of rice that can be produced for 1,000 meters of rice land. However, Ishiki's gaze stared at the nearby rice fields. I don't believe in this world. Due to differences in seeds and other factors, there is a possibility that our yields will be less than 5 tons for each field, and it could be higher than 5 tons. What do you think about the harvest we produce? You should be able to guess for now, right? Ars asked again. Ishiki nodded. My opinion. It is possible that our panels for each field range from 10 tons of rice to 15 tons of rice. 10 to 15 tons, huh? If we take each paddy field we can produce 10 tons of rice in one harvest. At least in one harvest we can produce around 249,500 tons of rice. 249,500 tons is quite a lot, Kaguya said calmly. Every year usually there will be 3-4 harvests. We just hope that every year we can harvest 3 times. That means every year we can produce around 748,500 tons of rice. At the first harvest, we can already start selling the rice we have to each island, or maybe sell it to the kingdoms that are allied with us. I also agree with this. Ishiki nodded. The proceeds from the sale can also be used as additional funds for the kingdom, especially with the increasing number of workers that will be employed by the kingdom. There will be more and more money to be spent. What do you two think the price of rice should we offer them? Asked Ars calmly. We can use different prices for sales to different people, Kaguya said. Take for example the kingdoms we have a cooperative relationship with. We can sell it at a lower price than the current market price. As for the kingdoms that do not have a cooperative relationship with us, we can sell it at a price close to the market price. We have to control that the price we have is cheaper than the market price, which helps our goods to be very easy to sell. Ishiki nodded. Ars, what is the average price of rice in this world? Wait a minute. Ars immediately established communication with Ellie. Ellie, what is the average price of rice in this world? This information requires 5,000 points. Do you want it? Of course, the average price of rice in this world is 800 berries for every 1 kilogram. Meanwhile, the price of rice itself varies from 750 berries to 850 berries. It all depends on the location where the rice is sold. If the rice is sold in a place that has its own scarcity, the price can even go up to 1,000 berries more. Meanwhile, if the place is rich in rice, the price of rice is only around 750 berries to 800 berries. Thank you. Ars then looked at Ishiki. I just bought information from Ellie. It is said that the average price of rice in this world is 800 berries. However, the price of the rice itself can also vary with the location where the rice is sold. If the location where the rice is sold has rice scarcity, the price can go up to 1,000 berries, and if the location where the rice is sold is very rich in rice, the price will only be around 750 berries to 800 berries. If so, we can set the price for selling rice to kingdoms that we have a cooperative relationship with at a price of 600 berries for 1 kilogram of rice, while for kingdoms we don't have a cooperative relationship with, we can provide the price of rice for 1 kilogram at a price of 700 berries. With the amount of rice that can be produced every single harvest, at least we can generate more than 100 billion more for these sales. Ishiki nodded. Yes. Although later we will issue rice that will be consumed by our kingdom for now, and also rice seeds that will be planted by us later, we can still make a profit of over 100 billion berries for one harvest. If we calculate that in 1 year, we can produce 3 harvests, we can get a profit of more than 300 billion berries. Do not forget that 3 harvests is just a rough estimate, Kaguya said calmly. It could be that we get 4 harvests in 1 year. If so, we can earn more than 400 billion berries only through the Rice Department of Agriculture. New World, Naval Reconnaissance Ship. Are you serious? That person is currently partying together with Whitebeard's pirate group? Sengoku asked with a surprised face, and it could be seen through the den mushi that Momonga was currently holding. That's right, Sengoku-san. Momonga nodded and looked ahead with a single-handed pair of binoculars. I saw that someone I didn't know was talking excitedly along with Marco and Ace. He seemed to be the one who was involved in the battle with Whitebeard at that time. He's currently partying with them. Sengoku-san. Could it be that our estimates were wrong? Momonga asked with a gloomy face. Could that person be the Whitebeard Pirates' newest division commander? Impossible. Sengoku immediately rejected it. There's no way that person could be the commander of Whitebeard's pirates, since Whitebeard had previously fought with him. Besides, there's no way someone who could defeat Whitebeard would be willing to accept him. Then, will our previous plan be continued? Momonga asked in a doubtful tone. Keep going. You keep an eye there and see if that person will leave after the party is over or not. If that person left, it would mean that that person was not part of Whitebeard's pirate group. We will try to recruit him to join us. Meanwhile, if that person is indeed Whitebeard's pirate group, that person will definitely survive there. If that's the case, you'll be right back. Don't you provoke them. I see. Some time passed. New World, Sphinx Island, Outer Island. Whitebeard's pirate group party was very canon because there was a lot of food and drink. How does the food taste, Hashirama? Is it good? Thate asked with a smile where he was currently sitting with Hashirama. How does our best chef's cooking taste, Hashirama? It's delicious, isn't it? Ace asked excitedly. It's really delicious. Hashirama nodded excitedly. However, compared to the dishes made by Juichiro, Jin, and Kojiro, their dishes are much better than this dish. Are they your personal chef there? Marco asked with great interest. No. Hashirama immediately shook his head. They are my friends. The three of them are also high-ranking officials from our kingdom and their jobs as chefs in the royal palace. We royals usually live in the royal palace and the dishes we eat every day are made by them. Are they strong? Jaws asked, and this immediately aroused the curiosity of everyone present. Not. They are weak. Hashirama shook his head. Our own kingdom has two kinds of higher-ups. There are higher-ups who specialize in jobs that usually deal with documents and others, and there are also higher-ups who specialize in combat or the like. For the higher-ups who specialize in work dealing with paperwork and stuff like that, they have no fighting power. As for the higher-ups who specialize in combat power, you could say they are very strong. Very strong? There can't be anyone stronger than you, right? Vista asked with interest. Ha ha ha. Hashirama immediately laughed at this question. Don't get me wrong, Vista. You're wrong if you think I'm the strongest in the kingdom. What do you mean? Vista asked back with a face full of doubt. At least in my kingdom, there are two people who have a higher level of power, one of which is a sword user. Then, there are 7 people who have the same level of strength as me. Next there are 6 people who have the level of strength like Whitebeard. There were still 4 other people who had the same level of strength as Gdu and Linlin. And lastly, there were some people. Well, there were around more than 10 people who had Marco's level of strength, or maybe even the equivalent of a Marine Admiral. If counting the total number of higher-ups who specialize in the battle division, there are at least 20 more people whose weakest strength of them is on the same level as Marco, while the strongest has more strength compared to me. Everyone fell silent for a moment hearing this. Hashirama's gaze then looked at Jinbai. At that time you didn't meet them because at this time they weren't in the kingdom. They still have things to do. When their business is done, they will immediately come there and ready to help with the development of our kingdom. Jinbai nodded, and it was still hard to believe that there were 20 people with the lowest strength being Marco's level and the strongest being higher than Hashirama. I myself in the Fortis Kingdom have the position of head of the intelligence department, and this department itself is not a department that focuses on combat matters and is only a department that takes care of intelligence gathering and other matters. In our kingdom there are 3 departments which are indeed their main focus in combat specialists. The Royal Palace Guard Department, the Fortis Royal Navy Department, and the Fortis Royal Army Department. Everyone who was there was silenced again, listening to Hashirama's words. They could see from Hashirama's gaze. There was no lie from those words, which meant everything he was being told right now was the truth. Teach, who previously had plans to take over power in the kingdom of Fortis, has now begun to consider the plan. Even though he can get the Yami Yami no Mi and Gura Gura no Mi devil fruits, it would be impossible for him to defeat 20 people with the lowest strength level being Marco's level. Even Teach himself is not sure his strength can match Hashirama if he already has the 2 powers of the devil fruit. Simultaneously, a newsbird landed on the hull of the ship. This newsbird immediately caught the attention of everyone present. One of the crew closest to the newsbird immediately bought a newspaper, and when he read it his face immediately showed surprise. What? The crew shouted angrily, damn Morgans. How could he publish this? How dare he? What is it? Marco asked, frowning. This. Those damn Morgans published Toyaji's defeat in the papers. What? Everyone who heard this immediately became angry. Give me the newspaper. Marco ordered with an angry face. The crew immediately handed the newspaper over to Marco. Marco immediately read the newspaper with a face full of anger. The news in the newspaper is written that way. The fifth emperor of the ocean has been born. Some time ago there had been a great battle on an uninhabited island that was close to the Sphinx Island. The battle was carried out by 4 emperors Whitebeard with an unknown person. In the battle, the island which was the site of the battle was badly damaged. This enormous battle also had a very surprising ending. 4 emperors Whitebeard, who was known as the world's strongest man, was defeated by an unknown figure. Who is the figure who can defeat Whitebeard? Is he from the Navy? Is he a power that the world government has been hiding? Was he a force belonging to the Revolutionary Army? Or, is that person a supernova who is about to join the race to become the Pirate King? At this time it is still unknown who that figure really is and also from which camp the person who defeated Whitebeard is said to be the strongest human in the world. However, with his presentation he was able to defeat Whitebeard in a one-on-one battle. We can say that a 5th Ocean Emperor has been born. Gorohei, Hashirama Whitebeard, who heard the news, was not angry but just laughed and looked at Hashirama. What do you think? 5th Ocean Emperor? That title suits you. If you want, I don't mind giving you a little bit of my domain so you can hold that status validly. This surprised Marco and the others. Forget Whitebeard. Hashirama shook his head. I'm not interested in a position. Compared to being a 5th Ocean Emperor, I prefer to hold my current position, especially I have enjoyed life with my friends and also the people who lead me. Right now, that's enough for me. Goro Whitebeard laughed excitedly and didn't mind Hashirama's refusal since Whitebeard already knew Hashirama's answer. Why do you guys look weird like that? Isn't the news telling the truth? When a man loses, it means he has indeed lost. It would be even more heartbreaking for a man who previously lost but always considered himself a winner. That can be said to be a loser, Whitebeard said seriously, then continued, also, I just lost to him once. In the next battle, I will definitely win the battle. Ha 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 ha. I'm also waiting for the time when we fight again, Whitebeard, Hashirama said while laughing excitedly. The news of Whitebeard's defeat quickly spread to all corners of the world. The world government, navy, pirates, revolutionary army, and the civilians who received the news were immediately taken aback. Because they themselves did not expect someone like Whitebeard with the status of the world's strongest human, holding the position of the Emperor of the New World Ocean, as well as a rival of Goldie Roger, would lose to a young man. Chapter 24, Who is the figure that defeated Whitebeard? Grand Line, Naval Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Bahahaha. 5th Ocean Emperor? Bahaha. This is a proper title for him. Garp, who had just finished reading the newspaper, laughed excitedly. Especially Garp himself also admitted that he was worthy of his current position. Shut up, Garp. Sengoku, who heard this, immediately shouted angrily, damn Morgans. Why did he give that title to him? It will only make it more difficult for us to invite him to join the Navy. 5th Ocean Emperor, huh? It would be really scary if that were to happen. Kizaru exclaimed calmly as he casually trimmed his nails. HMPH. What is the 5th Ocean Emperor? It's just a stupid title that people give to the trash of the ocean, Akainu said angrily while crossing his arms. Immediately a Navy soldier entered the room. Report. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We have obtained the identity of the person who fought the 4 emperors Whitebeard. Have you found it? Sengoku's eyes immediately lit up hearing this. Continue. Our troops have successfully identified the person who fought the 4 emperors Whitebeard. That person was called Hashirama Senju, and that person was not from the pirate group. However, that person is from the Fortis Kingdom. Fortis Kingdom? Sengoku and the others frowned. That's right, Fleet Admiral Sengoku-san. Our troops discovered that person's identity through our members who were on Water 7 Island. Some time ago, there was a massive recruitment of workers taking place on Water 7 Island. The recruitment of these workers is carried out by the Fortis Kingdom, and one of the people directly involved in the recruitment is Hashirama Senju. Sengoku sighed sadly after listening to this report. Sengoku had previously hoped that Hashirama wasn't someone from any power. However, his desire to invite her to join would be difficult to carry out, especially if it was related to a kingdom. Why is your face so sad, Sengoku? Are you disappointed? Tsuru asked strangely, then continued, even though we couldn't recruit him to join us. At least we know that person isn't someone from a pirate group. Sengoku nodded and looked at the Marines. Thank you for the report. You can come back. The Marines immediately left the location. But hey. Fortis Kingdom? Have any of you ever heard of this kingdom? Garp asked confusedly while looking at his companions. I don't think I've ever heard of this kingdom. I've never heard of this kingdom either. Aokiji said calmly and with interest. There is a possibility that the kingdom is a fairly prosperous and powerful kingdom, Tsuru said calmly, with an existence like Hashirama Senju there. It is not impossible that every pirate who attacked the kingdom could survive alive. Perhaps this is also why we have never heard of the kingdom. A kingdom with extremely terrifying power. I think the world government will definitely not let this thing go. Kizaru said calmly. This will be quite troublesome. Sengoku's face frowned. If the world government comes into conflict with this kingdom, of course we will be involved in it. Then, what do you want to do, Sengoku? Tsuru asked while looking at his friend. Even though you currently hold the position of Fleet Admiral, you won't be able to do anything about the decisions above. They will definitely try to plan some of their agents there. HMPH. I hope those old fools will be able to get their revenge soon. Garp said mockingly. No one tried to correct Garp's words because everyone there knew that Garp had no respect for the world government. Red Line, Marijoa, Bangwa Castle, Gorosei Office. Fortis Kingdom again? Yasunori asked while frowning. Earlier there was a scientist and currently there is someone who has stronger fighting power than Whitebeard? We cannot let a kingdom as powerful as this go unnoticed by us. If we can, we must immediately take over this kingdom. Noda said coldly. What about the agents we sent? Have you still not found the whereabouts of this kingdom? Ogata asked with interest. There is still no report on this, so Noda replied. I feel it will be difficult to find the whereabouts of this kingdom just as it was when we were hard to find the whereabouts of Dr. Vegapunk. With the existence of a great scientist by their side, it's possible that currently their kingdom has a protection system that we can't find. Masato answered. What about Cypher Pal 9 agents? They had interactions with people from the Fortis Kingdom. At least they know the location of the kingdom's whereabouts. Yasunori asked one of the Cypher Pal 9 agents, Khalifa. He has given us the report. According to his words, the location of the Fortis Kingdom itself is in the territory of the Grand Line. Masato replied. Grand Lines? Could their location be in the Combelt? Ogata asked. That could happen. Noda answered him. The Combelt region itself is a very rare area to be passed or known to anyone due to the conditions of the area where the Sea Kings live. We can't conclude that the Combelt is the territory where the kingdom was founded. Masato said. Did you guys forget? The Grand Line is the most erratic ocean region compared to other ocean regions. It will be quite difficult for us to trace the actual location of this kingdom, especially with a scientist on their side. Then what should we do now? Should we withdraw the troops we have sent? So Noda asked. I think it's the best decision, Ogata replied, instead of asking them to do tracking in an uncertain direction. We can ask our agents to infiltrate Whitebeard's territory. We know that the Fortis Kingdom currently has a relationship with Whitebeard's pirate group. We can send our agents there and try to gather information from the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Good idea. Yasunori nodded. New World, Whole Cake Island, Royal Palace. Mama. So Whitebeard's parents were finally defeated by an unknown person. Mama. I don't think he's fit anymore to hold the post of an ocean emperor. Big Mom laughed happily reading the newspaper she had just received from one of her children. Big Mom's gaze then looked at Kitakuri. Kitakuri, you lead our pirate fleet to attack the territory that Whitebeard's old man belongs to. Right now the old man was in a bad state. This is a very good time for us to expand our territory. Okay, Mama Charlo. Kitakuri answered calmly as he walked away from the room. Mama, do we need to send our intelligence squad to find out information about the person who defeated Whitebeard? Prospero asked with great interest. Mama. Of course. Big Mom smirked. Send all our intelligence troops. Tell them to focus on finding out who the person who defeated Whitebeard's parents was. We have to be the first to find out. If possible. We have to recruit that person into our family. Okay, Mama. New World, Wano Kuni Kingdom, Onigashima Island. So, is there anyone who can beat Whitebeard's old man? Does that person have the power to kill me? Kdu asked excitedly. That's impossible, Kdu-san. Who was there immediately replied, you are the strongest being in this world. There's no way anyone can beat you. Should we send our troops, Kdu-san? The king who was there asked with interest. There is a possibility that Whitebeard is currently seriously injured. Kai can carry out attacks on their territory to take their territory. That's a good idea, Kdu said with a grin. We can't let that old granny and that red-hair bastard take the territory that Whitebeard's parents own. Kdu then stood up from his seat. Jack. You lead our fleet to take over the territory owned by Whitebeard. At the same time, you invite the Tobirabos to come with you. Okay, Kdu-san. Jack said excitedly. King, you come with me, Kdu said excitedly. Where are we going, Kdu-san? King asked. Of course. We will go to the main headquarters of Whitebeard's pirate group. I want to try the power that Whitebeard old man has. Whether his strength has decreased or not. Kdu immediately walked out of his castle together with the king. When they were outside, The two of them immediately released their devil fruit abilities and immediately flew to the location currently occupied by Whitebeard to start the war. New World, Hatsu Island. Dahahaha. Whitebeard's old man was finally defeated? Shanks, who read the news, immediately laughed excitedly. This is no time for jokes, Boss Ben Backman said calmly. This Whitebeard defeat will definitely have a bad impact on the current peace. Big Mom and Do will definitely take advantage of this time to try to attack Whitebeard's territory. I know. Shanks nodded. What are we going to do, boss? Shall we do the same? Lime Juice asked with great interest. Not. We're not going to take that old man's territory, Shanks said calmly with a smile. Compared to that, I'm more interested in finding out who the person who defeated Whitebeard was. Should we send our intelligence squad to find information about this person? Yasu asked. No need, Shanks again refused. There's no need for us to mobilize our intelligence squad. It's better to go directly to Whitebeard and ask him in person. Are you sure? Ben Backman asked again. Of course, Shanks smirked. Besides, I haven't seen Whitebeard in a long time. Shanks then stood up and looked at the rest of his crew. Little kids, prepare the ship. We will soon be sailing towards Whitebeard's pirate group. Don't forget our best drinks too. That old man will reject us if we forget that precious thing. Oh. All of the red-haired pirates' crew immediately made a move. The next day. New World, Sphinx Island, Outer. Are you going back by now, Hashirama? Asked Case sadly. Yes. It's time for me to return. I have a lot of work to do in the kingdom right now. His Majesty must be waiting for me there. Hashirama nodded. Hey, Hashirama. Is it really impossible for you to sell your technology to us? Marco asked about the storage capsule and storage bracelet that Hashirama was currently using. No way, Mark. Even the kingdoms we cooperate with would not be possible for us to sell this technology to them. This technology is the unique technology of our kingdom. There's no way we'll give it away or sell it to people outside of our kingdom. Hashirama firmly rejected this. Marco sighed. Too bad. That technology, when it would have so many uses. Oyaji Jinbai directly faced Whitebeard at this time. I also want to say goodbye. I need to return to protect Fishman Island. Come back, Jinbai. Also, give my regards to Neptune. I understand. Jinbai nodded. Hey, Jinbai. Are you coming back too? What if we were together? The route we took was also one way. It's fine for us to get back together, right? That's a good idea, Hashirama-san. Jinbai was very happy to hear this. Okay. Then let's go. Hashirama then turned towards Marco and the others. Guys, then, I'll go first. Sometime we party again. I really enjoyed it. Haha. If you want to come, please come again. You will be welcomed here, Ace said excitedly. Hashirama and Jinbai then quickly left the island to return to where they were before. Everything. Whitebeard's gaze then became more serious as he called out to all of Whitebeard's pirates, news of my defeat has spread throughout the world. Linlin and Gdu won't let go of this opportunity to invade our territory. Whitebeard paused and continued, even though I lost to Hashirama. Do they think they deserve to have trouble with me? Everyone's gaze became very serious upon hearing this. Everything. Prepare yourselves. We will do battle with those two madmen. We will make both of them regret for daring to try to play games with our pirate group. Oh. Everyone shouted excitedly. Marco Whitebeard's gaze then looked at Marco. Tell all of our fleet about this. Tell them to get ready for battle. If Linlin's or Gdu's pirate group attacks our territory, they can destroy them. Okay, Oyaji. The previously peaceful and calm New World finally entered a period of chaos due to the news of Whitebeard's defeat. Simultaneously, one of the pirate crews of Whitebeard's pirate group who previously had direct reconnaissance duties came to Whitebeard with a face full of fear. Oyaji. Red Hair. The ship belonging to the four emperors Red Hair is currently in the waters close to us and currently they are asking for our permission to approach Red Hair? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes then laughed. Gorara then, let that person come. I hope that Red Hair boy brings some really good drinks. Chapter 25, Shanks and Whitebeard's meeting. Gdu becomes a bag. New World, Sphinx Island, Outer Sphinx Island. Red Hair's pirate ship was slowly getting closer to the shore of the Sphinx Island. Everything. Marco immediately shouted loudly, which because of this shout immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Those who are not ready, can go to the ship now. You won't be able to defend against that person with only half preparations. Can't survive? What do you mean, Marco? Ace asked in confusion. Red Hair has very extraordinary conqueror's haki. Even though the power of his conqueror's haki was inferior to Hashirama's. At least, his conqueror's haki is stronger than Oyaji's. Jaws said seriously. Are you serious? Stronger than Oyaji? Ace asked with a face full of surprise. Jaws isn't kidding, Ace. The power of Red Hair's haki is indeed very frightening. You can see for yourself. Vista's gaze stared at one of the crew who were with him at this time who was already unconscious. Gradually more and more people passed out unconscious due to the Conqueror's Haki released by Shanks. Ace, who was there, also immediately felt the Conqueror's Haki and began to increase his strength against the Conqueror's Haki released by Shanks. Shanks was finally seen walking towards Whitebeard with everyone he passed currently unconscious. What an amazing Conqueror's Haki, Jaws praised as he looked at Shanks. Shanks' footsteps suddenly stopped just a few meters in front of Whitebeard. I'm sorry. Because this is enemy territory. I have to make a little threat. Gormer, is that how you greet us, red hair boy? Whitebeard asked while looking at Shanks with a serious look. Don't be angry. It's just my greeting. After all, I also brought a nice drink for us to drink, Shanks said with a smile, and his face immediately changed. This. Whitebeard, your strength. Shanks' eyes that previously looked bright were immediately surprised because he felt Whitebeard's current strength was almost the same as when Whitebeard was still alive. At its peak, although it is currently slightly reduced. Gormer, why red hair boy? Aren't you happy with my change? Whitebeard asked while narrowing his eyes. No, Shanks shook his head. I'm just a little surprised by this change you've been through. Your strength has returned to the point it was at your peak. Oh, red hair. Are you saying that before that Toyaji was someone weak? Marco shouted angrily from the side. Shanks immediately turned his gaze to Marco. Oh, Marco. We haven't seen each other in a long time. How about you join my crew? Nonsense. There's no way I'll join, is that so? If indeed you change your mind, you can join. You will always be welcome. Shanks' gaze then looked at Ace. Yo, Ace. We haven't seen each other in a long time. Marco and the others were surprised to hear that Shanks was quite familiar with Ace. How about you just get on my ship, Ace? I think Luffy would be very happy if you boarded my ship. Impossible. Ace refused firmly, even though you are an idol to Luffy. I'm not going to get on your ship. Red hair boy. Did you come here because you wanted to kidnap my children? Do you want to go to war with me? Simultaneously with that, Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki was instantly unleashed, ferociously aimed at Shanks. Shanks casually accepted the Conqueror's Haki without any resistance at all and just smiled. Your strength has only decreased slightly, Whitebeard. Shanks paused and immediately sat there and looked at Whitebeard. I didn't come here to fight, but I'm here because I just want to talk to you. Shanks then threw the bottle of drink he was under at Whitebeard. Sake from West Blue? Whitebeard took the bottle then raised his brow. It is sake that comes from my hometown. Sake has benefits for treating and maintaining the body. It doesn't taste bad either, and it's the best drink I can give you, Shanks said calmly. Whitebeard immediately drank from the bottle calmly then looked back at Shanks. Well, what do you want to talk about, red hair boy? I'm interested in that someone who beat you. Is he currently here? Shanks asked straight to the point. Gormara, are you looking for the person? If you're looking for it, you're out of luck. He left here before you came. Already gone? Too bad. I thought I could meet him and ask him to join, Shanks said with a sigh then drank his own drink that was brought down by him. Gormaro, you want to invite him to join? Did you dream of red hair boy? It is impossible for you to invite that person to join your crew. As long as there is a chance. I want to give it a try, Shanks said calmly with a smile. By the way, how did you get your current strength back? There's no way Marco did it, right? Is that the result of what the person who defeated you did? You ask a lot of red hair boy questions. Whitebeard said in an angry tone. It's just a common question, Shanks replied. Besides, I'm quite curious about that person's strength. Simultaneously, suddenly Shanks, Whitebeard and others felt someone approaching towards them with very strong force. Everyone who felt it immediately looked up at the sky and saw that at this time a very large blue dragon was there. Kaido. Shanks' gaze became very serious looking up at the sky. Whirr red hair boy. I never thought you would actually come to this place. Do you also want to try the power of Whitebeard's old man? Kaido said excitedly as his gaze stared at Whitebeard. However, his gaze immediately changed. God damn it. Parrot. How could your power have returned? Kaido asked with a face full of surprise. King, who was currently together with Kaido, immediately broke out in cold sweat because he felt Whitebeard's power which had returned even though it was a little worse at its peak. Kaido. What brought you to this place? Do you want to donate your body to be used as a bag for me? Whitebeard asked as he stood up and looked at Kaido with a look full of seriousness. Whirr become your bag. My current strength is no longer the same as my previous strength, old man. Even though your current strength has returned. I can definitely win in this battle this time, Kaido said excitedly. Gormara, big words, Whitebeard said seriously then looked at Shanks. Red hair boy. Don't get involved in this matter. This is my and Kaido's business. No problem. After all, my goal here seems unattainable, I believe it would be impossible for me to get any information about that person from you. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, Ars Chamber. How was the party you had together with Whitebeard's pirate group? Pleasant? Ars asked while smiling, looking at Hashirama, who had returned. Ha 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 ha. It was so much fun. They are very lively and cheerful people, Hashirama said with an excited smile. They are indeed such people. Ars nodded and continued. What about the payment fund? Have you handed it over to Kaguya? Already. I met him when I just entered the royal palace and have handed over the funds I received to him, Hashirama replied. Good job. Ars nodded, then continued. By the way, regarding your battle with Whitebeard. Is there a news that published it? Hashirama nodded. Yes. The news came out and is now known to everyone. Even though at that time I deliberately released my Conqueror's Haki completely to minimize the news from getting out. However, I didn't expect that there would be reporters who could cover the battle. You underestimate journalists too much. Hashirama Ars smiled and continued. Everyone in this world can become a journalist. Navy, world government, pirates and civilians. As long as they have the information, they can already be said to be reporters. Ars paused for a moment and continued. I believe the new world is currently in a state of chaos because of the news. Chaotic? Hashirama asked in confusion. Sure. Ars nodded. The current 2C emperors, namely Kdu and Charlotte Linlin, definitely won't let a golden opportunity like this slip away. As for Charlotte Linlin, she must have sent troops by now to take Whitebeard's territory and also sent her intelligence squad to track down information about you. As for Kdu, he will also definitely send his troops to take Whitebeard's territory. At the same time, he will look for Whitebeard to fight. Fighting? Is Kdu that strong? Hashirama asked confusedly. Didn't you say he was weaker than Whitebeard? Of course. But that was in his easy period. When compared to today, Whitebeard already had many dark wounds and he was already in his old age. His strength has decreased a lot compared to his previous strength. Ah. If that problem. I guess we don't need to worry. Hashirama smiled. Before we fight anyway. I've healed all the dark wounds that Whitebeard had. His strength has also returned, although I know that his current strength is still a bit lacking compared to his peak period. The same is true after our battle is over. Although I managed to injure Whitebeard with a very severe wound, I have returned his physical condition back to before we fought. Really? Ars then laughed. Ha 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 ha. Then, my condolences to you, Kdu. I wish Whitebeard would be a little merciful to him. Today might be an unlucky day for Kdu. I think so too. Hashirama nodded. Okay. Now your vacation time is over. I want you to go now to do the felling of trees for the animal husbandry area. Because after the construction of the fellowship building is complete, I will ask Myard to start building the animal farm. I understand. Hashirama nodded and immediately left the room from Ars to carry out the order. Some time passed. New World, Sphinx Island, Outer Island. Currently the condition of the Sphinx Island, which is located on the outside, has been shattered due to the battle carried out by Whitebeard and Kdu. Shanks at this time had also gone on his ship as he was not in a relationship at this time. However, even though Shanks had said he was leaving. Shanks was at a distance of about a few kilometers to watch the battle taking place between Kdu and Whitebeard. How could it be? How could I lose to an old man like you? Kdu is currently in a state that is not fine. His entire body was covered in blood from the battle he had with Whitebeard. Meanwhile, King is currently also in a bad condition due to having to fight Marco. Gorora, do you think with your current strength you can beat me, Kdu? Although currently Whitebeard is also quite injured from fighting against Kdu. However, the injuries he had were only a few compared to the wounds suffered by Kdu. Bastard! Kdu immediately opened his mouth and instantly gathered hot energy and then released it, fire breath. The attack quickly went straight towards Whitebeard, with the width of the attack distance was very large. Whitebeard, without waiting for much time, immediately used his Naga to then cut off Kdu's fire breath attack. Without waiting for a moment's pause, Whitebeard immediately rushed towards Kdu, then flapped his punches covered in armament haki, Conqueror's Haki, and his devil fruit abilities and instantly used them all on Kdu. Kaka. Boom. The attack hit Kdu head-on. Kdu was immediately repulsed by Whitebeard and thrown all the way to the shore. It can be seen that Kdu's chest is currently scarred from the blow given by Whitebeard. Kdu-san. King, who saw this, was very surprised. He immediately dodged the attack that was unleashed by Marco at him and rushed towards Kdu, who was currently in a dying state. Kdu slowly tried to get up and immediately saw Whitebeard and the entire group of red-haired pirates were already there and ready to attack him. King. We're retreating. Without waiting for much time, Kdu instantly turned into a dragon and immediately wanted to run away. King also immediately joined in with this. Unlucky. Do not stop it. Before Ace could finish his sentence, Whitebeard immediately stopped them. Let those two bastards escape. We can't keep fighting here. Otherwise this island will be destroyed because of our battle. Hearing those words from Whitebeard, All of Whitebeard's pirate crew immediately stopped their desire. They realized that the location of their current battle was the Sphinx Island where Whitebeard was most guarded. Whitebeard of course would not continue the battle even if he was able to finish off Kdu because it would be fatal. Gororo, what's with that gaze, my children? Whitebeard immediately laughed excitedly. Didn't we win this battle? Whitebeard's words immediately attracted the attention of everyone there. Their previously ugly faces immediately turned full of joy even though they weren't the ones fighting the battle. We have won that battle. That means we have to celebrate. Come on everyone. Bring back our army of food and drink. We're going to have a great party. Oh! Everyone exclaimed excitedly and started preparing for the victory feast. Meanwhile, on the red-haired pirate's ship, the battle seems to have been won by Whitebeard, Ben Bachman said calmly. Of course Shanks smiled then continued, that old man's strength has returned even though it didn't reach its peak. However, his strength is only slightly worse than back then. What about the information gathering, boss? Did you get any information regarding the person who defeated Whitebeard? Yasu asked. Ha 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 ha. No, Shanks laughed first then replied, that old man doesn't seem to want to share any information about that person. Isn't that a natural thing? There's no way someone would tell others information about the opponent who defeated them, especially someone like Whitebeard, Hongo said calmly. Really? Ah, I see. Shanks nodded. What's with that response of yours, boss? You're not cool at all, Luckyru said in a slightly mocking tone. So how? Ben Bachman asked again, are we going to use our intelligence network to find out information about that person? Yes. Use it, Shanks nodded. I'm interested in that person. Especially, this return of Whitebeard's power must have something to do with him. Okay. I'll have our intelligence troop move. News of the battle that Whitebeard and Kdu had fought quickly spread throughout the world. The effect of Kdu's defeat instantly let everyone know even though Whitebeard had previously been defeated by someone. Whitebeard's current strength is still very scary, especially in the photo where Shior highlighted Kdu's condition was when the battle took place. The Big Mom pirate fleet and the Beast pirate fleet, who previously wanted to go on a move to take over the territory belonging to the Whitebeard pirate group, immediately withdrew their troops. Because they knew that it was impossible to fight Whitebeard at this time. The new world that was previously predicted to enter a period of chaos has now regained its calm. Whitebeard's popularity that had previously fallen due to his defeat by an unknown figure had returned. However, even so, at this moment, everyone's curiosity was getting higher and higher towards the figure who defeated Whitebeard. Who's he? Where is he currently? What power did he come from? Many groups are currently searching for the information except for the world government, Marines, and also Whitebeard's pirate group because they know the identity of the person. However, they will not tell anyone. Chapter 26, Prudence Kingdom Evening. New World, Prudence Kingdom, Royal Palace. God damn it. Elizabeth II, who is currently serving as the king of the Prudence Kingdom, immediately shouted angrily after hearing the report given by the commander of the Prudence Kingdom's army, Ru. The report stated that currently the Star Kingdom and Genka Kingdom have established a cooperative relationship along with recruiting several large pirate groups to attack simultaneously tomorrow. Can we not ask the world government for help, Your Majesty? The current state of war is no longer a war that involves every kingdom but has involved outside groups such as pirates, Dagama asked with a gloomy face. Dagama was someone who held the position of a tactician of the Prudence Kingdom. That's right, Your Majesty, Ru suddenly added. The current state of war is no longer a war involving the Prudence Kingdom, Star Kingdom and Genka Kingdom. There are already outsiders who have interfered in this war. If we continue the current battle, tomorrow we will lose. Even this kingdom will be taken over by them. I want that too. Elizabeth II looked very angry and also his face was now very gloomy. However, the world government will definitely not help to send their troops. King Star and King Genka must have now paid the world government to turn a blind eye to this matter. The world government will definitely not help us in solving this problem. Unlucky. Dagama shouted angrily. Your Majesty, Ru suddenly called back, if we survive tomorrow's battle, it is better for us to separate ourselves from affiliation with the world government. Every year we have to pay 25 billion berries to them. However, at any time we never get any troops from them. At a time when pirates attacked our kingdom, our own troops were in the way and the troops sent by the world government only came to retrieve the pirates. Moreover, in the same case as now, we didn't get any help from them. I agree with this opinion, Dagama also said seriously. We can try to find other protection from other places such as Whitebeard Pirate Group or Red-Haired Pirates Group. I heard some information from the place guarded by these two pirate groups. These places are very rarely attacked by other pirate groups. Besides, the funds paid to the Whitebeard Pirate Group and the Red-Haired Pirates Group are also not very high compared to the payments we have to pay to the world government. I'll reconsider this. Elizabeth II nodded and continued, what about the weapons investigation we're doing? Have we found out where the Star Kingdom and Genka Kingdom get their weapons supply from? Although we can repulse their troops tomorrow, this war will never end as long as we can't find the path of their weapons. We still can't find it, Dagama said with a gloomy face. It seems that the person behind the Star Kingdom and the Genka Kingdom is very skilled at delivering weapons, and that makes it difficult for us to trace where the weapons came from. Elizabeth II's face grew darker upon hearing this. Simultaneously, Elizabeth II's two den mushi sounded. The conversation between the three of them immediately stopped. Elizabeth II immediately raised the den mushi. Hello, Elizabeth II is here, even though he was currently in a state of stress. Elizabeth II remained calm. Hello, Elizabeth II. Introduce, my name is Ars. I am the king of the Fortis Kingdom. Nice to meet you, Fortis Kingdom. Elizabeth II frowned because this was the first time he had heard the name of this kingdom. If I may ask, what business does King Fortis have with me? Elizabeth II asked politely. This is it. I heard that the Prudence Kingdom is a kingdom that has a large number of livestock, and also the quality of the livestock owned by the Prudence Kingdom is also very good. We have a desire to purchase large quantities of farm animals from the Prudence Kingdom. Does the Prudence Kingdom currently have a large number of livestock ready for sale right now? Elizabeth II immediately became excited to hear this. However, considering the current situation he was in, Elizabeth II's face instantly darkened. We currently have a lot of livestock and these animals are ready to be sold. However, our current condition does not allow us to sell it to you, Elizabeth II answered politely. Because of conditions? If you may know, what condition is the Prudence Kingdom currently experiencing? If possible, we will help to resolve the situation. Elizabeth II sighed sadly. Currently our kingdom is in conflict with the Genka Kingdom and the Star Kingdom. These two kingdoms have plans to attack our kingdom tomorrow with their full strength plus the pirate army they hired earlier. What about the world government? Didn't the Prudence Kingdom establish an affiliation with them? You should be able to ask the troops for help, right? Especially the current war has involved pirate groups. I do want that. However, it can't be done, Elizabeth II said angrily. The world government is always late in sending their troops. Moreover, we are currently at war against a kingdom affiliated with the world government. The world government will definitely not interfere in this matter. Even if there is already a group from outside joining? Sure, Elizabeth II nodded. The Star Kingdom and Genka Kingdom must have now paid the world government to turn a blind eye to this matter. This is indeed quite a complicated matter, Ars muttered, then continued. What is the winning percentage on your side? If I remember correctly, the King of Prudence should have an ability called King's Blow, right? I heard from rumors saying that the power of this punch is very strong and can defeat many troops at once. Our kingdom's winning percentage is very low, Elizabeth II said with a gloomy face, even though I have that ability. However, it is still difficult to be able to win in this battle. If it's only against one kingdom, we have a high win percentage. However, it's a different story against two kingdoms at once. They had currently amassed their 200,000 troops, followed by a group of powerful pirates numbering over 5,000 people. All the power they have will attack tomorrow, and it will be difficult for us to win in that battle. Wow, that's quite a number indeed, Ars said, quite surprised. But, it's quite easy for our kingdom, quite easy? Elizabeth II was slightly surprised to hear Ars' words. If only the number of troops was 200,000 troops. It's still in the low category by our royal standards. Okay, later I will send someone to help your kingdom in the battle tomorrow. I will also guarantee that you will win in tomorrow's battle. Sending someone? Is King Fortis serious? Elizabeth II's face instantly turned ugly hearing this. Please don't misunderstand just yet, King of Prudence. The person I will send later is a strong person. Have you read the news about Whitebeard's defeat a while ago? Ars asked casually. Of course, Elizabeth II nodded. The news is known to many people. However, until now no one knows who. Elizabeth II's sentence suddenly stopped and tried to process her words again. Wait, is it possible? That is very correct. The one who defeated Whitebeard is the one I will send to you. His name is Hashirama Senju. He is one of the top brass of my kingdom. I thought, it's fine for me to just send someone over, right? Only with such an army could Hashirama destroy it so easily. Ars paused and continued. It's hard to believe my words. However, I believe some of your subordinates have observation hockey abilities, right? The King of Prudence could ask him to assess Hashirama's strength when he got there. You can see whether Hashirama was a strong man or a weak man. What do you think? Elizabeth II's eyes immediately lit up hearing this. Even though he couldn't use his observation hockey ability. However, Dagama and Ru could use it well. If indeed the power possessed by the person sent by King Fortis is really the one who defeated Whitebeard, we will definitely gladly accept the offer, Elizabeth II said excitedly. Okay. I will immediately send it to your kingdom. The location of our own kingdom is a bit close together. There's a chance he'll be there within 5 to 10 minutes. Please be able to wait for him in front of the royal palace gates. Hashirama himself had the ability to fly and he would immediately stop in front of the royal palace gates. I don't want any misunderstandings with your guards when he gets there. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. Their communication line was immediately cut off. Your Majesty, do you really have to believe what that person said? Dagama asked while frowning. Right now, this is our only way out. At least, as King Fortis had previously said. We can try to assess the strength possessed by someone named Hashirama Senju. Is he really that strong or not? If he really was the one who defeated Whitebeard, we will get a very great help. Even our victory is guaranteed with his presence, Elizabeth II said with full of happy emotions. Elizabeth II immediately rose from his seat and said, let's wait in the front. It didn't take long for that person to arrive. Isn't it too much that you yourself came to welcome that person? Ru asked a little strangely. If that person's strength is as King Fortis said, so it's no problem for me to come immediately to welcome him. That person was someone who managed to defeat Whitebeard. At least he deserves respect, Elizabeth II said seriously and continued, let's go ahead to await his arrival. New World, Fortis Kingdom, Royal Palace, R's Chamber. Hashirama was currently in R's room while wearing his royal formal attire. This outfit was what Hashirama would later use in the battle he would face tomorrow. The enemy that you will face tomorrow is 200,000 troops from the two kingdoms, while there are 5,000 pirates participating in tomorrow's battle. Don't kill the troops of the two kingdoms. They were still needed by them, especially if this war was to be won by the Prudence Kingdom. They will take over the two kingdoms. You simply kill all the pirates who participated in the war. Don't leave any of them alive. Ars said seriously. I understand. Hashirama nodded. Ars then took out an eternal pose from his drawer and handed it to Hashirama. This is the Prudence Kingdom's eternal pose. You can go straight there quickly. Right now the King of Prudence and the others are waiting for your arrival. Hashirama nodded and quickly turned around to leave Ars' room to quickly head for the Prudence Kingdom. Tomorrow's war will be the beginning of this kingdom known to the whole world, Ars, of course. Tomorrow our kingdom will definitely become very famous and known by all parties. Ars paused and continued, Ellie, what is the limit of popularity points that can be obtained by me? The maximum popularity points you can get is 50, Rs. So, when your popularity points reach 50 points, your popularity points will never increase again, even though the creatures who know your kingdom will increase even more than before. 50, huh? That's quite a number. Ars muttered as he stood up from his seat and walked out of his room towards the game room to relax. Chapter 27, Arrival. New World, Sky over the Prudence Kingdom. Looks like this is the location. Hashirama, who was standing in the sky, looked down. Let's go down. It's not good to make them wait too long. Hashirama immediately flew slowly down from the sky towards the front of the royal palace. At this moment, in front of the royal palace of the Prudence Kingdom, Elizabeth II and the others had been waiting quietly for Hashirama's arrival. Instantly Dagama and Ru, who can master the ability of observation Haki, immediately sensed the arrival of someone from above the sky, which both felt the level of that person's strength was very frightening. Someone's approaching. Ru shouted loudly with a face full of fear. Protect His Majesty. Dagama also immediately shouted with a face full of fear. The troops who were with them immediately came closer to Elizabeth II and immediately surrounded him on orders from Dagama. Dagama, Ru. What is going on? Elizabeth II asked with a doubtful face. Your Majesty, there is someone approaching us. That guy. He has a very frightening power, Ru replied with a stuttering face. A very strong power? Elizabeth II was surprised to hear this and instantly remembered Ars' earlier words. Where is he now? Elizabeth too asked quickly. From the sky, Dagama said seriously while looking up at the sky. Stop it. Elizabeth II immediately shouted and continued, that person is not an enemy. It was likely that the person who had come was an emissary from the Fortis Kingdom. Did you two forget? King Fortis has told us that that person has the ability to fly and will come from the sky. Dagama and Ru immediately regained their senses and recalled what they had heard earlier until they saw a man in a very beautiful white formal dress with a robe bearing the emblem of a shield slowly descending from the sky gracefully until it stopped exactly a few meters from their current location. Hello, is this really the Prudence Kingdom? Hashirama, who had just descended from the sky, asked politely. Everyone was silent at the appearance along with Hashirama's arrival at this time. Because of the clothes he wears, Hashirama seems very dominant right now. Elizabeth II quickly woke up in her thoughts and immediately nodded. That's right. This is the Kingdom of Prudence. Are you the messenger the King of Prudence sent here? Sure, Hashirama nodded. My name is Hashirama Senju. I am the one who was sent by King Fortis to help solve the problems of tomorrow's war. Dagama and Ru were immediately shocked to hear this, then their previous fear immediately turned into full of joy. Because the person who had come to help them at this time was not a weak person but a very strong person. They even now believed in what Ars said about Hashirama defeating Whitebeard before. Elizabeth II's gaze immediately turned to Dagama and Ru to turn it off. They both nodded immediately. This made Elizabeth II very excited and immediately got out of the line of protection and walked towards Hashirama. Sir Hashirama, introduce me as Elizabeth II. I am the king of this Prudence Kingdom. Greetings, King of Prudence. Hashirama immediately returned the greeting politely. The person standing to my left right now is the commander of the Prudence Kingdom's army. Ru. Elizabeth II immediately introduced Ru and continued with Dagama, while the one on my right now is Dagama. He is the tactician of the Prudence Kingdom. Nice to meet you. Hashirama immediately shook hands with both of them. Master Hashirama, how about we continue the conversation inside? Elizabeth II asked politely. Hashirama nodded. They all walked straight into the royal palace and headed for the battle room. Conversation is more suitable in the battle room compared to the throne room in the royal palace. Arriving there, Elizabeth II and Hashirama immediately sat on the sofa while Dagama and Ru took a standing position behind Elizabeth II. I have heard the information from Our Majesty our King. You don't need to explain anymore. However, I want to ask. Are any of your troops currently in the battlefield at this time? Our troops are already there, Mr. Hashirama. Ru was the one who answered. We previously ordered them to build camps and others there so that when the battle broke out, we were ready to face attacks from the two kingdoms. Besides that, another reason is because almost every time the two kingdoms will usually attack our kingdom. In that case, please for you to withdraw all the troops you have, Hashirama said seriously. Pull back? Ru asked in confusion. Tomorrow's battle, just let me finish it. You don't need to get involved in this matter. Also, I'm afraid of having your troops take part in this battle. It will only cause them to be injured from the attacks unleashed by me. But Elizabeth II immediately raised her hand and looked at Ru. Do what Mr. Hashirama says. I understand. Ru nodded immediately and immediately walked out of the room to carry out the order. Please don't offend the King of Prudence. To be honest, I have the ability of Conqueror's Haki and I'm sure the two of you here know about this ability, right? Conqueror's Haki? Elizabeth II and Dagama were immediately shocked by Hashirama's words. Yes. I own it. Order to withdraw your troops, for fear that my Conqueror's Haki will affect the troops you have. In tomorrow's battle, I will likely release all of the power of my Conqueror's Haki and I don't want my Conqueror's Haki to affect your troops. I see. Elizabeth II immediately nodded excitedly. No, Mr. Hashirama. Dagama suddenly spoke up, if you may know. Is it true that you were the one who defeated Whitebeard not too long ago? Oh? How do you know this? I think the newspaper didn't explain about my identity, Hashirama asked confusedly. Hashirama's words immediately made Elizabeth II and Dagama very excited. We got the information from King Fortis. It was King Fortis who informed us of this. Your Honor? Ah, I see. Hashirama nodded and he didn't have a problem with it either. Immediately a very extraordinary idea suddenly appeared in Elizabeth II's mind. Mr. Hashirama. I want to ask you something, please. Hashirama nodded. If we ask for protection from the Fortis Kingdom, how much do we have to pay? Elizabeth II asked seriously. Elizabeth II's question made Dagama quite surprised. However, it has various causes and effects. Dagama immediately understood Elizabeth II's line of thought. Protection fee? Hashirama asked confusedly. Is that the same as the protection costs imposed by a kingdom protected by a certain group, or is it the same as you guys are affiliated with the world government? That's it. Elizabeth II nodded. If I may ask, how much protection fee will our kingdom have to pay if we ask for protection from your kingdom? How many? Hashirama asked back and continued, actually if you guys have a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. For example, at this time our king wants to establish cooperation with your kingdom regarding the purchase of livestock. As long as your kingdom still has a cooperative relationship in that form, you don't have to pay us any protection fees. We will definitely help in solving your royal problems. This. Elizabeth II and Dagama fell silent for a moment hearing this. However, that only applies if you have a cooperative relationship with our kingdom. This is also the reason why our king is helping you by sending me to solve the problem of the war you are currently experiencing. If it weren't for that, we probably wouldn't have helped. Later, when our cooperation relationship is finished, you won't get protection from our kingdom anymore. Hashirama said calmly. The previous feeling of excitement that Dagama and Elizabeth II had disappeared instantly. However, if you really want to gain protection from our kingdom, you can apply for a territorial protection cooperation relationship with us. About how much you have to pay, I also don't know about it myself. However, rest assured, Our own kingdom will not impose something difficult to do to a kingdom that asks us for territorial protection. The payout will likely follow your economic situation or something. Economic situation? Elizabeth II asked in confusion. Well, how to explain it? That said, the payment of the protection fee will follow the annual income of your kingdom. If your royal income is low, the protection costs you need to pay are also low. Meanwhile, if your royal income is high, the cost of protection you pay is high. I understand. Elizabeth II nodded. Just think about it carefully. Do you want to establish a cooperative relationship with us in that area or not? Hashirama said calmly, and his face immediately turned serious. However, if you really build a cooperative relationship in the area of territorial protection, rest assured, whoever attacks you, be it pirates, marines, or the world government, we will assist you in solving the problem, and we will even retaliate against their attacks. Remember, we will not treat the kingdom that we have a cooperative relationship with us with. We will treat them well. In fact, a kingdom that has a cooperative relationship with our kingdom, the citizens of that kingdom will have the same rights as the citizens of our kingdom. Elizabeth II and Dagama fell silent for a moment, especially hearing the word world government in Hashirama's sentence. Hashirama's words didn't look like lies either, but they carried the truth. New World, Fortis Kingdom, 3rd floor. Ars was walking in the 3rd floor corridor of the royal palace. Ars' current goal was to go to Loelmina's room because there was something he wanted to talk about. It didn't take long for Ars to arrive in front of Loelmina's room and immediately ring the doorbell. The door to the room immediately opened and Loelmina was seen, who was currently only wearing her pajamas with her hair hanging down.